This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tan Xiaoxiao was organizing the shelves. She had been in this strange world since she woke up. Fortunately, she still had a convenience store, which at least allowed her to make a living in this new world. Tan Xiaoxiao felt like she had slept for a long time, and the store was unusually messy. Looking at the chaotic shelves, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned thoughtfully. Managing a store by herself was quite strenuous. It seemed it was time to hire a new employee. Looking at a bag of potato chips in the corner of the shelf that bulged and deflated as if it were breathing, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, walked over, and pulled it out to check the expiration date. Spoiled? Could it have gotten damp and infested with insects? It was even wriggling. Luckily, she had tidied up the stock in time. If a customer had bought it, wouldn't she have to pay 10 times the amount in compensation? Thinking of this, Tan Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose. She casually pulled out a goods loss form, filled in the reason for disposal, damaged packaging leading to spoilage and insect infestation. Then she slapped the still struggling potato chips flat and tossed them into the trash can. The chips made a ripping sound as they hit the bin, making Tan Xiaoxiao frown. They were indeed spoiled. Luckily, she threw them away early. The freezer's humming continued with its discordant rhythm, but Tan Xiaoxiao didn't pay it any mind. This refrigerator had been with her for many years. She figured it was just the compressor aging. A tap would fix it. Tan Xiaoxiao walked to the cash register, looking at the tightly shut radio and cash drawer, feeling a bit annoyed. This retro 90s cash register was really old, frequently experiencing paper jams, unresponsive keyboards, rusty cash drawers, and a host of other problems. Fortunately, it could still be repaired and used, especially since the store was short on funds. Tan Xiaoxiao raised her hand and slammed it hard against the cash register. The machine vibrated violently for a moment, and the next second, the stuck cash drawer popped out automatically, and a strange liquid flowed from the ticket dispenser. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little disgusted. It had indeed been unused for too long and had even rusted. She casually picked up a rag and wiped the dark red liquid clean, then skillfully replaced the thermal paper. Once everything was ready, Tan Xiaoxiao straightened her back, her expression serious, and picked up the convenience store operations manual from the table, as if on a pilgrimage. This manual was handwritten, with delicate handwriting, and strange doodles on the title page. Name, Weird Convenience Store, Instance Abnormal, Rank, E, Rechecking, Store Manager, Flesh and Blood Cash Register, Status Abnormal, Employees, Screaming Chips, Dead, Greedy Trash Can, Normal, Abyss Freezer, Weak. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, casually tore the page to shreds, and threw it in the trash. Who was so bored as to scribble on the operations manual? She looked around, checking the store's environment against the operations manual. Floor, no stains. Shelves, clean and tidy. Freezer, a little noisy, but not a big problem. Good, ready to open. Tan Xiaoxiao smiled, skillfully turned on the lights, started the equipment, and casually flipped the sign at the door from closed to open. Then she gave the street a smile that seemed almost robotic. Hello. Welcome. Meanwhile, on a corner of the same street, several panicked figures were gathered. Captain, this mission is actually S-rank. It's over. The previous ghost extermination team was wiped out in an S-rank dungeon. Hearing the dejected conversation of his teammates beside him, Bien Ruijin rubbed his temples, calmed himself, and began to carefully review the quest information on his bracelet. Main quest, S-rank every night. An employee disappears from the Abyss Food Factory on the outskirts of Ghost City. Please investigate the truth and restore peace to the factory. Success will reward you with a water source. Failure will result in a random natural disaster on your home planet. S-rank. Bien Ruijin smiled bitterly to himself. He had never encountered an S-rank dungeon before. How could this be? Ghost Disaster, a game developed by higher dimensional beings, its sole purpose being to watch 169,232 low-level stars fight each other for survival. Among these hundreds of thousands of low-level stars, Blue Star is merely a child yet to enter the realm of stellar civilization. The successive defeats have led to frequent global disasters, a sharp decline in population, and the world's nations have been forced to unite, establishing a unified government to combat the natural disasters. The Fireseed team is the last remaining team on Blue Star. If the Fireseed squad also fails in this mission, then the already fragile Earth may face its final blow before destruction. Human civilization is on the brink of collapse. Under these circumstances, one can imagine the immense burden on Bien Ruijin, the team leader. He closed the mission interface on his bracelet and opened the live stream. The number of viewers was clearly displayed in the upper right corner. 18 billion. Presumably all the survivors on Earth are watching this insane apocalyptic live stream? The live stream chat was constantly refreshing with comments from Earth's viewers, creating a strangely calm madness. S-rank, it's over. Thinking about dying soon, I'm surprisingly calm. I bought a ticket home. Although my hometown has long since turned into a swamp, I still want to go home. No one blamed the Fire Seed team in the live stream, nor did anyone curse. It wasn't out of magnanimity, but mainly because everyone had passed that stage and begun to accept their fate. As the comments gradually became negative, a golden comment flashed across the live stream screen. Don't give up until the very end. Please trust the United Government and trust the Fire Seed team. This account was managed by the United Government of Blue Star. Thinking that experts and scholars from all over Blue Star were supporting him as a think tank, Bien Ruijin gained some confidence. He looked up and counted the number of team members. According to the official regulations of the cataclysmic disaster, each team consists of 5 people. If the number is insufficient, new members will be randomly drawn from that planet to supplement the team. If the entire team is wiped out, the team's establishment is dissolved. Blue Star originally had 10 teams, but after repeated wipeouts, only the Fire Seed team survived. In the last dungeon, they only achieved a C rank, so 3 members of the Fire Seed team survived. Therefore, there should be 2 newcomers this time. Bien Ruijin squinted, counting the number of people. Besides himself, there should be 2 veterans. 2 new. Wait, something's wrong. Why is there only 1 newcomer? Where is the other newcomer? Bien Ruijin was stunned, his face a mixture of anger and tension. Damn it, could some newcomer be running off without paying attention? Wang Wu. Why is there only 1 newcomer? Wang Wu was a young man with dyed red hair, who at first glance looked like a hoodlum. Hearing Bien Ruijin's words, his slovenly movements stopped, and his expression became serious. After repeatedly counting the number of players, Wang Wu's heart sank. Sure enough, there was only 1 blonde, pale-faced newcomer, who looked no more than 20 years old. Could it be a bug? It's the waiting time now. The game hasn't officially started yet. Newcomers shouldn't be able to leave the waiting area. Hearing Wang Wu's words, Bien Ruijin's face darkened. He never expected such a bug to occur at such a crucial moment. Don't underestimate the fact that 1 person is missing. In a survival game, every extra person means a greater chance of survival, and a greater chance of life for Blue Star. Bien Ruijin opened his game bracelet, found the game system in the far corner, and uploaded a bug report. A rotating eye instantly appeared on the bracelet, seemingly checking the data, or perhaps observing everyone. Ding, check complete. The Blue Star Fire Seed team has 5 members, 1 captain, 2 veteran members, and 2 new members. All are in position. The game starts in 20 minutes. Please prepare. Where did these 2 newcomers come from? Bien Ruijin angrily kicked the corner of the wall, venting his frustration. He even suspected this was yet another prank by those so-called higher-dimensional beings. Thinking of the remaining 2 billion people on Earth, whose survival depended entirely on the Fire Seed squad, Bien Ruijin closed his eyes, regaining his composure. Newcomer, come over and introduce yourself. What's your name? What skills do you have? Something's wrong, but 1 person is missing. Is this game deliberately targeting Earth? This newcomer seems to have a kind of innocent stupidity. She's blonde, and really good-looking, like a mixed-race person. Tan Xiaoxiao was standing at the door soliciting customers. Her shop was too secluded, the few passers-by were unusually indifferent, ignoring even her signature smile. Thinking about her current situation of having no income, Tan Xiaoxiao casually grabbed a passerby with unusually shiny hair. Hello, would you like to buy something? Lu Luan, whose wrist was being grasped, stiffened. Ever since being pulled into this game, his nerves had been on edge. Seeing the newcomer's strange expression, Wang Wu, standing behind him, casually pinched Lu Luan's arm. What did I teach you just now? Lu Luan snapped back to reality. Right, he had to be polite to NPCs, not let them notice anything amiss, and not provoke them. Yes, is there anything I can buy? I don't have any money on me right now. Can I use this to pay off my debt? Lu Luan casually pulled off what appeared to be an expensive wristwatch and handed it over. Tan Xiaoxiao did indeed like sparkly things. This watch was studded with colorful gemstones, reflecting a beautiful light in the sunlight. However, this watch was currently of no use to her. The convenience store operation manual clearly stipulated that barter was not allowed. Tan Xiaoxiao reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the watch, saying regretfully, Sorry, our shop rules prohibit barter. Lu Luan cautiously observed the girl before him, He had watched the Ghost Disaster livestream on Earth. He knew the NPCs in this game were all mentally unstable, and it was easy to trigger their irritation if one wasn't careful. Fortunately, this shopkeeper seemed relatively normal so far. Seeing her still staring at the watch, Lu Luan, fearing he might inadvertently anger an NPC, quickly said, "Since you like it, I give it to you." Before Tan Xiaoxiao could even react, the gleaming watch was already in her palm. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, instinctively wanting to return the watch. Lu Luan repeatedly refused, insisting the watch wasn't worth much. Seeing her continued refusal, and considering how much she liked the watch, Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated before reluctantly accepting it. "In that case, I give you a premium membership card. You get 20% off everything and a free cup of coffee." Lu Luan stiffly accepted the membership card from the girl, and hurriedly left in a flustered state. Seeing Lu Luan so nervous, he was almost jumping around. Red-haired Wang Wu stood behind him, mocking him. "Look at you, so pathetic. You haven't even encountered the Blood Moon yet, and a regular convenience store owner can scare you like this." The world of the ghostly calamity was relatively safe during the day. As long as you didn't touch any NPC's sensitive areas, you could generally get through safely. The real challenge was the night, especially after the Blood Moon appeared. The only girl in the group couldn't stand it anymore, and glared angrily at Wang Wu. "Wang Wu, Lu Luan is a newbie. Can't you be a little nicer to him?" Unlike other teams, the Fire Seed team has always advocated mutual help and fighting together for survival. This was a rule established by the first captain, and has remained unchanged ever since. The Fire Seed team's survival in the game to this day is precisely due to this rule. "Got it." Wang Wu was somewhat annoyed, his tone not very pleasant. The captain at the front, Bian Ruijin, frowned, his gaze fixed on the gate of the Abyss Food Factory not far away. "Wang Wu, tonight you take Lu Luan and sneak into the food factory to investigate." Before entering the ghostly disaster game, Wang Wu was a petty thief, very skilled at small-time theft. He raised an eyebrow at Lu Luan beside him. "TSK, newbie, looks like we're partners tonight." Lu Luan nodded politely. "Then please take care of me." Lu Luan's good temper made Wang Wu, who had been picking a fight, a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, and casually changed the subject. "Your hair dye is pretty good, almost as good as my red hair." "My hair is natural, I'm mixed race." Lu Luan lowered his head to examine the membership card the shop owner had placed in his palm. This gold membership card was well made, with a number printed in gold lettering in the lower right corner, number 00000001. "Wow, is this the first one?" Chapter 2. Tan Xiaoxiao was tidying up the shelves again when she discovered something major. She only had a few packs of instant noodles left and needed to restock immediately. But where were her purchase orders? Since she woke up, not only had the street scene changed, but the store layout had also changed drastically, and many things were missing. Tan Xiaoxiao irritably rummaged through the cash register and finally found the supplier business cards. Sai Kitchenware, Purifying Biotechnology, Screaming Brewery. What kind of companies are these? The names are awful. Tan Xiaoxiao searched for a long time before finally finding what she needed from a stack of supplier business cards. Abyss Food Company, Limited Customer Service Hotline, ####, how could a supplier's customer service number be a string of gibberish? Tan Xiaoxiao was furious. Fortunately, after flipping the business card over, she found the emergency contact's number. Emergency contact, Manager Chen XXX. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't have a cell phone. She couldn't find it after waking up. Fortunately, the store had a landline. She picked up the receiver and dialed the number. The call didn't connect. The busy signal was accompanied by strange noises and a buzzing sound. "All operators are busy. Please wait. Buzz. Flesh. Buzz." The bright lights in the room suddenly began to flicker, and the hum of the freezer seemed to intensify. A thin, long, blood-stained tentacle slowly emerged from the receiver, wrapping around Tan Xiaoxiao's neck. The writhing suction cups touched her carotid artery, as if it would strangle the dazed girl in the next second. Feeling the unusually cold touch, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and angrily slammed her hand on the landline. "This damn phone is leaking electricity?" The next second, the indoor light returned to normal, the tentacles disappeared, and even the constantly noisy freezer fell silent. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. "Hello, is this Manager Chen from Abyss Food Company Limited? I need to order 2 cases of instant noodles." It was another ordinary day. Manager Chen Chung of Abyss Food Company Limited arrived at his workstation early in the morning. If he remembered correctly, today was the game's launch day. So many new recruits. It seemed there would be plenty of fresh blood and flesh soon. Should he can them? Or freeze-dry them? Looking at the work schedule on his office computer, a red glint flashed in Manager Chen Cheng's small eyes, and 8 cold, sharp teeth were revealed as he smiled. Just then, his office phone rang, and Chen Cheng was startled. No, his office phone was always busy. How could this be, unless the person on the other end was someone even more powerful than him? The call connected automatically, and a clear female voice rang out in the office. Hello, is this Manager Chen from Abyss Food Company Limited? I need to order 2 cases of instant noodles. Chen Cheng frowned. His food factory usually handled deals worth millions. How could they possibly need 2 cases of instant noodles? But considering the possibility that the person on the other end might be even more powerful than him, Chen Cheng became more cautious. Okay, no problem, I have a delivery person bring it to you shortly. Hearing the other party readily agree, without even mentioning money, Tan Xiaoxiao was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Thank you so much. This is my address, 23 Neon Commercial Street. 23 Neon Commercial Street? Chen Cheng glanced at the map. Isn't that a small E-level convenience store? Manager Chen has survived so long in this dangerous, cutthroat world thanks to his caution. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment, and then called Scarlet Express Company, Ltd. He heard that Scarlet Express had recently hired a senior deliverman with a very volatile temper. After hanging up, Tan Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a new customer walked into the store. This customer was deathly pale, and his expression and movements were unusually stiff. Looks like he needs some blood-nourishing food. Thinking this, Tan Xiaoxiao skillfully packed the customer's purchases and handed them over. Looking at the customer's ashen face, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "You look pale. Would you like to buy some blood-nourishing food?" Tan Xiaoxiao picked up a bag of red dates stuffed with walnuts from the small shelf behind her. The new customer stared at Tan Xiaoxiao for a couple of seconds with his squinted eyes, then suddenly flashed a twisted smile. "Yes, I should replenish my blood." The customer's eyes darted around, a hint of red appearing in them. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled and immediately became alert. This customer had conjunctivitis? That's contagious. What did the operations manual say? Customers with infectious diseases should be refused entry. Tan Xiaoxiao composed herself and carefully examined the customer. He was wearing a red and blue factory uniform. Embroidered in white thread on the chest of the uniform were the words Abyss Food. Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. Abyss Food? Wasn't that the food factory she had just bought from? This manufacturer's food safety was this bad? Damn it, I'm going to report this to the Market Supervision Bureau. Sir, if you have an infectious disease, please do not come to public places. The pale-faced customer with conjunctivitis seemed enraged by the word infectious disease. His anger surged, and he raised both hands, his sharp black fingertips aimed straight for Tan Xiaoxiao's heart. Tan Xiaoxiao took a step back, her smile freezing, a flicker of anger appearing in her eyes. She hated customers who threw tantrums in convenience stores. Rude people should disappear from convenience stores. Disappear. 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 The refrigerators in the convenience store continued their erratic hum. The old central air conditioning suddenly started up for no apparent reason, a strong blast of cold air blowing violently from the ceiling vents to the floor. The convenience store operations manual that Tan Xiaoxiao had casually placed on the counter began to flip automatically in the gust of wind. The page that Tan Xiaoxiao had torn out earlier reappeared in the manual. Name: Weird Convenience Store. Instance abnormal. Rank: E rechecking. Error. Rank: D rechecking. Error. The convenience store's rank started at E and began to rise, then kept displaying errors, eventually forming a string of gibberish, and finally showing 2 large characters, unknown. After a long while, as darkness gradually fell, Tan Xiaoxiao picked up a rag and wiped the foul-smelling liquid from her hands, then glanced at her watch, her expression surprised. Oh dear, it's already 9:30 p.m. Her convenience store wasn't open 24 hours. It usually closed at 10 p.m. Thinking that she hadn't made a single sale today, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little dejected. She casually turned off the store's central air conditioning, found a mop that hadn't been used in a long time in the storage room, and carefully cleaned the dirt on the floor. That customer was incredibly rude, making such a mess of the shop. Luckily, this mop was really useful. A quick wipe of the floor was enough to clean up the bright red liquid. Looking at the shop now clean again, Tan Xiaoxiao turned her head with satisfaction to the dark, gaping trash can next to the cashier. Sure enough, trash should be in the trash can. Under Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze, The seemingly bottomless trash can shook itself, spitting out a blue and red factory uniform. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, somewhat displeased. Is this trash can really that small? It's full after just a few pieces of human flesh thrown in? Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, picking up the uniform with a look of disgust. This uniform had been worn by a person with red eyes. She wondered if it was contagious. She shook the uniform, and a name tag fell out of the pocket. The tag had no photo, only a few lines of text. Employee ID, 672236 name, Qian Guiqiang, BE position, raw materials group leader. What does this mean? Group number? Or a typo? Just then, the roar of an engine shattered the silence of the night, and a dilapidated pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of the convenience store. A young man wearing a mask got out of the driver's seat. Neon. Business Street 23, Miss Tan. Is this? The deliverman's voice was like a rusty iron bar, not only hesitant but also dull and abrasive, sounding like an old cassette tape from a cheap radio. Deliverymen really do have a tough job. He probably hasn't had a drink of water all day. Tan Xiaoxiao casually took out a bottle of honey grapefruit water from the side and handed it to him. You worked hard. Here, have some to soothe your throat. The taciturn deliverman visibly paused, his lips twitching slightly beneath his mask, a hint of malice flashing in his narrow eyes. He ripped off his mask in front of Tan Xiaoxiao, revealing a face covered in dense scars. With the twitching of his lips, these scars seemed to come alive, writhing like reptiles across his face. The thought of the terror and screams the girl would likely display upon seeing his scarred face made him unable to suppress a smirk. Scream, be terrified, tremble. That way I have a reason to peel back your flesh, devour your blood, and suck your marrow. Under the deliverman's expectant gaze, tinged with malice, Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned, not understanding why he was staring at her. She scratched her head, her gaze slowly shifting to the deliverman's red-stained shirt. A sudden realization dawned on her. You think your clothes are dirty? Tan Xiaoxiao turned around and picked up a bottle of bleach from the shelf. You can use this. It's on sale now, only 5 yuan a bottle. Seeing that he wouldn't take it, Tan Xiaoxiao simply shoved the bleach into his hand. It's okay if you don't have money, you can take it. It's not expensive anyway. The bleach would expire in a few days anyway, and she'd have to fill out a disposal form then, so she might as well just deliver it. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed to the already open trunk of the delivery truck. Is my instant noodles in there? The deliverman silently scrutinized Tan Xiaoxiao for several seconds. Seeing that he had no reason to lash out, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Yes. It's okay, anyway. That old geezer Chen Cheng's instant noodles weren't exactly cheap either. The deliverman, clutching a bottle of bleach, his eyes dark and unreadable, turned and got into the driver's seat. He floored the accelerator, and with a roar, the dilapidated pickup truck van vanished in an instant. Tan Xiaoxiao, her face covered in exhaust fumes, muttered, So rude. Absolutely so rude. Tan Xiaoxiao returned to the convenience store carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles. As soon as she opened the boxes, she sensed something was wrong. What strange names did these instant noodles have? Blood and flesh soup master, pus dry noodles, foot skin pickled cabbage noodles. Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat disgusted. She picked up a cup of pus dry noodles by chance. The packaging featured a swollen human face, which suddenly emitted a strange scream when Tan Xiaoxiao held it in her hand. Feeling the noodles wriggling and trying to escape her grasp, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and crushed the packet. Damn it! She knew this Abyss food factory was problematic. Not only did they hire employees with infectious diseases, but they also produced spoiled and counterfeit products. Tan Xiaoxiao angrily found the Market Supervision Bureau's phone number on the food business license. Just as she was about to call, a commotion erupted at the door. The chaotic, hurried footsteps shattered the night's tranquility. Who was out jogging so late? Tan Xiaoxiao looked blankly out the window. In an alley not far from the convenience store, Wang Wu glanced at the food factory security guard hot on his heels, then at the newlywed beside him, still gleaming in the darkness, and couldn't help but spit on the ground. Just for stealing a factory map? They chased me for 2 blocks. Chapter 3. Wang Wu felt incredibly unlucky. As a veteran member of the Fire Seed Squad, he had spent 5 worlds with Captain Bian Ruijin. It could be said that, aside from Bian Ruijin, he was the most senior member of the entire Fire Seed Squad. However, this didn't mean he was particularly strong. In fact, Wang Wu's survival, until now, was solely due to one word: survival. But this time, he felt he couldn't survive any longer. Not only was he separated from his experienced and powerful captain, but he also had only a clueless newcomer by his side. Now the only option. Wang Wu gritted his teeth. The only way now was to sacrifice one person to give the other a chance to survive. The Cataclysm was, after all, a survival game. As long as one person in the team survived after 10 days, even if the mission wasn't completed, the team wouldn't be disbanded. Blue Star would still have the opportunity to send new recruits. As long as there was an opportunity, there was always a chance to save Blue Star. The newcomer beside him, named Lu Luan, was very young, only 18 years old, an age where he knew nothing. He was already 30 years old, and had experienced several dungeons, making him strong, powerful, and experienced. He should abandon Lu Luan and let the NPCs devour him, thus giving himself a chance to survive. But Wang Wu remembered when he first entered the game, how he had caused a lot of trouble due to his ignorance and arrogance. His teammates also had many complaints about him, but just when facing the final dungeon boss, and about to be devoured, a newbie like him risked his life to lure the monster away, giving him a chance to survive. That person was a middle-aged university teacher in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, clearly well-educated, and exceptionally calm in his speech and actions. Someone like Wang Wu, a good-for-nothing who had never passed an exam since childhood, was always the most despised. But at the crucial moment, the other party bravely faced the boss, securing his survival. "You're still young, more important than me in the game." Wang Wu remembered those words for a long time. He hadn't received much education, and didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He only remembered a crimson blur before his eyes, yet he could only grit his teeth and run forward through tears. He had lived a life of ignominy for so many years. He had had enough. He was originally a petty hoodlum, his father died early, his mother remarried, and he grew up with his grandmother, who later also passed away. If he hadn't been chosen to enter this bizarre disaster game, he would most likely have either been stabbed to death on the streets or ended up in prison early for assault or theft. In comparison, this pretty boy named Lu Luan was much happier, good-looking, kind-hearted, a top student, and even had parents and relatives waiting for him to come home. Moreover, this guy is smart. Given time to grow, he'd definitely make a greater contribution than he did. Wang Wu glanced out of the corner of his eye at the security guard, or rather, the strange creature who was chasing them. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Xian, B, Identity, Captain of the Security Team at the Abyss Food Factory. Status, Blood Moon Berserk level plus 50%. This food factory truly lives up to its S-rank status. Even a regular security guard is B rank. The strange creature's appearance resembled a normal middle-aged man, wearing a blue and red food factory security uniform, and even holding an electric baton. If it weren't for those scarlet eyes, and the uncontrollably twitching corners of its mouth, no one would recognize that this was actually an exceptionally ferocious monster. This is the terrifying aspect of the game, the mysterious calamity, the high-dimensional beings, high above, painstakingly constructed a world similar to the players' daily lives. Then, they treat the players like toys, watching them repeatedly lower their guard in familiar surroundings only to be unexpectedly and brutally killed. In an instant, Wang Wu made up his mind. He removed a silver chain from his neck, from which hung a glass bottle the size of a thumb, a life-saving item he had obtained from the previous instance, the Crimson Hospital. Healing serum. Drink a sip if you're about to die. Wang Wu shoved the pendant into Lu Luan's hand, turning to face the approaching monster. Run forward. Make sure you get the factory map to the captain. Remember that. Wang Wu seized the opportunity, shoving Lu Luan forward before turning and sprinting in the opposite direction. The security guard, his smile sinister, immediately locked onto Wang Wu, a low growl emanating from his throat sending chills down Lu Luan's spine. "Don't worry about me," Wang Wu roared, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the night. In a daze, Lu Luan seemed to smell blood, hear the sound of claws tearing through clothing, and the cracking of bones being gnawed by sharp teeth. Lu Luan knew he couldn't waste time, and he couldn't afford to lose the chance of survival Wang Wu had so painstakingly bought for him. The moon in the human world is always cool and gentle, but the moon in this world of calamity was a gigantic blood moon, radiating a chilling red light in the night sky. Everyone on Blue Star watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shed tears at this scene. Chang Haoqi, the head of the command center of the Blue Star United Government, silently watched the broadcast on the screen and slowly removed his military cap. At the same time, almost everyone behind him stood up, tears welling in their eyes, and saluted. If they could, they wouldn't want ordinary people to fight for the future of Blue Star. They were soldiers. This was their responsibility. However, the way this calamity game selected team members was extremely random. They hadn't yet found a pattern. Given Blue Star's current situation, most officials in the united government had military backgrounds. For them, nothing was more tragic than seeing civilians die while they were powerless to help. In the live stream, a golden comment flashed across the screen: Blue Star United Government, paying tribute to hero Wang Wu and awarding him the title of martyr. In the 10 years since Blue Star was chosen by the Calamity Game, everyone had witnessed and experienced countless life and death separations. Every instance was a battle of life and death. Every team suffered heavy casualties. Wang Wu, a veteran player, had experienced 5 rounds of dungeons in the game, but his performance had always been mediocre. He had a bad temper and bullied newcomers. But no one expected that at the last moment, he would make such a choice. This comment was like a signal. The live stream instantly filled with countless comments. They were colorful and spoke different languages, but they all expressed the same meaning. A tribute to the hero Wang Wu. Lu Luan clutched the silver pendant in his hand. The patterns on the silver chain embedded themselves in his fingertips, bringing him back to some semblance of rationality. He stumbled through the alleyways, gazing towards the commercial street in the distance. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the flickering neon lights. Not neon lights, but his lifeline, his only hope for survival. He dared not look back, driven only by his survival instinct, running frantically. The blood-stained night wind filled his mouth, making him uncontrollably nauseous. He couldn't stop. This was the path to survival Wang Wu had bought for him with his life. He had to live. But Wang Wu's sacrifice had only bought him a little time. After devouring Wang Wu, the monster, now accustomed to meat, chased after him again. Lu Luan's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. The prolonged run left him breathless. Lu Luan gasped for air, each breath carrying the taste of rust. His legs felt like lead, his knees trembled, and Lu Luan's vision blurred. He seemed to see Wang Wu, covered in blood, his head half-eaten, grinning menacingly at him. Lu Luan clearly sensed something was wrong. He tapped his bracelet, and a line of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Team, Fire Seed Squad, Blue Star, name, Lu Luan, member, mental strength, 60/100. Contamination index, 45/100. Stamina, 25 out of 100. Health, 90/100. Item, Healing Serum, restores health and mental strength, resets contamination index to 0. Mental strength represents a person's mental power. The stronger the mental power, the less susceptible one is to contamination. The contamination index, on the other hand, refers to the degree of contact a person has with the supernatural. The deeper the contact, the easier it is to be contaminated, the more likely one is to experience hallucinations and cognitive errors, and in severe cases, even physical and mental abnormalities. Lu Luan looked at his attributes and, without hesitation, pinched his wrist, trying his best to maintain his sanity. He couldn't stop. Wang Wu couldn't have died in vain. Just then, a whooshing sound rang out, and an arrow shot straight towards the eerie creature behind them. The arrow tip struck the creature squarely in the right eye. The monster roared, its bluish-gray face twitching, and foul-smelling fluid gushed from its pierced eye socket, almost splashing onto Lu Luan. Lu Luan looked up and saw Captain Bien Ruijin standing at the alley entrance, holding a military composite bow that appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the silver pendant that had once belonged to Wang Wu in Lu Luan's palm, Bien Ruijin's heart sank, and he understood something. He drew several more arrows from behind him and fired them at the creature, buying Lu Luan time to escape. Run to the left. Reach Yanitong. The bow and arrows in Bien Ruijin's hand were not ordinary. They were artifacts he had obtained during a mission, effective against the strange creatures. Before entering the game, Bien Ruijin was an archery athlete and had served in the army for several years. His archery skills were excellent, almost always hitting the target. However, this B-rank monster, empowered by the Blood Moon, was exceptionally powerful, showing no fear of pain whatsoever. Looking at the few arrows he had left, Bien Ruijin closed his eyes and fired 3 arrows in quick succession at the monster's remaining right eye, heart, and throat. These 3 arrows were accurate and deadly. The monster, struck by them, howled in pain, its pupils gleaming with ferocity. Its frenzied roars echoed through the night sky, seemingly venting its emotions, or perhaps summoning its companions. At the same time, countless scarlet eyes lit up in the night sky, and rustling crawling sound surged from all directions. Bien Ruijin's pupils contracted sharply, the veins on his arm gripping the bow and arrows bulging. He drew a military dagger from his waist, preparing for the impending life-or-death battle. Just then, 2 familiar figures rushed towards them from the alleyway entrance. Bien Ruijin was startled, his tone stern. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to escape?" Lu Luan, There's something wrong with this alley. We can't get out. Yenny Tong, the only girl in the group, sobbed, her eyes red-rimmed. Captain, we're surrounded. Bien Ruijin's face darkened. He then realized that the alleyway entrance was already swarming with monsters. At the end of the street, a hunched figure slowly emerged from under an abandoned car, sharp nails scratching at the metal body, making a piercing sound. On the rooftop, a monster with bizarre wings hung upside down, its eyes greedily fixed on its prey, its saliva corroding the ground, creating a pit. At the same time, a system notification sounded, and a line of text appeared before Bien Ruijin's eyes. Ding, Blue Star Team has triggered a side quest. The Security Captain's Fury. Several rats stole crucial factory documents. Security Captain Lee Xian was furious and vowed to punish them. Mission requirements. Kill Security Captain Lee Xian. Reward. 1 ton of uncontaminated rice seeds. Bien Ruijin's pupils constricted, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. It had been over a decade since the game disaster appeared, but no team on Blue Star had ever triggered a side quest. Unexpectedly, the first trigger would be at such a critical moment. Due to frequent natural disasters, Blue Star's land was already ravaged. Plants and animals mutated, and those who consumed them suffered various mental and emotional disorders, even cancer. Under these circumstances, the only uncontaminated food humans could consume was cockroaches. The new generation of Blue Star people have even forgotten what rice tastes like. Rice. As a native of Yin country, if he were alone, he would definitely try his best to get the rice seeds. But not now. The life and death of Blue Star rests in his hands. He cannot take the risk. This is the most dangerous moment since the Fire Seed Squad was formed. This thrilling scene not only terrified those present, but also gave a jolt to the Blue Star people watching the live broadcast. It's all Wang Wu and Lu Luan's fault for stealing the map. You curse others when they don't do the mission, and you curse them even after doing it. Some people shouldn't be so hostile. Don't blame the Fire Seed Squad, they've done enough. As the monsters drew closer, a cruel smile appeared on the bloodied face of the head security captain. Bien Ruijin's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Just then, a crisp thump pierced the deathly silence of the alley. The sound was very similar to the thud of high heels striking the ground, echoing through the empty street. The previously menacing monsters froze, fear rippling in their crimson pupils. Thump, thump. The footsteps were slow and steady, yet they struck everyone's hearts like invisible hammer blows. The crowd watched helplessly as the monsters receded like a tide, some even knocking over trash cans in their panic. As the sound grew closer, Bien Ruijin, his knuckles white, gripped his dagger tightly and stepped forward. A flicker of unease crossed the leader's eerie face, but he seemed terrified of this mysterious newcomer. After a few hissing sounds, he too had no choice but to follow the other monsters into the darkness. Accompanied by the chilling footsteps, a slender black shadow gradually lengthened around the corner, and a girl in a uniform shirt, a pleated skirt, and chunky-heeled shoes slowly appeared before them. Hey, so many people? Are you all going for a night run? Chapter 4. With his excellent memory, Bien Ruijin immediately recognized the girl before him as the convenience store owner he had met that morning. Even so, he dared not let his guard down. After all, the NPCs in this world were all incredibly erratic and ruthless. They might be laughing and joking with you one second, and the next, you never know what you said that triggered their trigger, resulting in their heart being ripped out with a single claw. Especially now, under the blood moon, these NPCs would become even more ferocious and bloodthirsty, uncontrollable. Bien Ruijin turned his head and met Lu Luan's gaze. Both of them saw seriousness in each other's eyes. Lu Luan lowered his head, cautiously observing the girl before him. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, wearing a neatly tailored, symmetrical uniform shirt, the buttons fastened all the way to the top. Her long hair was tied into twin ponytails, each stray hair firmly held down with hair gel, and adorned with a small pink hair clip. And every angle of the pleated skirt's hem seemed calibrated with a protractor. She seemed to have a bit of OCD. Seeing the three people opposite her remain silent, only staring at her, Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat displeased. These people are so rude. She paused, just about to turn and leave, when a glittering figure caught her eye. It's the generous guest who gave her a gemstone watch. Tan Xiaoxiao's displeasure instantly dissipated somewhat. Hello, it's nice to see you again. My name is Tan Xiaoxiao. Thinking that this girl could not only remain rational under the blood moon, but even frighten away mutated monsters with just her aura, Lu Luan dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Lu Luan. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, noticing the group's exhausted and pale faces, and suddenly realized what was going on. Are you suffering from low blood sugar? You can rest at my convenience store. Bien Ruijin squinted, constantly observing the seemingly kind-hearted girl before him, afraid to move. At the same time, his bracelet vibrated slightly. It was a message from the Blue Star United government. As the team leader, the Blue Star United government had 3 opportunities to contact him individually during each mission. Blue Star United government agreed. Bien Ruijin understood that although the monsters had dispersed, they might attack them again after the girl left. Okay, thank you. Compared to the monsters that had already changed and started attacking people, this girl, who could still maintain her rationality and even converse normally under the blood moon, was clearly more trustworthy. It's nothing, just a small favor. Tan Xiaoxiao took the initiative to lead the way, complaining as she went. This alley is so dark, why aren't there any streetlights? The exhausted Blue Star team followed silently behind Tan Xiaoxiao. Except for Bien Ruijin, who remained relatively calm, the other 3 were like frightened birds, moving cautiously with their palms sweating. Tan Xiaoxiao pinched her nose, always walking at the front with her back to the group, occasionally muttering to herself. Why does this alley smell so fishy and stinky? It's unbearable. The girl in front continued to mutter to herself, strolling leisurely forward, seemingly oblivious to the pair of bloodshot eyes hidden in the alley. The Fire Seed team behind her, however, were like frightened birds. None of them knew whether following this girl meant they had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. Lu Luan stared silently at the scattered bloodstains on the ground, the source of the stench Tan Xiaoxiao had complained about. This was Wang Wu's blood. Lu Luan gripped the silver chain in his hand, lost in thought. Bien Ruijin noticed his distraction and anxiety and patted his arm to comfort him. Shortly afterward, led by Tan Xiaoxiao, the alleyway, which had been like a maze for hours, was surprisingly let out in just a few minutes. Bien Ruijin smiled wryly. It seemed that following Tan Xiaoxiao was indeed the right decision, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it out of the alley before dawn. Just as they were about to exit the alley, several strange noises came from behind, followed by ferocious hissing. It turned out that the security guard, who had mutated under the blood moon, had been following them all along. Seeing the middle-aged man, with a hunched back, clearly hostile, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned. Uncle, don't scare people like this in the middle of the night. The humanoid monster, already driven mad by the blood moon's influence, licked the remaining blood from its lips, seemingly savoring something. Its crimson eyes were fixed on Lu Luan's location, as if it were about to pounce and bite his neck at any moment. It sensed it. The stolen documents were on this kid. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the monster's appearance, utterly shocked. Damn it, this guy, is he mentally ill? Perhaps enraged by Tan Xiaoxiao's words about being mentally ill, the monster charged forward like a madman, its nails mutating into black and growing wildly, the next second striking Tan Xiaoxiao's carotid artery. Bien Ruijin instantly drew a dagger from his waist, ready to fight. Lu Luan instinctively tried to shield Tan Xiaoxiao, while Yenny Tong screamed, "Watch out!" Facing the danger head-on, Tan Xiaoxiao kept her brows furrowed, staring at the creature's black fingernails, her face contorted in pain. Aya! So filthy. Public places should also be hygienic. To the astonishment of the other 3, Tan Xiaoxiao pulled out a palm-sized bottle of disinfectant from somewhere and sprayed it at the grotesque monster. Under the pungent white mist, the monster instantly let out a shrill scream, its body convulsing violently, emitting smoke, its flesh instantly turning into pus. Tan Xiaoxiao stepped on the last struggling arm and sprayed it twice more frantically. Filthy things should disappear forever. The murky pus flowed and seeped into the ground, eventually disappearing. The alley was silent, the blood moon quietly reflecting Tan Xiaoxiao's silhouette as she wiped the bottle. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Fire Seed squad trembled uncontrollably with emotion, not because Tan Xiaoxiao had casually killed a B-level monster with disinfectant, but because of the system notification sound in their ears. Ding, side quest completed, pollution-free rice seeds distributed. How could this be? We clearly killed that strange Tan Xiaoxiao, not them. Why did the game award the quest reward to Blue Star? Tan Xiaoxiao wiped the disinfectant bottle in her hand, casually looking up. Seeing these people staring at her blankly, she paused, wondering if they were frightened by her earlier actions. Sorry, I'm not usually like that. It's just that person was so rude. Yenny Tong shook her head, offering a smile. It's alright, we should be thanking you. After all, that guy was very dangerous. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. Yes, that guy's nails are so black. He obviously doesn't wash his hands often. He's definitely covered in bacteria. Saying this, Tan Xiaoxiao shoved the disinfectant in her hand into Yan Yitong's hand. Spray it on anything dirty you see from now on. Keeping clean is very important. Yan Yitong stared blankly at the disinfectant in her hand, when suddenly a line of black text appeared before her eyes. Corrosive disinfectant, Grade B ghost artifact. Can purify Grade B and below ghosts, 1 use remaining? This time, not only was Yan Yitong shocked, but even Bian Ruijin and Lu Luan beside her were stunned, not to mention the Blue Star viewers in the live stream. What a powerhouse! Hug her tight. Giving away a Grade B ghost artifact so casually. So generous, sister. My god, who is she? Seeing that the dirty thing blocking the way was gone, Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, and glanced at the 3 people behind her. Come on, let's rest in my shop for a while. You guys look so pale, you must have been terrified. Tan Xiaoxiao's convenience store was at the end of the alley. The shop seemed quite old, with a dim yellow light sign outside featuring a simple smiley face. Against the backdrop of the blood moon, it somehow looked rather warm. Lu Luan then realized that the neon light he had vaguely grasped as a lifeline during the chase was actually the light sign outside this convenience store. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly walked forward, pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, and invited the 3 disheveled individuals to come in. Come in and sit down? Bian Ruijin, as if in a dream, finally snapped out of it. He cautiously observed the environment inside the convenience store, and only after Yan Yitong and Lu Luan sat down in the rest area did he take the initiative to speak to Tan Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much for today. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, only then noticing that the men looked pale and frightened, and a feeling of pity welled up within her. Let me get you some drinks. At the same time, Bian Ruijin's bracelet vibrated, and a message appeared before his eyes. Blue Star United Government, approach Tan Xiaoxiao and gain her trust. We highly suspect that she has been identified as a Blue Star member by the disaster system. Bian Ruijin was taken aback, involuntarily recalling the notification that the side quest was completed. Yes, that monster was clearly killed by Tan Xiaoxiao, yet it was ultimately counted as a Blue Star victory. If the disaster system's judgment wasn't flawed, then the only explanation was that Tan Xiaoxiao had been identified as a Blue Star member by the system. Moreover, when this instance opened, Blue Star already had a missing member. And this convenience store itself wasn't far from the game's starting waiting area. Chapter 5. Rewind to 20 minutes earlier, to the office of the Blue Star United Government. Upon witnessing the mysterious girl annihilate a B-rank anomaly in an instant, the room erupted in jubilation. However, upon seeing the system notification for the side quest, silence fell again. Everyone stared intently at the girl on the live stream, their expressions thoughtful. As the Commander-in-Chief of the United Office, Chang Haoqi tapped his finger on the desk, picked up the landline, and dialed. Xiao Wu, go and inventory all the warehouses. See if there's an extra ton of pollution-free rice seeds. A moment later, a tall officer in military uniform strode in, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. Reporting, sir. A large batch of pollution-free rice seeds has been discovered in our HX-C582 grain storage warehouse. The elite personnel present were eager upon hearing the news, but after a brief moment of joy, a question surfaced in everyone's minds. Who exactly is this girl? Why did the game, which killed a supernatural being, ultimately award the mission reward to Blue Star? Everyone couldn't help but stare intently at the girl in the live stream. A vague thought surfaced in everyone's minds, but no one dared to voice it. Just then, after discussion, several experts made a decision. Sir, I have something to report. Chang Haoqi's expression hardened, and he solemnly gestured for the others to be quiet. Go ahead. The expert nodded. Due to his excitement, the elderly man nearly tripped on the steps before stepping onto the stage. This girl named Tan Xiaoxiao is of immense value to Blue Star. Most importantly, she has likely been identified as a member of Blue Star's team by the disaster system. Chang Haoqi wasn't surprised by the analyst's words. In fact, he had a vague premonition when the disaster game system notified him that the side quest was complete. He believed that not only him, but everyone else present, and even some ordinary people on Blue Star watching the live stream, could reach this conclusion with a little thought. The disaster game's rules are very strict. It wouldn't easily award rewards to Blue Star. And that strange creature, clearly killed by Tan Xiaoxiao, ultimately had its reward awarded to Blue Star. This itself indicates that this mysterious girl named Tan Xiaoxiao belongs to Blue Star's camp in the disaster game's judgment. Chang Haoqi narrowed his eyes, carefully considering the anomalies before and after the start of this game instance. Seeing Chang Haoqi's silence, the analyst assumed his superior didn't believe his judgment and quickly provided several more examples. Sir, the Fire Seed Squad is supposed to have 5 members, but this game started with only 4. After Captain PN appealed, the system replied that there were no abnormalities, proving that one person was indeed identified as a Blue Star member by the system, and that person is very likely Tan Xiaoxiao. Chang Hao was already convinced of his suspicions. After a moment of silence, he stood up and suddenly looked at the live TV on the wall. The girl on the screen was taking several bottles of iced drinks from the convenience store freezer and distributing them to the remaining 3 members of the Fire Seed Squad. The girl was wearing a simple uniform shirt and pleated skirt. Her hair was neatly combed, and although she had a smile on her face, it looked extremely stiff. He didn't know the girl's true identity, but at least for now, she had done Blue Star a great favor. In your opinion, does she harbor any ill will towards the Fire Seed Squad? It wasn't that he was inherently suspicious, it was simply that the NPCs in the Cataclysmic game were exceptionally cunning, and they had experienced situations where trusting an NPC resulted in betrayal. As the Supreme Commander, all he could do was be responsible for all of humanity. The analyst hesitated for a moment, looking cautiously at the expressionless girl on the screen. Judging from her ability to scare away mutated monsters in the alley with her aura, and casually eliminate B-level anomalies, she is extremely powerful and unaffected by the Blood Moon. If the Fire Seed Squad can gain her trust and utilize her characteristics, they should have a better chance of survival in the game. Chang Haoqi seemed thoughtful, his fingertips lightly tapping the marble tabletop. This girl's origins were unknown, but her strength was immense. However, one thing was certain, she had been identified as a Blue Star member by the Cataclysmic system. If this young girl could show some goodwill towards Blue Star, and be willing to lend a helping hand, this might be an opportunity given to Blue Star by heaven. If they could seize it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chang Haoqi's eyes. Looking at the figure in the image, his heart pounded, and in an instant, he made up his mind. Notify Bian Ruijin to try and win Tan Xiaoxiao's favor. Chang Haoqi's gaze shifted downwards, glancing at the seeds his subordinates had brought as samples on the table. Issue a public announcement informing the people that Blue Star has just obtained pollution-free rice seeds, encouraging them not to give up, that humanity still has hope. Blue Star has experienced too many disappointments, too many failures. Now, the people are filled with extreme despair. The success of this side quest, and the pollution-free rice seeds, was a shot in the arm for everyone. They'd been suppressed for too long, they desperately needed a victory. Besides, the reward for this quest was rice. Rice, the staple food of the Yin Kingdom for millennia, feeding countless people, etched into their genes. Chang Hao paused, seemingly remembering something, and added, "Don't make public the speculations about Tan Xiaoxiao's identity. If similar discussions appear online, remember to delete the posts. There's no need to let the public know things you're not sure about. Besides, the people of Blue Star are too fragile right now. If there was no hope to begin with, it wouldn't matter, but to give hope and then take it away, that would be too cruel." A quarter of an hour later, the Blue Star United Government issued a statement. Letter to all citizens of Blue Star first. Thank you to the Fire Seed team for completing the side quest in the disaster game. The Blue Star United Government has just received a batch of pollution-free rice seeds, which will be cultivated hydroponically in batches in the near future. After the harvest, rice will be distributed as needed, and within 3 years at most, the entire population will be able to eat rice. Please trust the United Government, trust the Fire Seed team, and face the future with a positive attitude. Really? What does rice taste like? From birth until now, besides cockroach cakes, I only ever eaten one low-level contaminated carrot. It's best to eat less contaminated food. Half a year ago, I accidentally ate a moderately contaminated peach, and I'm still in the hospital. Blue Star, a typical family in an underground centralized housing complex in Yin Country. A girl of about 13 or 14 years old is staring intently at the announcement on her phone screen, reading its contents word by word over and over again, as if confirming something. After a long pause, she took a deep breath, grabbed her phone, and rushed into the master bedroom. Grandma. Grandma. Look at this announcement. The Fire Seed team helped us win back pollution-free rice. We'd be able to eat rice soon. Look. Lying in the master bedroom was an elderly woman with white hair and frail health. Upon seeing her granddaughter rush into the room, the old woman forced a kind smile despite her discomfort. Xiao Yu? Looking at her grandmother's frail appearance, Qin Yu's eyes reddened. Grandma, look at the announcement. We have rice to eat soon. Grandma Qin smiled, knowing what her granddaughter was thinking. She patted the spot beside the bed, gesturing for Qin Yu to sit down. Then Grandma will try her best to live a few more years, so we can eat the first batch of rice. Chen Yu nodded, sobbing, and firmly grasped Grandma Chen's hand. Definitely. Grandma Chen smiled, patted Chen Yu's hand, and began to sing a nursery rhyme she had heard in her childhood. The wind blows, the rice stalks sway, the rice babies laugh and bend over, the sun shines, golden light shines, the fields are a golden wave. As they sang, the grandmother and granddaughter couldn't help but laugh together. Rice, oh how wonderful. Rice, it felt like she hadn't eaten it for at least 60 years. She had to take good care of her old bones. She had to eat rice one last time before she died. Countless similar things happened to different families tonight. Among the people who had long lived in seclusion underground, surviving on cockroach cakes, it was as if they saw a ray of hope in the darkness. It was rice. How wonderful, they could eat rice again. Grandma Chen held her little granddaughter, whom she depended on for survival, watching the live broadcast of the ghostly disaster game on TV, looking with some doubt at the unfamiliar girl, who didn't seem to be a member of the Fire Seat Squad. Seeing her grandmother glued to the live stream, Chen Yu offered to explain. This lady is called Tan Xiao. She's probably an NPC in the game. If it weren't for her, we might not even have rice to eat. Grandma Chen was old and didn't quite understand the game's rules, but she grasped one thing. It was because of this girl named Tan Xiao that they were able to obtain rice seeds and eat rice. Grandma Chen looked gratefully at the young figures on the live stream screen, and couldn't help but sigh. They're just children, yet they're risking their lives for these old folks. Chapter 6. Meanwhile, Bian Ruijin, engrossed in the game disaster, stared at the message on his bracelet, lost in thought. The United Government's guess was quite bold, but upon closer examination, it made perfect sense. After all, the timing of Tan Shishiu's appearance was far too coincidental. What are you thinking about? Have some drinks. Hearing Tan Shishiu's voice, Bian Ruijin instantly snapped out of his reverie. Thank you. The drink had just been taken from the refrigerator, and the moment Bian Ruijin touched it, he felt the coolness travel from his fingertips to his heart, instantly dispelling his previous fatigue. He lowered his head to examine the drink in his hand closely. There was no production date, no expiration date, no ingredient list. Only a few simple words were written on it. Cool cola, could this stuff really be drunk? Food in the disaster world more or less caused mental pollution problems for humans, so unless absolutely necessary, he never ate in the disaster world. Bian Ruijin, feeling bad about refusing Tan Shishiu's kindness, put the drink in his backpack. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Luan, sitting beside him, suddenly turned pale, his fingers twitching uncontrollably, his fingertips gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Bian Ruijin paused, instantly recognizing this as a sign of PTSD. He reached out and grasped Lu Luan's wrist, following his gaze. Next to the trash can at the cashier's counter lay a jacket. It was a very familiar blue and red uniform, even embroidered with the words, Abyss Food Factory. Just a dozen minutes earlier, Wang Wu had been brutally murdered by a mutated security guard also wearing an Abyss Food Factory uniform. Why would an Abyss Food Factory uniform be here? To Lu Luan and Bian Ruijin, seeing this clothing was akin to a victim's relative seeing the killer's weapon. Wang Wu's death screams were still vivid in their minds. The stench of blood that permeated the alley still seemed to linger in their nostrils. Lu Luan closed his eyes and looked away. Thinking that Wang Wu had given him his only chance at life, Lu Luan stared at the glass bottle hanging from the silver chain for a long time before handing it to the captain beside him. Captain, this is the healing serum Wang Wu left behind. Here you go. Lu Luan paused, then pulled a crumpled document from his backpack. This is the factory map that Wang Wu and I stole from the Abyss Food Factory. He and Wang Wu had sneaked into the food factory at dusk to complete their mission. Unfortunately, their skills were lacking, and they were discovered by the security guards as soon as they entered the factory area. But Wang Wu was experienced and quick-witted. Even while being chased, he didn't forget to steal a map. Unfortunately, neither of them expected that this very map would enrage the security guards and ultimately cost Wang Wu his life. Bian Ruijin took the map, but not the silver chain Lu Luan offered. Since it's something Wang Wu left you, it's yours. Bian Ruijin lowered his head, carefully examining the map in his hand. He finally understood why the mutated security guards had chased Wang Wu and Lu Luan for a whole day and night. This shouldn't be called a factory map, it should be called a factory encyclopedia. It not only contained a map of the factory area, shift schedules, personnel organizational structure, but even the layout of the leaders' offices. It could be said that mastering this map meant having a clear understanding of the entire food factory's status, which would be extremely helpful in completing the mission. Wang Wu, what a pity, Bien Ruijin sighed. He always said he survived only by being cunning, but his almost animalistic insight is something many people lack. Lu Luan was somewhat dazed. He didn't understand why Wang Wu would leave the hope of survival to him. He was just an ordinary bookworm, average in sports and reflexes. Although he had good grades, it was more due to hard work than intelligence. In comparison, Wang Wu was actually more suited to this world. The Earthlings watching the live stream also sighed. The scene of Wang Wu's sacrifice was so heroic that everyone found it hard to forget. Hero respect. I don't understand why Wang Wu would trade his life for Lu Luan's. He seemed really useless. Don't attack Lu Luan either. After all, it was Wang Wu's choice. Bien Ruijin put away the map in his hand and looked thoughtfully at the food factory uniform casually placed next to the trash can. Why is this uniform in the convenience store? And why is it next to the trash can? Did the owner throw it away? Excuse me, I wanted to ask. Looking at Tan Xiaoxiao, who was expressionlessly cleaning, Bien Ruijin hesitated for a moment before asking. That uniform, where did it come from? Hearing Bien Ruijin's question, Tan Xiaoxiao, who was cleaning the checkout counter, froze. How did that uniform come from? Where did it come from? Tan Xiaoxiao's mind went blank for a moment. A flash of crimson appeared before her eyes, and then she said expressionlessly, "Oh, that uniform, left by an impolite customer." She paused, a stiff smile playing on her lips. Very impolite, and he also has a contagious disease. A contagious disease? Bien Ruijin was taken aback, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded seriously, staring at the trash can on the ground for a long time. Yes, he has conjunctivitis, and even tried to bite me, so I threw him in the trash can. Tan Xiaoxiao lowered her head, looking at the trash can at her feet, and casually tossed the garbage she had accumulated after cleaning into it. A full bag, brimming with various cardboard boxes and plastic water bottles, was instantly swallowed up after entering the unremarkable trash can, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The dark opening seemed like a pair of pupil-less eyes, silently staring at everyone present. Bien Ruijin seemed to see a horrible image. Tan Xiaoxiao expressionlessly pressing a hapless soul against the rim of a trash can, then sucking the head into a dark hole, twisting the torso into a pretzel shape, and finally devouring the entire body. He was startled by this sudden thought, and instinctively took a few steps back. Realizing his abnormal state, Bien Ruijin lowered his head, and tapped his bracelet to check his status panel. Team, Blue Star, Fire Seed Squad. Name, Bien Ruijin, Captain, Mental Value, 75/100. Contamination Index, 25/100. Special Status Bar, Captain Status, Mental Resistance plus 10, Contamination Index Resistance plus 10. Gaze from the greedy trash can, Mental Value minus 35, Contamination Index plus 35. Just one glance at this trash can, and he suffered such severe mental contamination? If he looked any longer, wouldn't he go insane due to the excessively high mental contamination index? Bien Ruijin gasped. As the team leader, he already possessed the strongest mental resistance in the entire group. If it were any other member, the contamination would likely have been far more severe. He dared not look at the eerie trash can any longer, and almost frantically took a few steps back, only to trip and fall to the ground against the shelf behind him. Tan Xiaoxiao, seeing him barely able to stand, felt a surge of pity. She stood up and casually picked up a bag of fruit candies from the shelf, handing it to him. You still need to eat something. Sigh, your low blood sugar is really bad. Feeling the shopkeeper's dark eyes fixed on him, with an unyielding gaze, Bien Ruijin stiffened. He opened his mouth, but dared not refuse. He stood up, took the bag of candies, and tremblingly tore open the wrapper, grabbing a fruit candy and stuffing it whole into his mouth with a death-defying resolve. The next second, Bien Ruijin's expression froze, because he clearly felt his mental strength recover somewhat. The faint hallucinations before his eyes, and the auditory hallucinations in his ears vanished instantly, and he felt as if he had returned to his best state. This candy. Bien Ruijin tapped his bracelet, and glanced at the status bar in his personal information. Status, Energy Candy, Mental Value plus 15, Stamina Value plus 10, dispelled visual and auditory hallucinations. Bien Ruijin was stunned, a look of ecstatic joy flashing across his face. He excitedly stuffed the remaining fruit candies into his backpack. Such precious things can't be eaten casually. He has to save them for a crucial moment. Seeing that Bien Ruijin only ate one, and then put the rest away, Tan Xiaoxiao didn't ask any further questions. When she used to run her shop, an elderly scavenger would often ask her for food nearing its expiration date, but he never ate it, saying he wanted to take it home for his grandson. Such human suffering. Wait, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned. When she used to run her shop, where did she run her shop before? Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little lost. She seemed to have forgotten many things after waking up, but it shouldn't be anything important, right? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and sat back down at the cash register, glancing at her watch. 3 in the morning, was it really that late? However, she had slept for so long before, and now that she was finally awake, she wasn't very sleepy. Tan Xiaoxiao casually picked up the convenience store management manual on the table and began to flip through it. The torn pages from the manual seemed to have reappeared. Strange convenience store, anomaly, level, unknown, detection failed, store manager, Tan Xiaoxiao, unknown, items, energy fruit candy, mental value plus 15, stamina plus 10, relieves visual and auditory hallucinations, cool cola, mental pollution minus 20. Tan Xiaoxiao tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Why did she only list the 2 items she had just touched out of all the products in her store? Was there something different about these 2 items? And what did the numerical values mean? This new world was really strange. The moon was blood red, the passers-by were prone to madness. Her original world was much better. But what was her original world like? Chapter 7. Looking at the nonsensical title page, Tan Xiaoxiao casually flipped through it. Store manager information name, Tan Xiaoxiao. Age 18? Mental value, question mark. Mental pollution, question mark. Stamina value, question mark. Abilities, spatial distortion, pollution purification, comma? Looking at the page filled with question marks, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and closed the convenience store operation manual. What's the point of adding a question mark after her age? Although she's been sleeping for a while, it's impossible for her to sleep for decades or even centuries. Besides, a woman is forever 18. It's best if she doesn't find out which wicked person is behind this prank. Otherwise, she'd definitely chop the culprit into pieces and throw them in the trash. Tan Xiaoxiao slammed the operation manual onto the table, then stood up, just in time to meet a pair of eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled, her gaze shifting to the other person's shiny blonde hair, and she felt inexplicably pleased. It's so pretty. I love pretty, sparkly things. Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, subconsciously raising the corners of her mouth to return the smile. Lu Luan subconsciously averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with this mysterious shop owner. But Tan Xiaoxiao, still annoyed by the operations manual, had no intention of letting the other person off the hook. She abruptly stood up from her chair, the sharp sound of the wooden chair scraping against the floor, the crisp yet forceful sound of her chunky heels clicking on the tiles. Tan Xiaoxiao stopped in front of Lu Luan, but her gaze wasn't on his face. Instead, it was fixed on the ends of his slightly curly blonde hair, her eyes even carrying an unmistakable greed. Her dark pupils seemed to scream, "Pretty, I want it. Your hair is so beautiful, can I sell it to you?" Lu Luan subconsciously tilted his head back. He had no doubt that if he nodded now, the other person would immediately pull out a pair of scissors and shave his head bald without hesitation. "Sorry, I'm not selling my hair right now." Seeing Lu Luan's wary and resistant expression, Tan Xiaoxiao, still somewhat reluctant to give up, stared at the shiny blonde hair. "I can." Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed, her pupils suddenly contracting sharply. A dirty scratch on the corner of the wall felt like a barb piercing her retina. Tan Xiaoxiao's jawline tightened instantly, even her voice trembled. "How could there be a stain there? I definitely wiped it." Tan Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and rushed to the storage room, found a bucket and a rag, and frantically scrubbed the wall, as if it weren't a stain, but a spreading plague. Lu Luan froze, watching Tan Xiaoxiao obsessively scrubbing the surface. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his throat tightening. Having studied psychology, he suddenly realized that the girl before him suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and mysophobia. And what she was so fixated on was most likely this slightly worn-out shop. Just then, the convenience store's notification chime rang. Tan Xiaoxiao, who was wiping the walls, paused, glancing blankly at the time. It was almost 4 in the morning. Would there be customers at this hour? She looked at the stains on the floor with a troubled expression, then turned to the doorway. A middle-aged man in a suit stood expressionlessly in the doorway. Perhaps due to the blood moon, Tan Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt that his pupils were slightly reddish. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stood up, hiding the rag behind her back, somewhat embarrassed that the customer had seen her. "Sorry, I was just cleaning." "Welcome. What would you like to buy?" The man had an ordinary face, but his suit was impeccably tailored, and he carried a briefcase, looking like a mid-level manager at a company. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's question, the man's gaze swept over her, bypassing her, and greedily scanning the fire seed team members sitting in the rest area. I'm looking for a few disobedient little mice. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand, tilting her head and repeating herself after watching the strange customer for a while. Please don't stare at other customers. The man completely ignored Tan Xiaoxiao, heading straight for Lan Xing and his two companions in the rest area. Tan Xiaoxiao wiped the stains on the floor with a rag, but her eyes remained constantly on the customer's every move. This guy is so rude. I have to keep a close eye on him. It wouldn't be good if he caused trouble. Bian Ruijin's heart sank as he looked at the obviously hostile man. The comments from Blue Star viewers in the live stream flashed before his eyes. Damn it, this man in the suit is terrifying. We finally found a temporarily safe place, and they still came knocking. Run! Run! The man's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils dilated to almost no whites. His eyes were fixed on the fire seed team with a greedy gaze, as if he were about to devour them whole. As the man drew closer, Bian Ruijin could clearly feel his mental energy rapidly decreasing. The strange, indistinct whispers beside him made him inexplicably uneasy, and his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Hello, you little mice. The man grinned, revealing 8 neat, sharp teeth. In a daze, Bian Ruijin could even see swarms of maggots inside. Bian Ruijin's remaining sanity was sending out alarms incessantly. Damn it, this man in the suit must be high level. Just getting close was causing his mental pollution index to skyrocket. Just then, a girl in a pleated skirt blocked their path, even holding a rag she had just used to wipe the corner of the wall. Please don't cause trouble in this store. Otherwise, I will throw you out according to the rules. Chen Chung glanced coldly at the girl before him. He was in a terrible mood today. The factory's operations manual was missing, and the thieving mice hadn't been punished at all, even killing one of his employees. Damn it, Li Xian was a B level. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it yet. And he'd been bitten to death by mice. Chen Chung had followed the trail all the way to this convenience store, but unexpectedly, at the last minute, another obstacle appeared. Chen Cheng's bloodshot eyes churned with ferocity, his venomous gaze sweeping over the girl's slender figure. Black energy swirled around him, almost tangible, as if about to strangle her at any moment. But the next second, the roar in Chen Cheng's throat abruptly caught in his throat. Because a pair of slender, long wrists, hidden within layers of black mist, accurately gripped his neck. Those hands were very thin, but suppressed by powerful mental energy. Chen Chung couldn't muster any will to resist. Damn it! This can't be. How could this seemingly ordinary little girl possess such strong mental energy? Just who is this girl? A woman's voice, tinged with anger, rang out. Anyone causing trouble in the convenience store, get out. The words had barely left her lips when Chen Chung felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly suppressed the power around him, binding his limbs and bones tightly with unseen threads, making even breathing difficult. This wasn't an order, it was more like a law. Chen Cheng's primal power was firmly imprisoned, completely unable to resist. Just then, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the blood moon's light. Chen Cheng's agitated mind gradually returned to reason, his previously reddened eyes beginning to return to normal. He took a deep breath, carefully soothing the mysterious girl. I'm sorry, it was my fault just now, please forgive me. Tan Xiaoxiao hadn't expected this customer to be so resilient, but admitting her mistake and correcting it was a great virtue. Tan Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand, her face beaming with her usual business smile. It's alright, welcome to my convenience store. After saying that, Tan Xiaoxiao went back to wiping the dirt in the corner with a rag. Chen Chung squinted at the disheveled, frightened-looking people in the corner, then glared venomously at Tan Xiaoxiao's retreating figure. It's alright, these people can't stay in this convenience store forever. If they want to complete their mission, they can't hide here indefinitely. As long as he can lure these people to his territory, then he can do whatever he wants to them. And this girl, she can only suppress him because of her stronger mental strength, and because this is her territory. If there's a chance. Chen Chung narrowed his eyes, straightened his clothes with a professional air, and then stepped forward. He pulled out a few job postings from his briefcase and placed them on the table. Chapter 8. Chen Chung knew these players were already on missions, and even knowing it was a trap, they would still fall into it. He stood up, his eyes darting suspiciously over Tan Xiaoxiao, who was still cleaning the walls, and casually grabbed some snacks from the shelf. Shopkeeper, check out. Tan Xiaoxiao, who hadn't made a single sale since opening, instantly put down her rag and hurried to the cashier. Hello, 25 yuan. Chen Chung squinted, pulling a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handing it over. Tan Xiaoxiao's professional smile froze. Damn it, she forgot. She didn't have this world's currency. She couldn't give change. How could she make such a mistake? As a perfect convenience store owner, she actually made such a huge error. If word got out, how could she ever be the top store manager again? What to do? What to do? A thought flashed through her mind. Just kill everyone who knew about this, right? Kill them all. Kill them. No, customers come first. I can't kill them. Tan Xiaoxiao's face stiffened, suppressing her terrible emotions. I'm sorry, we don't have any change right now. Jin Chung glanced at the empty cash box and immediately understood. It's alright, it's just a small amount, keep the change, he said, casually leaving the money behind, then turned and left with his goods. This customer was a bit rude, but also generous and kind. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the people in the rest area by the window, noticing they were staring intently at what the customer had left behind, and suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable closeness to these strangers she had found, as if they were friends who had come from afar. What are you looking at? After spending the night together, the members of the Fire Seed team had become quite familiar with Tan Xiaoxiao. Yenitong, usually timid, mustered her courage and waved a flyer. We're looking at job postings. We want to apply for temporary jobs at a food factory. Abyss Food Factory urgently hiring temporary workers. Daily wage 500-1000, piecework, daily pay. The more you work, the more you earn. Room and board included. Easy work. Beautiful environment. Requirements, 18 to 45 years old, quick and efficient, obedient to management. Factory address, Abyss Food Company, Limited, number 66 Xingfu Avenue. Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, her gaze lingering on the salary section for a long time. So high. Working in a factory actually earns more than running her shop here. Thinking about how she only had 100 yuan in working capital and very few items, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a little melancholy. The shop was too remote. Hardly any customers came in each day. Sigh, she still needed to save more money and move the shop to a place with more foot traffic. Bian Ruijin's eyes were glued to the job posting in his hand, a line of distorted black characters slowly emerging from it. Abyss Food Factory job offer, remaining 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The previously clueless mission suddenly had a direction, but Bian Ruijin's expression remained grave. Just looking at the operations manual Wang Wu had stolen, he knew this food factory was extremely dangerous. The job posting left by that clearly ill-intentioned man was only deliberately leading them to their deaths. But they had no choice but to go. Now, only a few scattered clean water sources remained on Earth. If this mission failed, the world's remaining population of less than 2 billion would be drastically reduced again due to water scarcity. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still venturing into the tiger's den, a salute to him. Bian Ruijin has survived 12 dungeon worlds already, a great captain for the people of Blue Star. As the sun gradually rose outside the window, and the previously dim and eerie blood moon completely disappeared, Bian Ruijin breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully survived another night. Bian Ruijin turned to look at Tan Xiaoxiao, who was sitting at the cashier's counter in a daze, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your help tonight. Can I add you as a friend? As he spoke, Bian Ruijin raised his right hand and tapped his bracelet. A QR code immediately appeared on the bracelet screen. The bracelet was custom-made for players by the game The Mysterious Disaster. Besides being used to view quest information, it also functioned as a mobile phone, allowing users to make calls, add friends, and perform other functions. Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I can't find my phone, so I can't add you as a friend right now. Bian Ruijin was taken aback, then saw Tan Xiaoxiao hurriedly tear off a piece of paper and write a string of numbers on it. Write down my shop's landline number. I add you as a friend after I buy a cell phone. Taking the note from Tan Xiaoxiao, Bian Ruijin politely said goodbye and left the convenience store with his two teammates. Watching the three figures disappear, Tan Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand and sat at the checkout counter. She felt a pang of inexplicable melancholy. Was she really leaving so soon? Sigh, all good things must come to an end. Not long after, a new customer walked in. Tan Xiaoxiao immediately composed herself, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Hello. Welcome. A few days passed quickly, and Tan Xiaoxiao's convenience store gradually began to turn a profit. The only problem was that some customers had strange expressions, occasionally revealing twisted and cruel smiles. One evening, a tall, menacing-looking customer even bit off a chunk of flesh from another customer's arm. This truly terrified Tan Xiaoxiao. However, After hearing from Sister Wang, who ran the building materials store next door, that there was a mental hospital nearby, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately understood. Sigh, everyone is struggling to live. She shouldn't discriminate against mental patients. She could simply be more careful in the future and try to prevent bloodshed among customers in the store. Because the convenience store was in a remote location, its daily turnover was only around 600 or 700 yuan. After 8 days, the store had a cash flow of over 4,000 yuan. With money in hand, Tan Xiaoxiao thought it was time to buy a mobile phone for convenience. So early the next morning, she closed the store and hung a temporarily closed sign on the door. Wang Jia, the building materials shop owner next door, had just opened her shop when she saw Tan Xiaoxiao and immediately paused, surprised. Xiao Tan, are you going out? Yeah, I'm going to the city center to buy a phone. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the time, somewhat surprised. Sister Wang, don't you usually open at 9 o'clock? Why are you here so early today? Wang Meili sighed. My husband is useless. He lost 100,000 yuan gambling yesterday. In a fit of anger, I chopped him up. Sigh, the house is too messy now. I can't live here anymore. I just live in the shop from now on. Chopped up. That's probably a dialect expression for being angry. Seeing Wang Meili's furious face, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but offer words of comfort. Sister Wang, don't be too angry, take care of yourself. I'm a strong woman, I can't be bothered arguing with him. Wang Meili, seemingly lost in thought, casually stuffed 2 meat buns into Tan Shishi's hand. Try them, they're made by my husband. Just then, the bus arrived. Tan Xiaoxiao hadn't even heard what Wang Meili had said. She quickly took the buns, stuffed them into her bag, and hurried towards the bus stop. On the bus, looking out at the desolate scenery and the few passengers, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. No wonder her convenience store sales were so dismal. 20 minutes later, the scenery outside gradually became more vibrant, no longer as bleak as before. The bus became more crowded, and in such a packed environment, minor frictions were inevitable, and arguments could easily break out if one wasn't careful. Just then, she arrived at her stop. Tan Xiaoxiao regretfully turned her gaze away. Sigh, she wouldn't see any excitement. She stood up and got off the bus, completely unaware that the 2 customers arguing behind her had suddenly started biting each other, while the other passengers remained indifferent, seemingly used to it all. Looking at the bustling department store, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. No wonder it was the heart of the city, the most prosperous area, so many people already this early in the morning. Looking at the throngs of people, her eyes filled with longing. If only my convenience store were here. Daily sales would be at least 3,000. Tan Xiaoxiao walked into the bustling department store, ignoring the bright and upscale mobile phone flagship stores on the first floor. After several turns, she stopped in front of an old, rundown shop on the second basement level. This shop looked like it had been open for many years. The LED sign read Honest Mobile Phone Shop, but the word honest was no longer lit. Chapter 9. After entering, Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the phones displayed in the glass cabinet. Most were old models, some not quite new, and priced at several hundred or 1,000 yuan. She felt relieved. Boss, I want to buy a phone. The shop owner, who was dozing off at the counter, yawned and looked up, sizing up Tan Xiaoxiao. It's strange, this girl has both the aura of a gamer and the aura of someone like her. The shop owner pondered for a moment, then casually picked up an old phone from the counter. Here, a used pineapple phone, 2,500. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned. A refurbished phone with peeling paint, a 2-year-old model, and you're selling it to me for 2,005. The shop owner was a little embarrassed. He had originally intended to swindle the night girl, but he hadn't expected her to be so clever. He paused, then readily changed his tune. 2,000. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't even blink, cutting straight to the chase. 500 plus a charger. The shop owner was clearly enraged by the price. His eyes reddened, and his fingernails dug deeply into the glass display case, leaving several marks. Tan Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, opening her backpack and counting out several hundred yuan bills. 500, that's all. The moment the backpack opened, a savory aroma of rotting meat filled the entire phone shop. The shop owner's previously bloodshot eyes and volatile expression suddenly quieted down. After a long pause, a hoarse voice rang out. Okay, but you have to give me what's in your bag. What's in her bag? Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head. What was it? Besides her wallet, all she had in her bag was the meat bun Wang Jia had given her. You want this? The shopkeeper's eyes were greedily fixed on the meat bun in the woman's small, fair hands, his mouth practically watering. It smelled so good, so incredibly good. The air was thick with a resentful, bitter aroma, a mixture of pungent smells and a hint of malice. He didn't even need to taste it to know the bun's ingredients were at least an A-grade or higher monster. Just who was this girl? How could she afford to eat an A-grade monster? He squinted at the girl, unable to discern her true strength, and even seemed to carry a faint scent of a player. Tan Xiaoxiao placed the 500 yuan and the bun on the table. "Give me the phone," the shopkeeper said, his eyes fixed on the meat bun, swallowing hard. "No rush, the phone needs to be activated." He then turned on the second-hand pineapple-shaped phone Tan Xiaoxiao had chosen, performed a few steps, and gestured for her to register her fingerprint. Tan Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Was fingerprint registration mandatory when buying a phone? She never heard of that before. She stepped forward and placed her thumb on the screen. The next second, a line of black text appeared. Binding failed. No user information found. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled, and the phone shop owner's expression changed as well. Remembering the faint aura of a gamer on the girl, his eyes immediately became wary. "You're not a gamer, are you?" "What's a gamer?" Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head. She was a living, breathing person. How could she be a gamer? She frowned, picked up a phone, and pressed her thumb on it again. The phone flashed, the screen went black for 2 seconds, and then lit up. Registration successful. The phone shop owner then withdrew his suspicious gaze, and casually tapped on the top app. The app's icon was a red eye with vertical pupils. After clicking it, the eye started spinning wildly, only stopping after a few seconds. The sharp pupils stared directly at the person, seemingly radiating a venomous malice. The next second, a black and white interface appeared, and the shop owner handed the phone to Tan Xiaoxiao. "Your account is logged in." Tan Xiaoxiao took the phone somewhat bewildered, seeing an interface similar to WeChat on the screen. "Boss, what app is this?" The phone shop owner was surprised that someone didn't even know how to use the disaster app, but remembering the delicious meat bun on the table, he patiently explained it to Tan Xiaoxiao. Although the terminology was a bit strange, Tan Xiaoxiao cleverly translated it into language she could understand, finally concluding that it was a citywide app where all citizens had accounts. People could post tasks, exchange information, buy and sell goods, very convenient and fast. Tan Xiaoxiao browsed the app for a while, and discovered that there were actually quite a few merchants selling goods on it. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. That's it. Since her shop was so remote and rarely had customers, she could offer home delivery. Wouldn't that make her money back? Tan Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She quickly activated her online platform and changed her nickname. A lifestyle department store Tanjia, delivery available. Having discovered a new path to wealth, Tan Xiaoxiao was quite pleased with herself. She immediately put away her phone and headed to the bus stop. After an hour's bus ride, she finally returned to her small convenience store. Wang Jia, the building materials vendor next door, was sitting at her doorway eating lunch, a bowl in her hand. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao return, Wang merely smiled and waved the roasted meat in her hand. "Hey girl, wanna have lunch?" What kind of meat bone was Wang Jia gnawing on? It didn't look like lamb leg, nor beef leg. Is it a species unique to this world? Tan Xiaoxiao politely declined and slipped back into her shop. She then grabbed a frozen rice ball, heated it up in the microwave, and made herself lunch. Looking at the dwindling inventory in the shop, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. She then pulled out the supplier's business cards and looked through them one by one, her gaze lingering on a familiar one. Abyss Food Factory. Looking at these large characters, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, feeling like she'd forgotten something. Oh! Right. This food factory had sent her several boxes of spoiled instant noodles before, which were still in the storage room. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up and rummaged through the messy storage room, pulling out the 2 boxes of instant noodles. She was about to throw them in the corner trash can when she heard a screeching, scratching sound coming from inside. Tan Xiaoxiao looked down and saw the noodles wriggling. Countless tiny worms crawled out from the dehydrated vegetables, and the packaging bag was covered in a dense mass of eyeballs that rotated with her movements. Then the packaging bag suddenly burst open, splashing dark red broth all over Tan Xiaoxiao. She wiped the sauce off her face, only to find countless worm-like tentacles tightly wrapped around her neck. It must be from excessive preservatives. Tan Xiaoxiao ripped the worms off her neck and crushed them, foul-smelling slime instantly seeping from under her fingernails. The entire box of instant noodles rose into the air, the noodles transforming into a soft, sticky net that descended from above, attempting to seal her mouth and nose. Tan Xiaoxiao dodged the attack and muttered to herself. Damn instant noodle manufacturer, the goods are all damp and clumped together, and they're still selling them. Tan Xiaoxiao was disgusted, tearing at the spoiled instant noodles while muttering that she was going to file a complaint. Damn it, she shouldn't have let this food factory off the hook. What kind of rubbish are they producing? The hygiene is terrible. How can this stuff be eaten? Ten Xiaoxiao frowned and found the Market Supervision Bureau's phone number on the food business license and dialed it. After 2 beeps, an automated voice prompt sounded on the phone. Welcome to 51321. The Market Supervision Bureau of Gazai City reminds you that obeying the law and maintaining order are prerequisites for survival. For business license applications, press 1. For hygiene certificate applications, press 2. For complaints and reports, press 0. Ten Xiaoxiao pressed 0 without hesitation. After 2 beeps, the call didn't connect. Tan Xiaoxiao was furious and almost smashed her phone. She took 2 deep breaths, a cold anger flashing across her face. For a moment, the whole world seemed to slow down. Then came a crackling sound from the receiver, as grating as fingernails scraping metal. Beep, the call connected. A cold, mechanical female voice answered. Hello, this is the director's office at the City Market Supervision Bureau of the City of Mystery. Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat surprised. Wasn't she calling the customer service complaint hotline? Never mind, it all leads to the same goal. Tan Xiaoxiao gripped the instant noodles in her hand, her face still flushed with anger. Hello, I want to report the Abyss Food Factory for producing spoiled products. The female voice on the other end was icy, with a cold, formulaic tone. Please provide details. Tan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and explained her ordeal clearly in one breath. The other end of the line was completely flat. After listening to Tan Shishi's story, they hesitated for a moment and said, "Thank you for your call. We handle it immediately." Then, with a beep, the call ended. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, wondering if she had dialed the right number. Would they really handle it? Tan Xiaoxiao sat down at the cashier and glanced at her watch. It was already 5 p.m. Given the efficiency of government departments, it would probably take until tomorrow to get it done. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at her watch, then remembered that Bian Ruijin and the other 2 seemed to be working as temporary workers at the Abyss Food Factory. She wondered how they were doing. Meanwhile, the Blue Star trio, whom Tan Xiaoxiao was worried about, were huddled in the sewers. Sewage flowed past their feet, carrying a putrid stench. Hurried footsteps echoed overhead, occasionally punctuated by rough curses. Damn it, where did those 3 rats go? A bunch of useless trash. Yinitong huddled weakly in the corner of the pipe, her face filled with terror and despair. They had been trapped in the sewer for 2 days. If this continued, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. Just then, a fat rat slowly crawled across her foot. Her pupils widened in shock, and Bian Ruijin, seeing this, quickly covered her mouth. Just then, the faint sound of a police siren drifted in from afar, followed by the hurried footsteps overhead gradually fading away. Bian Ruijin frowned, immediately realizing something had happened. Chapter 10. As the footsteps faded into the distance, the 3 men finally relaxed, realizing their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Captain, what do we do? Hearing Yinitong's panicked voice, Bian Ruijin's expression also turned grim. Since starting work at the food factory, they had been on edge every day, fearing they might accidentally anger the supernatural. After several days, they hadn't gathered any information. Instead, their mental state had reached a critical point, and their contamination index far exceeded 50%. If this continued, they would eventually go insane from mental pollution. Bian Ruijin opened his backpack and carefully pulled out the last 2 fruit candies, giving one to Yinitong and Lu Luan beside him. Eat them. Since entering the food factory, they had frequently experienced mental hallucinations. If it weren't for the magical fruit candies given to them by Tan Xiaoxiao, the 3 of them wouldn't have survived until today. Lu Luan stared at the candy in his hand, swallowing hard. Even in the filthy, smelly sewers, he could still smell the sweet peach aroma emanating from the fruit candy. These ordinary, artificially colored candies were now extinct on Blue Star, not to mention their supposed magical effects. Lu Luan lowered his eyes and handed the candy back. Captain, I'm feeling alright for now, I don't need it. Bian Ruijin understood what he was thinking and forcefully tore open the candy and stuffed it into Lu Luan's mouth. The sweet peach flavor instantly filled his mouth. The overlapping images and chaotic hallucinations before Lu Luan's eyes vanished instantly, and his expression cleared. Bian Ruijin sat to the side, carefully flipping through the factory operations manual that Wang Wu had stolen, his gaze lingering on the side gate shift schedule for a few seconds. The side gate shift changes at 7, he said in a low voice, tinged with a sense of tragic resolve. I distract the security, you guys escape in the chaos. Hearing that Bian Ruijin was going to risk his life, Yinitong instantly looked up, tears welling in her eyes. No, Captain, we go together. Lu Luan clenched his fists, his meaning clear. He was ready to die with him. Bian Ruijin's expression was serious, his eyes cold and hard. Having served in the military and completed numerous missions, the chilling aura honed over years on the brink of death emanated from him, instantly lowering the temperature in the room. Yinitong slowly lowered her eyelids, only her fingertips trembling slightly. Lu Luan's words caught in his throat. After a long pause, he took a silver chain from his neck and placed it in Bian Ruijin's palm. Captain, the Fire Seed Squad needs you. Bian Ruijin's fingertips trembled slightly, but he ultimately didn't refuse Lu Luan's offer. Inside the Blue Star United Government's General Command Office, everyone watched this touching scene in the live stream with slightly reddened eyes. The experts stared dejectedly at the table, their faces filled with barely concealed anxiety. Sir, are we really going to let the Fire Seed Squad withdraw from the Abyss Food Factory? If this mission fails, Blue Star. Yes, sir, we now figured out that the food factory employees' disappearances were all because of that manager named Chen Chung. Now, as long as we can find a way to restore order to the food factory. The commander-in-chief, the target of everyone's criticism, slammed his hand on the table and rubbed his temples in frustration. Yes, you all say you don't want the Fire Seed Squad to withdraw from the Abyss Food Factory, but you can't offer even the slightest support. Chang Haoqi stood up, pacing back and forth, his eyes sweeping over the various expressions on the faces of the people in the office. These past few days, the Fire Seed team has risked their lives countless times inside the food factory according to your plan. If it weren't for the candy boost they got from Ten Xiaoxiao, they would have died countless times already. Restore peace? The general manager of that food factory is an A-level supernatural being with countless B-level supernatural beings under his command. Who's going to fight him? The Fire Seed team? The rebukes pelted the long conference table like hailstones. Several experts with graying temples froze, a hint of shame flashing across their faces as they lowered their heads. The leading sociology expert, Bei Jingming, lowered his eyelashes, a shadow of despair crossing his face. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. The room was completely silent, save for the hum of the air conditioner vents. These people, usually revered as great experts, now even their breathing was tinged with awkwardness and apprehension. Finally, it was Bei Jingming, the most senior and oldest among them, who spoke. Sir, we never experienced an S-rank dungeon before, that's why. Perhaps because the Fire Seed Squad was in such dire straits, Chang Haoqi was unusually irritable today. So what? The last mission was C-rank, and 2 people still died. 2. We didn't even complete the mission. Chang Haoqi's sharp gaze swept over the faces of everyone present, finally closing his eyes slowly, a hint of dejection flashing across his face. No matter what, the Fire Seed Squad can't be harmed. This is Blue Star. Their only hope. Just then, the group watching the live stream erupted in cheers, a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Completed? Impossible. No way. It seems like they really did complete it. What's done? How was it done? Chang Haoqi stood up, a mixture of tension and hope flashing through his mind. He strode forward, pushing aside the crowd blocking the screen, his eyes fixed on the live stream. What happened? Rewinding to 10 minutes earlier, Bian Ruijin glanced at the time and realized it was almost shift change. He straightened his back, ripped open his coat, his expression tragic. You guys hide first. Wait until the pursuers are far away before going out. Yinitong stood behind him, tears welling in her eyes, instinctively wanting to reach out to stop him, but Lu Luan's gaze stopped her. Captain! Bian Ruijin crawled out of the passageway, then deliberately kicked over a trash can. With a loud crash, he stood there resolute. However, after waiting for a long time, the expected pursuit didn't materialize. Even stranger, the entire factory area was silent, as if no one was there. Bian Ruijin shivered in the cold wind. At that moment, his back looked inexplicably forlorn. Lu Luan, who had been pulling Yinitong and hiding in the sewer culvert, was also puzzled. He cautiously moved his body, looking towards Bian Ruijin, whose figure stood frozen at the sewer exit. Sensing the movement behind him, Bian Ruijin's sharp gaze immediately struck. Who let you out? Keep hiding. I'm going to check what's going on. The next second, a system notification sounded, and the 3 exhausted humans froze almost simultaneously. Congratulations to the Blue Star Fire Seed team for completing the S-rank dungeon, Abyss Food Factory. The home planet will receive a water source as a reward. Players are requested to return to the waiting area within 10 hours and await teleportation. Completed? How did you complete it? At that moment, not only them, but even the viewers on Earth in the live stream were completely bewildered after the initial surprise. If I remember correctly, the Fireseed squad was just being chased by Manager Chen and his men, right? How come the mission was suddenly completed after hiding in the sewers for over an hour? Is this game bugged? Bien Ruijin stood at the sewer entrance, looking at the empty factory area, feeling inexplicably absurd and unreal, and even more so, feeling like a clown for his earlier prepared tragic death. What exactly happened here? Recalling the faint siren he had heard in the sewers, Bien Ruijin's expression shifted. Could it be because of this? He turned to look at Lu Luan standing behind him, relaxing his expression. You're lucky, completing an S-rank dungeon on your first time joining the game. After completing the mission, the NPCs in the disaster world will no longer attack them. Although Bien Ruijin didn't know how the mission was completed, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, let's check outside the factory. The three walked towards the factory gate together. Just outside, they saw a police car, and a blue and white vehicle with the words Market Supervision Bureau emblazoned on its side. Bien Ruijin scanned the bustling crowd, his keen eye pinpointing Manager Chen Chung being escorted into a police car. Bien Ruijin watched this scene thoughtfully. Their mission was to uncover the truth behind the employee disappearances and restore order to the factory. They had already uncovered the truth. This Manager Chen Chung had been secretly abusing his employees, even using their bodies to make food. So, the mission was complete because Chen Chung had been arrested. But why was Chen Chung arrested? He had completed over a dozen missions in the world of ghosts and disasters, and had never encountered a police car responding on its own initiative. Who on earth had such power? Bien Ruijin, with his remaining two teammates, returned to the game's waiting area, the street they had first arrived on in this world, completely bewildered. Upon seeing the convenience store not far from the waiting area, Bien Ruijin's expression shifted, and he walked over. Long time no see. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the three of them, waiting with some surprise. Then her expression froze, her face filled with deep apology. I'm sorry, I reported your factory. Did I cause you to stop production? Chapter 11. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's slightly apologetic words, Bien Ruijin was stunned for a moment. 1,000 words stuck in his throat, unable to find the words. At this moment, the LCD TV in the convenience store began broadcasting the day's news. Good evening, viewers. The female anchor, dressed in a dark suit, had a calm expression, her hands resting on the broadcasting console. Following a report from concerned citizens, there is a major food safety hazard at the Abyss Food Factory in the City of Mystery. The anchor paused, her gaze shifting from the script to the camera, her pupils devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The company involved has ceased operations, and the person in charge of the food factory, Chen Chung, has been criminally detained. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, looking guilty. I only remembered you were still working at that food factory after I reported it. Looking at Bien Ruijin in front of her, then at Lu Luan and Yan Yitong standing at the store entrance, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. It's all my fault. I made you lose your jobs. No. It's not your fault, and besides. Bien Ruijin was dazed, only reacting after a long while. Thinking that the task that had driven him to near despair was now completed, Bien Ruijin could barely suppress the corners of his mouth turning up in a smile. He walked forward gratefully, grasped Tan Xiaoxiao's hands, and then bowed deeply. I'm so grateful to you. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up blankly, just in time to see Lu Luan and Yan Yitong standing at the door, also bowing deeply in apology. What's going on with these three? She made them lose their jobs, and they're bowing down to thank her? Because this scene was so comical, many viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but burst out laughing. Having completed the mission and averted the crisis, the audience's mood improved considerably, with even the live chat filled with laughter and cheers. So it was because of Sister Tan again? Sister Tan is ruthless and doesn't talk much. One phone call saved Blue Star. Sorry, Sister Tan's bewildered expression is hilarious. What? Sister Tan, you're practically an angel sent by God to save Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star United Government Office, the previously somber atmosphere vanished, replaced by a sudden sense of ease. A rare smile flickered across Chang Haoqi's usually serious face. He picked up a cigar from the table, took a puff, exhaled a deep smoke ring, and gazed intently at the girl on the screen. His eyes held a hint of inquiry. What was this girl's true identity? Could she really be the mysteriously missing member of the Blue Star team? If so, why wasn't she in the game waiting area, but instead in a convenience store? Just then, his adjutant, Xiao Wu, excitedly pushed open the door. The young man's face was flushed, his tightly pursed lips parted in a wide grin, and even his voice trembled. Sir! Sir! The Han River. Xiao Wu couldn't hide his joy. The Han River has recovered. The Han River. Chang Haoqi sprang to his feet, his chair tipping backward from the force. That was the Han River, the largest tributary of the Yangtze, with a vast basin and a huge flow. An ancient saying goes, the Milky Way in the sky, the Han River on the ground. With the annual flow of this river, who knows how many more people it could support. The foreign experts behind Chang Haoqi also wore uncontrollable joy, their faces devoid of any jealousy. Over the past decade or so, due to repeated setbacks, humanity has painfully witnessed river after river dry up and fertile fields polluted. Under natural disasters, we have all survived to this day by supporting each other. We have long since abandoned nationalistic notions. The restoration of any river is a cause for celebration. The office was filled with jubilation. Several experts clutched their documents, their wrinkles etched with smiles, their eyes brimming with hope. The future will be better, right? Blue Star, a certain underground security zone in central Yin country. A young girl, carrying a school bag and clutching the strap tightly, nimbly weaved through the cheering crowd. After turning into a narrow alley at the end of the main road, the noise faded into the distance, but the joy on her face remained undiminished. Qin Yu kicked away a pebble at her feet and rushed into the old apartment building. Pushing open the door, she could no longer contain her joy. Grandma! Grandma! We won! Mission accomplished. Grandma Qin was in the kitchen preparing dinner, or rather, just some ordinary cockroach biscuits that had been heated up. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Grandma Qin turned off the stove and came out, her back hunched. What's accomplished? Qin Yu turned on the old television and switched to the news channel. On my way back, I kept hearing people say that the Fire Seed team accomplished an S-level mission, and the Han River has been restored. Grandma Qin was stunned. She was old and didn't know much, only that there had been countless natural disasters in recent years. Rivers had dried up, and farmland had been destroyed. This was the first time she had heard news of a river flowing again. Grandma Qin looked at the television. The screen showed the Han River gradually recovering, its waters flowing ceaselessly, a vibrant sight. Grandma, the government just announced that starting next month, water supplies will be increased, and each household will receive an extra ton of water. Qin Yu sat in front of the television, excitedly holding up her phone. Grandma Qin was born and raised by the Han River, drinking its water as she grew up. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Grandma Qin's eyes. She raised her hand to wipe them away, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. How many years has it been? She had forgotten the taste of her hometown's water. When she evacuated from her hometown to the underground shelter with her infant granddaughter in her arms, she thought she would probably never drink Han River water again in her life. Unexpectedly, her old bones would witness this scene today. Grandma Qin wiped away her tears with joy. Let's eat, Xiao Yu. Qin Yu nodded, helping her grandmother to the table. She then picked up a cockroach-shaped biscuit, took a bite, and though the taste wasn't great, she ate it carefully, wasting not a single bit. Grandma Qin's eyes flashed with heartache. Her little Yu had never eaten anything good since birth, yet she was so sensible. Qin Yu swallowed the biscuit, noticing her grandmother's distressed expression, and seemed to remember something. Oh, right! Grandma, the teacher said today that the first batch of pollution-free rice seeds has already been planted and will be ripe in a few months. Qin Yu grinned foolishly. The teacher said that the rice will be prioritized for the school, so I bring some back for Grandma. Grandma Qin looked at Qin Yu lovingly and shook her head. Silly girl, you're still growing. Why bring this to Grandma? When I was young, I ate all kinds of good food. Grandma Qin felt a pang of heartache again, wishing her granddaughter had been born in a time of abundance. She, with her old bones, had enjoyed everything while Xiao Yu. Grandma Qin wiped away tears, then remembered something, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. At least, things were gradually getting better. Not only had the monthly water supply increased, but Xiao Yu could also eat rice. After seeing Bian Ruijin and his group off, Tan Xiaoxiao absent-mindedly cleaned the shop. She was a little obsessive about cleanliness. She felt uncomfortable if the shop wasn't even slightly clean. Just then, her phone chimed. Tan Xiaoxiao put down the rag, picked up her phone, and saw that her newly opened online store had already received its first order. And quite a lot of things. Tan Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and checked the customer's information. Customer name, Mr. Wu. Address, Room 1204, Building 6, Waterfront City, District D, Gizai City. Contact number, 157258XXXX large waterproof woven bags, black garbage bags, drain cleaner, disposable rubber gloves, cleaning agents. Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, feeling that the items this customer had ordered were a bit strange. Without thinking too much about it, she organized the items the customer needed, borrowed a small electric scooter from Sister Wang, the building materials vendor next door, and set off. Mr. Wu's apartment wasn't far from hers. She estimated it would take about half an hour to deliver. However, the electric scooter had only gone a few hundred meters before it even left the desolate street when Tan Xiaoxiao stopped. She looked at the trio sitting cross-legged on the street corner with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing here?" Bian Ruijin and his group were idly waiting in the waiting area. With only a few minutes left before their system-given return time, the three of them, fearing any unforeseen complications, dared not wander off and could only sit on the ground in a daze. Just then, Tan Xiaoxiao appeared, even staring at them with a puzzled expression. Bian Ruijin was immediately taken aback. Normally, after players return to the waiting area, the NPCs should no longer see them. But clearly, Tan Xiaoxiao was another exception. Watching Tan Xiaoxiao approach with a puzzled look, Bian Ruijin's eyes flashed. This mysterious convenience store owner is indeed intricately connected to Blue Star. Perhaps, the experts were right this time. Tan Xiaoxiao is indeed the missing member of the Blue Star team, and all of this is easy to verify. Just wait 3 minutes. If the game teleports Tan Xiaoxiao out of the game when it teleports players out of the disaster game, then their guess is correct. Before Bian Ruijin could speak, Yanitong, standing beside him, widened her eyes and subconsciously asked, "Can you see us?" "Why can't I see you? These three are so big, she's not blind. How could she not see them?" Yanitong then realized she had said the wrong thing, and immediately looked at her captain with pleading eyes. Bian Ruijin, however, unusually remained silent, instead keeping his eyes glued to the countdown on his wristband. 10, 9, 3, 2. The last second. Feeling his body enveloped by a pale white teleportation beam, Bian Ruijin immediately looked up, staring intently at Tan Xiaoxiao standing before him, his eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, strange noises constantly ringing in her ears. Teleporting player back. Teleportation failed. Reteleporting. Teleportation failed. Alert. Unknown error detected, about to be uploaded to terminal. Alert. Chapter 12. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, sensing an indescribable, mysterious power enveloping her, as if trying to drag her into an unknown void. Instantly, alarm bells rang in her mind, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and the power trying to pull her away vanished without a trace. The next second, the piercing alarm suddenly stopped. Ding, alarm all cleared, unknown error blocked, unable to upload. Sigh, why am I hallucinating again? Should I take some time to see a psychiatrist? Sister Wang said the nearby mental hospital is particularly famous. Tan Xiaoxiao pondered, then looked up, a blank expression flashing across her face. Where are Bian Ruijin and the other two? How could they disappear right under her nose? This alley is clearly a dead end. What happened? Where are they? Could it be that besides auditory hallucinations, she's also experiencing visual hallucinations? Oh no, it seems I absolutely have to go to that mental hospital. Tan Xiaoxiao was shocked and desperate. She heard that psychologists were expensive these days, costing hundreds of yuan an hour. Seeing that Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't surrounded by any teleportation light, Bian Ruijin's heart sank. Could his guess be wrong? Was the girl not a player, but a real NPC? The next second, familiar darkness enveloped him. Bian Ruijin opened his eyes, and found himself back on Earth. Commander-in-Chief Chang Haoqi stood beside him, with a look of satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Bian Ruijin instinctively returned a military salute. It's nothing. There's still a month until the next game starts. Take a good rest for the next few days. Chang Haoqi patted his shoulder. That Lu Luan has been found too. He's waiting for you at the base. Bian Ruijin pursed his lips, his eyes glazed. Sir Wang Wu. Chang Haoqi looked up at the window. The city outside was long abandoned, a vast expanse of yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Due to frequent natural disasters, human activity had gradually shifted underground, with only a few research institutes and government agencies remaining above ground. The endless yellow sand pounded against the glass, like an invisible behemoth, suffocating everyone. Who could imagine that this place was once the most economically prosperous and populous city in Yin Kingdom? Wang Wu has no family. We built a cenotaph for him. You can go and pay your respects if you have time. Bian Ruijin nodded. Even after experiencing so many separations and deaths, he still couldn't accept his teammates' departure. Wang Wu had many minor flaws, But he had never held anyone back. He was deeply saddened by the loss of such a loyal and experienced teammate. Seeing his expression, Chang Haoqi understood immediately. He sighed, stepped forward, and patted Bian Ruijin's shoulder reassuringly, then left him alone. Bian Ruijin sat in his chair, watching helplessly as the yellow sand outside the window swallowed the last rays of sunlight. After a long while, he composed himself and slowly walked out of the conference room. As the heavy alloy doors closed, the feeling of weightlessness as the elevator descended washed over him. Ding! The elevator doors opened. This was Yin Country's largest underground base, housing at least tens of millions of people. Bian Ruijin stepped out of the elevator and looked towards People's Square outside the base building. Unlike the usual silent and gloomy atmosphere, the current clamor carried a hint of hope and joy. Several children chased after paper airplanes, their laughter echoing across the square. In a corner, a group of people huddled together, gesturing wildly, occasionally erupting in cheers. Have you heard? The first batch of pollution-free rice has been planted. Every household's water supply has increased. It definitely get even better in the future, right? He stood there, his tense nerves suddenly relaxing. The air underground was suffocating, often making it hard to breathe, but Bian Ruijin felt a sense of warmth. Just then, a girl of about 13 or 14, clutching flyers, bumped into him, scattering them all over the ground in the chaos. Bian Ruijin instinctively caught the girl who nearly fell, then bent down to pick up the flyers, his fingertips pausing the instant they touched the paper. The flyer featured Wang Wu's face. That familiar red hair and nonchalant expression were strangely familiar. Hero Wang Wu's memorial service Chen Yu, who had bumped into someone, hurriedly gathered the flyers on the ground. I'm so sorry. Are you alright? Bian Ruijin held the paper, his lips slightly moving. He suddenly remembered a question Wang Wu had once asked him. Captain, do you think if I died one day, would anyone remember me? Probably not. I don't have any relatives or friends. My performance in the game was mediocre, and I get a lot of criticism in the live stream. Yes, someone will remember you. Bian Ruijin's voice was hoarse. This flyer, could I have one? Seeing that the other person wasn't angry, Chen Yu nodded and hurriedly handed over one. The moment she looked up, her pupils contracted, and she almost gasped. She recognized him. It was the captain of the Fire Seed Squad. Bian Ruijin put his finger to his lips, silencing the excited girl. He stared at the flyer in his hand, examining it closely. Thank you. Chen Yu picked up the flyer from the ground, scratching her head. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, our lives would only get harder. He watched the unfamiliar girl excitedly continue handing out flyers to passers-by. Bian Ruijin didn't know what to think. He didn't want to take credit for something. In his opinion, everyone should thank Tan Xiaoxiao more. But Bian Ruijin sighed. What was Tan Xiaoxiao's true identity? Since she was identified as a member of the Blue Star team, why wasn't she teleported back during the teleportation? Bian Ruijin pondered this as he walked into the nearby base. The armed guards at the entrance saluted him immediately. Lieutenant Colonel. Bian Ruijin nodded, walked through the empty hall, and pushed open the door to a small office on the far right. As expected, Yinitong and Lu Luan were both waiting for him inside. Seeing these two teammates, who had gone through life and death together, Bian Ruijin raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Yinitong stepped forward, turned on the projector, and switched to the Ghost Stories forum. The Ghost Stories forum, since the Ghost Disaster game appeared, is a self-organized forum with over 500 million registered users, consistently ranking first among all forums on Earth. As the last hope of Earth and the captain of the Fire Seed Squad, Bian Ruijin naturally knew about this forum. In fact, he had been a top influencer on it for many years. Yinitong clicked on the forum homepage and refreshed it casually. The page was filled with many meaningless posts, and all sorts of strange coded messages appeared one after another. At first glance, it seemed completely random, but upon closer inspection, a strange connection emerged. Bian Ruijin glanced at the most popular post. The title was odd. Bian Ruijin, what is this? Lu Luan, who was sitting to the side lost in thought, looked up and explained upon hearing Bian Ruijin's words. Oh, Martian language. My grandma's generation used it when they were young. Because any post containing keywords like Tan Xiaoxiao, identity, or convenience store would be automatically deleted. People had spontaneously found various circumventing words and codes to use in their posts. But even so, these new posts wouldn't last more than an hour. Even so, the entire forum was still filled with posts related to Tan Xiaoxiao. Bian Ruijin rubbed his temples, thinking about Tan Shishia's enigmatic identity and peculiar powers, feeling a headache coming on. He frowned and gestured for Yin Yitong to click on this post. I'm certain that Lu Luan is one of ours. And a Yin citizen at that. I reviewed the live stream recording today and made a major discovery. Look at the screenshot I posted on post number 23. What nonsense is this guy spouting? The United Government's experts have been researching for days and nights and still haven't been able to confirm Tan Xiao's true identity. What makes him so certain, even claiming Tan Xiao is a Yin citizen? Where did he get his evidence? Another clueless, naive guy, lost in his own fantasy world. Bian Ruijin sneered, skipping over the nonsensical comments in the previous posts, and swiped down to post number 23. A screenshot appeared before him. The image showed Lu Luan talking to Tan Xiao, the two sitting face-to-face in the convenience store's rest area, a very harmonious scene. But that's not the point. The point is a calligraphy painting hanging on the wall beside them. The poster circled it in red, and after zooming in repeatedly, Bian Ruijin finally made out the blurry calligraphy. The calligraphy looked incredibly familiar. Bian Ruijin could even recite it with his eyes closed. The legendary 24-character mantra, prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendliness. Bian Ruijin, damn it, he actually been convinced by this poster. Forget the world of ghosts and disasters. Even on Earth, he never seen anyone outside of Yin Kingdom display this. Chapter 13. Bian Ruijin scrolled down, and sure enough, the screenshot had caused a huge stir. At least 100 real-time comments were appearing every second. I think I'm convinced. After reading many analyses on the forum, even if Sister Tan isn't from Earth, she's definitely connected to Earth. Is Sister Tan really the fifth missing member of the Fireseed Squad? Stop dreaming. Humanity should have been destroyed long ago. Just lie there and wait to die. Seeing that the comments were gradually becoming filled with hostility, Bian Ruijin frowned and refreshed the page. This post has been deleted. It seems the United Government has noticed this post. But with the number of views on that previous post, even if the United Government tries to delete more, it probably won't be able to suppress it. Just then, a soft female voice sounded outside the door. Captain Bian, there's an urgent meeting that requires your attention. Bian Ruijin was taken aback. Why the sudden meeting? What important matter had happened? Before leaving the meeting room, he glanced back at his two team members. Don't rest either, go do some physical training. Tan Xiao had been standing on the street corner in a daze for 15 minutes. If it weren't for the several messages from customers urging her to finish her order, she probably would have wasted even more time on that street corner. Tan Xiao hopped on her electric scooter and followed the navigation towards the waterfront city residential area. She was somewhat absent-minded the whole way, her mind filled with existential doubts. She was even experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations. Could her mental illness have relapsed? Wait, had she ever had a mental illness before? A trace of confusion flashed across Tan Xiao's face, a feeling that her lost memories were somehow important. But she couldn't remember anything. Tan Xiao parked her electric scooter at the entrance of the residential complex. The security guard clicked his tongue after checking the order information on Tan Xiao's phone and let her through. Dr. Wu's things, turn left after you go in. It's the first building. A doctor? This customer is actually a doctor? Tan Xiao walked into the building and pressed the intercom on the first floor. 1204. After a beep, a hoarse and gloomy male voice sounded. Who is it? Even more terrifying, there was a heavy, rhythmic thump, thump, thump in the background, like the sound of a heavy cleaver chopping into bone. Tan Xiao, carrying a large pile of goods, felt heavy and tired. She was still questioning her mental state, so she didn't pay attention to this small anomaly. Hello, your order has arrived. The voice on the phone paused, as if stunned, before finally reacting. Okay, bring it up. The door to room 1204 wasn't locked. Tan Xiao noticed the slightly ajar door as soon as she stepped out of the elevator. Upon getting closer, a blast of cold air, carrying a metallic smell, rushed out, as if blown straight from a freezer. This apartment is really strange. The air conditioning is way too cold. A man stood behind the door, looking to be in his early 30s, with a high nose bridge, handsome features, and a crisply ironed white shirt. At first glance, he looked like an elite professional from a large company. Your things. Tan Xiao handed him the bag, her fingertips accidentally brushing against the back of his hand. The touch was as cold as ice. Is this customer a doctor? If she were a patient, She definitely wouldn't see a doctor like this. Not only was he not bald, he didn't even have a single gray hair. He was handsome beyond belief, lacking any semblance of a doctor's composure. He looked like the kind of scum who cut off her kidney to pay for her white moonlight's medical treatment. Just as Tan Shishia's thoughts were wandering, the man turned to close the door. A flash of silver light pierced through the crack in the door. Like a cleaver on a kitchen counter, its blade dazzlingly bright, reflecting a dark red light from something. Tan Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Something was gleaming in her peripheral vision. Her expression suddenly changed, and she instinctively spoke. "Wait!" The man stopped. Dark stains stained his shirt cuffs, looking like unwashed blood in the dim light. His eyes were fixed on Tan Xiaoxiao, like a hunter eyeing its prey, sending chills down her spine. "What is it?" Tan Xiaoxiao took a half step forward. On the low cabinet inside the door sat a row of trophies, the words engraved on them faintly discernible. Outstanding Psychiatrist of the Year at Qinshan Mental Hospital. Several bright red certificates stood beside it, the words qualification certification embossed in gold seemingly gleaming. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, her voice filled with barely suppressed urgency. You're a psychiatrist?" Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, a little embarrassed, but remembering that avoiding treatment was unwise, she gritted her teeth and said, "I feel like my mental state hasn't been very good lately, and I sometimes experience auditory hallucinations. I see you won so many awards. Can I add you as a friend?" Before she could finish speaking, the man interrupted her. "Sure." The corners of the man's mouth curled upwards in an unnatural arc, exuding a chilling excitement, like a hunter who had caught his prey. He turned and picked up his phone, gesturing for Tan Xiaoxiao to scan the QR code. Looking at the naive girl scanning the QR code, the man's smile deepened, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "It smells so good. Who is this girl? Her flesh and blood are so tempting, even more so than those players." Tan Xiaoxiao was completely oblivious, still immersed in the joy of getting something for free. The row of trophies and gold embossed certificates on the low cabinet looked impressive. A doctor like that probably doesn't charge cheap fees. "You can ask me any questions online, it's free." As soon as he finished speaking, the man closed the door with a click, locking it. From inside, there was another dull thud, like a blunt object striking bone. Tan Xiaoxiao could hardly believe her ears. What a compassionate doctor. He's won so many awards, but doesn't even charge a consultation fee. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao ride out on her electric scooter, the security guard's window suddenly swung open with a bang. The old security guard poked his head out, his hat pulled low, only half his face visible. "How's the old doctor?" the guard asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, spitting on the ground. "Haven't seen him walk his bird around in a while. Before, when the weather was nice, he'd always be wandering around the flower beds with his bamboo cage, and he even played chess with me." Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Dr. Wu didn't seem like the type to walk birds and play chess in the neighborhood. Besides, he looked to be only in his early 30s at most. How could he be considered an old doctor? Sigh, the competition is fierce these days. Even in the prime of life, you're treated like an old man. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head and rode her electric scooter back to the convenience store. "I was planning to return the car first, but Sister Wang was busy with something and closed the shop in the middle of the afternoon." She sat at the cashier, somewhat bored, and turned on the TV. An advertisement for a mental hospital was playing on the TV. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the address and realized it wasn't far from her. Qinshan Mental Hospital. Dr. Wu seemed to be a doctor at this mental hospital. It must be a very good hospital, after all, it trained a conscientious, responsible, and compassionate doctor like Dr. Wu. Dian Ruijin followed his secretary into the conference room and was quite surprised to find Chang Haoqi and a group of experts all inside. His expression changed, and he immediately understood that something important must have happened. To celebrate the Fire Seed team's successful completion of the S-rank dungeon, the United Government had specially granted a public holiday. However, these people who should have been on holiday were now all gathered here. "Commander, what happened?" Chang Haoqi sat in his office chair with an inscrutable expression. He came to his senses and gestured for his secretary to place the tray on the conference table. This appeared in my office. A slip of paper of unknown material lay flat on a silver tray, bearing a sentence written in very common boldface. "Congratulations to Blue Star for completing the S-rank dungeon Abyss Food Factory for the first time. The S-rank dungeon Green Mountain Mental Hospital is about to begin. After successfully completing 2 S-rank dungeons, you will qualify for the Lower Star League. Please continue your efforts and achieve even greater glory." Chang Haoqi's eyes were devoid of warmth. He tapped his fingertips twice on the edge of the desk, his chilling aura lowering the temperature of the entire office. Bien Ruijin knew what the commander was angry about. As the highest commander of the entire Blue Star United government, Chang Haoqi's office was heavily guarded, with multiple security measures in place. Every employee needed iris scanning to enter, and the thermal imaging cameras in the corridor refreshed every second. Even the cleaning lady had to swipe her badge 3 times to get water in the break room. But now, that slip of paper lay open in the center of his desk, as if mocking the Blue Star people's ant-like struggle. These higher-dimensional beings did it on purpose. Chang Haoqi slowly rose, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. He lowered his head, staring intently at the large characters on the slip of paper. Low-level Star League. Chang Haoqi stood up and looked at the natural geography map hanging in the center of the conference room. Rolling mountain ranges, boundless plains, dense forests, rushing rivers, azure oceans. This planet was so beautiful. But this was a map from decades ago. Now Blue Star was nothing but deserts, all highly polluted deserts. He had a premonition that if Blue Star wanted to restore its former beauty and peace, it would definitely need to obtain a ticket to this low-level Star League. Otherwise, the entire human civilization would simply vanish silently into the vastness of the universe. Chapter 14. Chang Haoqi's heart sank, and he issued a death order. We must find a way to pass the next dungeon. Pass it at all costs, by any means necessary. Bien Ruijin, the cost, stood in the center of the conference room, calmly accepting everyone's scrutiny. Sacrificing for the people, for Blue Star, was the path he had chosen from the beginning, a preparation he had long ago made. There was still a month until the next dungeon opened. Bien Ruijin made a decisive decision. It seemed he would need to give Yanitong and Lu Luan extra training during this time. A month later, the two, after undergoing grueling training, had been completely transformed. Looking at the teleportation countdown on his bracelet, Bien Ruijin's expression hardened. Yanitong and Lu Luan stood behind him with resolute eyes. At this moment, all 3 were undoubtedly prepared to sacrifice themselves at the crucial moment. 9876, 321, game start. The next second, a line of large characters lit up simultaneously on public screens in underground bases across Blue Star, as well as on private mobile phones, computers, and televisions. Welcome to the disaster livestream. Chang Haoqi stood in his office, surrounded by hundreds of top experts from various fields. No matter how many times they saw this scene, it still brought them immense shock and despair. Just how powerful were these so-called higher-dimensional beings to so easily control the electronic devices of the entire planet? After a brief period of dizziness, he returned to the familiar game waiting area. Bien Ruijin looked at the surrounding street scene. It was exactly as he had seen when he last returned to Blue Star. He lowered his eyes, turned around, and began counting heads. The Fireseed squad had 5 members, but this time, there were still only 4. Besides him, Lu Luan, and Yanitong, there was only one other newcomer, a woman in her late 20s wearing glasses. Seeing that one person was still missing from the team, Bien Ruijin opened his bracelet to appeal, but received the same response without any abnormalities. According to rumors on the Ghost Stories forum, Tan Xiaoxiao is the 5th missing member of the Blue Star team. That mysterious and powerful convenience store owner who helped several times? If it's true, then Blue Star is saved. Why was Sister Tan identified as a Blue Star member? The next second, the comment that revealed the information was deleted, the account was blocked, and a line of large, golden characters appeared in the live stream. Blue Star United Government, do not believe or spread rumors. But at this moment, almost everyone on Blue Star was watching the live stream. That comment had already been screenshotted and spread to various forums in an instant, causing a huge uproar. Regarding Tan Xiaoxiao's identity, some questioned it, some believed it, but the only consensus was, if Tan Xiaoxiao truly was Blue Star's 5th member, then Blue Star was saved. Chang Haoqi listened to his secretary's report and helplessly rubbed his temples. Actually, I expected it couldn't be kept secret, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Just watch out for any extreme comments. As for the rest, just handle it quietly. With half an hour left before the game started, Bien Ruijin carefully examined the newcomer in the team. Name, occupation, special skills. The newcomer wore a white shirt with a pencil skirt and high heels. Her long, chestnut-colored hair was tied in a ponytail. She was clearly a capable professional woman. Even after being suddenly chosen by the ghostly disaster game and becoming a member of the perilous Fireseed squad, her face remained completely calm. Su Jing, HR, amateur boxer. Bien Ruijin was taken aback, not expecting the seemingly frail woman before him to be an amateur boxer. Su Jing raised her head, her gaze calm. I watched all the ghostly disaster live streams, even reviewed them. I guarantee I won't hold anyone back, and I'm willing to sacrifice myself if necessary. Upon hearing this, even the battle-hardened Bian Ruijin was shocked. He instinctively retorted, even if it's sacrifice, I wouldn't send a weak woman like you. Weak woman. Su Jing's lips twitched at his words, and she simply remained silent. Seeing this newcomer's unyielding attitude, Bian Ruijin frowned instinctively. Just as he was about to say something, his wrist jolted. A mission had arrived. Main quest: S-rank you are rookie caregivers at Qishan Mental Hospital. Taking good care of the patients is your primary responsibility. Complete the quest by caring for all patients until their discharge. Success reward: 20% reduction in land pollution rate. Special item * lowest tier Star League entry ticket. Failure penalty: 20% reduction in annual rainfall. Caring for all mental patients until discharge? No time limit. If I don't complete it, won't I be stuck here forever? Bian Ruijin frowned. Although he knew this quest would be difficult when he learned it was set in a mental hospital, seeing the quest in person still gave him a headache. Tan Xiaoxiao had many troubles over the past month. First, the customers in the shop frequently got into fights for some reason, always leaving her to clean up the mess. Secondly, the suppliers were acting strangely. Every time she called, they refused to accept her orders. Finally, one supplier agreed, but insisted she pick up the goods herself, saying the Scarlet Express deliverman had a terrible temper. What was wrong with him? Tan Xiaoxiao thought of the deliverman she met once before. He was just a little taciturn. Fortunately, the store still had some inventory, enough to barely support daily operations. However, there was some good news too. For example, her auditory and visual hallucinations had improved considerably. That Dr. Wu was indeed an outstanding doctor. Not only did he not charge her, but he was also exceptionally conscientious and responsible. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao closed the store, Dr. Wu sent her a message. Ms. Tan, how have you been lately? Tan Xiaoxiao, holding her phone and yawning, walked to the storage room. The convenience store was small. She set up a bed in the storage room, just enough to sleep on. Not bad, much better mentally. On the other end of the phone, a well-dressed man in a white coat and glasses sat in his office, a flicker of confusion in his dark eyes. Much better? How is that possible? Could it be that the incense didn't work? Dr. Wu stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out with bloodshot eyes. A young man in a striped hospital gown squatted listlessly in front of a rose bush, his blonde hair gleaming in the sunlight, pink flakes clinging to the corner of his mouth, resembling both blood and flower petals. On a bench, a female patient mechanically combed her hair, holding a mirror, again and again as if trying to pull herself bald. Nurse Chong stood not far away, unperturbed by all the strange phenomena, as if she were already used to it. A stiff smile played on the man's lips, sunlight slanting across his face, and casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. Anyway, it's about time to close the net. It would be better to come to the hospital for a thorough checkup when you have time. It's free. Looking at the message from Dr. Wu, Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head a little embarrassedly. She had indeed troubled Dr. Wu quite a bit lately. Besides, the convenience store's operations had gradually gotten back on track, and she had more money in her pocket. She should find an opportunity to visit him. Okay, I go tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Tan Xiaoxiao lay on the bed. The incense beside her bed was a gift from Dr. Wu. It had a sweet, cloying scent, but upon closer inspection, it carried a strange aroma. Smelling this fragrance, Tan Xiaoxiao's clear mind gradually became hazy, her eyelids feeling heavy as lead. The next second, she fell asleep. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao woke to the vibration of her phone, her face showing no signs of fatigue, even a hint of radiance. She slipped on her slippers, opened the door, and at that moment, she faintly heard a strange sound. The sound was very familiar, with a subtly seductive quality. Was it another auditory hallucination? Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, and the strange sound vanished instantly. She stretched, tilting her head, and finally remembered. She was going to the mental hospital for a checkup today. She had an appointment with Dr. Wu. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up, quickly changed her clothes, and before leaving, she didn't forget to grab 2 cartons of milk from the convenience store. She had troubled Dr. Wu for so long, she should bring him something, otherwise she would feel terrible. Half an hour later, Tan Xiaoxiao, having gotten off the bus, stood across the street, gazing at the tall, gray-black building. The hospital was surrounded by thick brick walls, with only a heavy black iron gate as the exit. The paint on the gate was peeling, and dark red rust was visible. It didn't look like a hospital, it resembled a military fortress. But it's normal for a mental hospital to have high security. Although Tan Xiaoxiao herself was mentally ill, she still agreed that mentally ill patients needed strict supervision. It wouldn't be good if they escaped and harmed others. Tan Xiaoxiao crossed the zebra crossing, and before she could knock, the gate opened automatically. "Miss Tan, is it? Dr. Wu has been waiting for you for a long time." The nurse had a smile on her lips, but her body was cold and devoid of any warmth. Tan Xiaoxiao followed the nurse through the gate. Inside, a silver-gray spherical camera emitted a dark red glow, silently rotating. Chapter 15. Tan Xiaoxiao followed the briskly walking nurse, and soon arrived at the door of the mental health clinic. "Thank you for showing me the way. It's too much trouble." The nurse looked Tan Xiaoxiao up and down, a strange smile playing on her lips. "It's all right. Welcome to Qishan Mental Hospital. I take good care of you." Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head. Actually, she felt her symptoms weren't severe enough to warrant hospitalization. Thank you, but I feel like lately I've been..." Before she could finish, the strange nurse reached for her wireless earpiece, her expression suddenly changing. "I knew that new caregiver was a handful." With that, the nurse completely ignored Tan Xiaoxiao and strode towards another building. Judging from her angry back, the new caregiver she was talking about had probably caused quite a bit of trouble. Seeing that she had been left alone, Tan Xiaoxiao tentatively knocked on the door of the consultation room. A familiar male voice, as if it had been waiting patiently, rang out impatiently. "Come in." Tan Xiaoxiao pushed open the door, placing the 2 cartons of milk she was carrying at the entrance, a grateful smile on her face. "Dr. Wu, I brought you a small gift." Dr. Wu was wearing gold-rimmed glasses today, and at first glance, he looked somewhat like the legendary refined scoundrel. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao, he adjusted his glasses, his pen making a soft scratching sound on the medical record. "Ms. Tan, our previous communication has only been online. I haven't seen your condition in person yet." At Dr. Wu's gesture, Tan Xiaoxiao entered the office and sat down in a chair. The office was spotless, and a familiar, sweet scent wafted through the air. Tan Xiaoxiao sniffed, trying to identify it. It seemed to be the calming incense Dr. Wu had given her. "Ms. Tan," Dr. Wu's voice was steady, his pen gliding across the paper, interrupting Tan Xiaoxiao's thoughts. "Can you tell me how you've been feeling lately? Have you had any more auditory or visual hallucinations?" Tan Xiaoxiao blinked, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. "No, since using the incense you gave me, I don't think I had any of those symptoms." Dr. Wu's expression stiffened, he clearly hadn't expected her answer, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. "Ms. Tan, I'm trying to help you. Please don't hide your condition." The familiar, sweet scent in the room grew stronger, so strong that Tan Xiaoxiao could hardly breathe. "Doctor, I'm not lying. I feel great, full of energy, and the hallucinations have disappeared. I feel like the future is bright and full of hope." Dr. Wu raised an eyebrow. Someone who could say something like that couldn't possibly be in good spirits. He slowly removed his glasses, his fingertip tapping lightly on the table. "Ms. Tan, it's not that I don't believe you, but I strongly suspect your condition has worsened." "Worsened?" Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned. How had her condition worsened? "I feel better than ever before." Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's words, Dr. Wu pressed his fingertip harder, the pen tracing a deep line on the paper, but his tone remained steady. "It's gratifying to hear you say that." He paused, his glasses reflecting a cold light as he looked up. "But your current state sounds a lot like the manic-depressive phase of bipolar disorder." Tan Xiaoxiao froze, her lips slightly parted, somewhat incredulous. Were her symptoms really that severe? And could paranoia turn into bipolar disorder? Dr. Wu has won so many awards, he wouldn't lie to her, would he? The incense in the consultation room grew stronger, cloyingly sweet, with a strange, fishy smell upon closer inspection. The aroma rushed into Tan Xiaoxiao's nostrils, making her feel suffocated. Dr. Wu's voice floated in the sweet fragrance, coaxing her. "I suggest you stay in the hospital for 2 days. Consider it a break for yourself, how about it?" Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time. Maybe she should stay for a while. As a mental patient, it's safer to obediently accept treatment, otherwise, what if she accidentally hurts someone when she goes out? "Okay, 2 days at most. My convenience store can't be left unattended." Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao reluctantly agree, Dr. Wu's lips curled slightly. Now that she's in, she's not going out. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed. "Nurse Chong, there's a patient who needs to be admitted." Nurse Chong was the same nurse who had greeted Tan Xiaoxiao earlier. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's bewildered expression, the nurse smirked. "See, I told you you needed to be admitted." Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was about to leave with the nurse, Dr. Wu paused, glanced at the 2 cartons of milk Tan Xiaoxiao had brought, and a hint of disdain flashed across his face. "Miss Tan, you should take your milk to the inpatient ward and drink it yourself." Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback and instinctively refused. "How can I? I specifically." The words caught in her throat, as she saw the lingering disgust on Dr. Wu's face. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She had carried these all the way here. Even if Dr. Wu didn't want them, he shouldn't be reacting like this. The head nurse, Chang, picked up the 2 cartons of milk from the ground and looked at Tan Xiaoxiao. "Let's go, Miss Tan. Dr. Wu never accepts gifts from patients." The inpatient ward of this mental hospital was in a building on the far left of the hospital, a building with a very strange design. The walls were a dull grayish-white, and the windows were densely packed, the glass seemingly frosted, making it impossible to see inside from the outside, raising doubts about whether the patients inside even got any sunlight. Stepping on the dark red floor tiles, a hint of hesitation flashed in Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes. Was her decision too hasty? Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, the head nurse suddenly spoke. "Registration's complete. You can stay in room 105 for now. You're lucky, we happen to have a very capable caregiver here." "Caregiver? She's not incapacitated. Why would she need a caregiver?" Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, about to refuse, when she heard the head nurse raise her voice. "Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Su Jing. Where are you?" The next second, a mature woman in her 20s with long chestnut hair and mauve lipstick walked in, her face pale. She had a good figure. Even in her shapeless caregiver uniform, her curves were evident. But for some reason, this woman looked haggard and dazed. Even heavy makeup couldn't hide the exhaustion under her eyes. Being a caregiver isn't easy these days, Tan Xiaoxiao thought with a touch of melancholy. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao, Su Jing was surprised, a hint of joy involuntarily appearing on her tired face. As a new member of the Fireseed squad, Su Jing had been closely following the disaster livestream while on Blue Star. She had watched the recording of the last Dungeon Run's livestream 3 times, finally concluding that the mission's completion had little to do with the Fireseed squad. It was mainly Tan Xiaoxiao's doing. So, when they were trapped in the dungeon, her first thought was to find an opportunity to escape from the mental hospital and go to the convenience store to ask Tan Xiaoxiao for help. But the hospital's security was practically a military fortress. Not even a fly could get out, let alone someone as big as her. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar girl before her, whom she had seen countless times on her computer screen, Su Jing struggled to maintain her composure. "Miss Tan, hello." The moment Tan Xiaoxiao appeared in the live stream of the strange disaster, thousands of people in underground bases across Blue Star, and countless others watching the live stream on large screens in public squares, on televisions, and on computers at home, almost simultaneously exclaimed in surprise. "Tan Xiaoxiao, the mysterious convenience store owner who once helped the Fireseed team." A flood of comments instantly appeared in the live stream. "Why is Sister Tan in a mental hospital? Sister Tan's mental state has always been beautiful. I think it's normal for her to be like this. Sister Tan, please say Blue Star. Sister Tan. Help." These people didn't necessarily idolize Tan Xiaoxiao, they were simply desperate and placed their hopes on her. Soon, new voices appeared in the live stream, and 2 factions argued fiercely. "The NPCs in the ghostly world are all crazy. Don't trust her too much. What else can we do? Even Bian Ruijin has been mentally corrupted, and the whole team is just Su Jing, a newbie, holding things together. Isn't there a rumor that she's the 5th missing member of the Blue Star team? And a Yin country person? Stop dreaming, she's an NPC. The United Government has already compared the resident information and couldn't find a match." Chinyu sat in the classroom, avoiding the teacher's gaze while cautiously watching the Ghostly World livestream. Watching the increasingly hostile comments in the livestream, she frowned and nudged her deskmate beside her. "Lily, what kind of person do you think Sister Tan is?" Lily was immersed in the game world. Hearing Chinyu's question, she blinked and glanced at the phone screen on Chinyu's desk. Who cares what kind of person she is? Why watch her livestream? Humanity's doomed anyway, might as well play games with me. Chinyu pouted, a little annoyed. "I think Sister Tan is pretty good. Why don't these people in the livestream believe her?" Lily rolled her eyes, her fingers rapidly swiping across the screen. "She only helped us out by chance last time. If she can carry us through the dungeon this time, I eat this phone." Chapter 16. Seeing that Lily showed absolutely no interest in the live stream about the strange disaster, Chinyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Just then, the school bell rang, and Chinyu quickly packed his things, slung his school bag over his shoulder, and rushed home. Yu Lily, seeing this, pouted and put down her game console. She really didn't understand Shin Yu. He rushed home every day after school. What was so special about home? Yu Lily was an orphan, raised by an orphanage from a young age. Such cases were not uncommon on Earth, where natural disasters were frequent. Remembering Grandma Chun, whom she had met at Shin Yu's house last time, Yu Lily's eyes flickered, and she suddenly lost interest in the game. She carefully pulled a yellowed photograph from her pencil case. The photograph showed a boy and a girl embracing. The girl, wearing a floral dress, had her hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled brightly. Behind them stretched an endless field. Yu Lily stroked the edge of the photograph, flipping it over and staring at the neat, clear text on the back. Taken on July 17, 2045, on the Black Soil Plain. Lily, if you have the chance in the future, you must go back and see it. That's where Mom and Dad grew up. Yu Lily blinked away the tears in her eyes, and put the photograph back. The Black Soil Plain, the most expansive plain in Yin Kingdom, with the most fertile black soil, was once Yin Kingdom's largest granary. Unfortunately, this land had to be abandoned 15 years ago, because its pollution level exceeded the warning threshold of 60%. Go back to the Black Soil Plain? Yu Lily pursed her lips, knowing that this could only be a distant dream. That sister named Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't save Blue Star, just as she could never return to her homeland she had never met. Yu Lily picked up her phone from the table, and continued to immerse herself in the game. This caregiver was acting strangely, always glancing at her out of the corner of her eye. After being stared at for a while, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel annoyed. Miss Su, do we know each other? No. Caught in the act of peeping, a hint of unease flashed across Su Jing's haggard face. Let me take you to the ward. Head nurse Chang, standing to the side, watched the interaction between the two, suddenly stepped forward and gently patted Su Jing's shoulder. Little Su, keep up the good work. You're the longest-serving caregiver here. As head nurse Chang approached, her whisper seemed to transform into wriggling worms, densely burrowing into her ear. Su Jing subconsciously pinched her wrist hard, so hard that her fingertips turned white. Under the influence of pain, her rationality gradually returned. I will try my best. Su Jing raised her head, meeting the gaze of the eerily sinister nurse Chang. She paused, then said, word by word, and I will never forget your guidance. A true woman still dares to stand up for herself at a time like this. Is Su Jing really a newcomer? Strong. Her willpower is incredible. Even Bian Ruijin was highly corrupted, yet she can still remain conscious. Su Jing lightly touched her bracelet, and a line of black text appeared before her eyes. Team, Blue Star, Fire Seed Squad. Name, Su Jing, Team Member, Mental Strength, 35/100. Contamination Index, 70/100. Status Bar, Nurse Chang Special Care, Contamination Index +10. Only 10% away from the 80% warning line of completely losing her mind. A bitter smile flashed across Su Jing's face. With 70% contamination levels, she's only managed to stay afloat through sheer willpower. The moment she relaxes, she experiences terrifying hallucinations. These past few days, she hasn't dared to sleep, but the sleep deprivation is taking a toll on her body and mind. Su Jing knows she's reached her breaking point. If the mission doesn't find a way out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Jing stops and pushes open the door to room 105. This is it. Miss Tan, please feel free to call me if you need anything. It's a double room. The bed near the door is cluttered with belongings, presumably another patient's bed. Tan Xiaoxiao places the 2 cartons of milk that Dr. Wu confiscated beside the bed before looking at Su Jing. Miss Su, why are you staring at me? Su Jing snaps out of her reverie at the question and tries to close the distance. Sorry, actually. I'm a friend of Bian Ruijin and the others. They told me about you, so I'm a little curious. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, realizing she hadn't seen them in a long time and wondered how they were doing. Since Su Jing was their friend, she must be a good person, right? How have they been lately? The opportunity had arrived. Su Jing took a deep breath and choked back tears as she recounted her story. Half a month ago, the 3 of us started working here as caregivers. Tan Xiaoxiao wasn't surprised. Having lost their jobs at the food factory, they would definitely find new ones. And then? Su Jing wiped away her tears. And then? This hospital is strange. Su Jing. Xiao Su. I need your help. Just then, whether intentionally or not, Nurse Chang's voice rang out in the hallway. Her voice was extremely loud and urgent. Su Jing trembled, her voice barely audible. Miss Tan, only you can save us. Before Tan Xiaoxiao could react, the sexy woman in front of her reached into her underwear, pulled a palm-sized notebook, and tossed it onto Tan Xiaoxiao's bed with lightning speed. Xiao Su, where are you? Perhaps because she hadn't received a reply from Su Jing for so long, Nurse Chang's voice became even shrill. Don't you know how to answer me? If you can't speak, then don't speak at all. The shrill voice traveled through the corridor to Su Jing's ears. Suddenly, she felt her vision blurring, and her throat felt like it was stuffed with wet cotton, rendering her speechless. What's wrong? Tan Xiaoxiao saw her face turn purple and immediately became worried. Due to lack of oxygen, Su Jing was dazed, as if she saw strange tentacles crawling down the ceiling and wrapping around her neck. Su Jing felt her tongue melting, turning into a sticky liquid stuck in her throat. She couldn't swallow it, and she couldn't spit it out. Su Jing's eyes bulged, veins stood out, and after a long while, she managed to squeeze out a single word. Water? Water? Where was she going to find water? Tan Xiaoxiao quickly opened a carton of milk on the floor, unscrewed the cap, and poured it down Su Jing's throat. Su Jing felt a warm sensation slide down her throat, and the suffocating feeling around her neck disappeared. The darkness in her vision faded, the throbbing in her temples disappeared, even her breathing became smooth, and her whole body felt like it had been infused with new energy. Su Jing regained her senses, and her previously taut nerves instantly relaxed. Drinking the refreshing milk, mental value plus 40, pollution index minus 40. Just one bottle of milk. It actually raised her mental value from 35 to 75. And her pollution index dropped directly from near the warning line to a safe level. Su Jing tightly gripped the carton of milk shoved into her hand, and color gradually returned to her pale face. This milk is amazing. Sister Tan, are you a treasure chest? How come you have everything? What does the milk taste like? I want some. Regaining her senses, Su Jing stared at Tan Xiaoxiao with shining eyes. Just when she was about to be dragged into the abyss, someone had forced a lifeline onto her, giving her the courage to fight against the darkness. Could you give me a few more bottles of this milk? Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, generously giving Su Jing 5 or 6 bottles. Just then, the ward door was forcefully flung open, and head nurse Chang stormed in with a grim face, her gaze fixed on Su Jing as if questioning why she was still alive. Su Jing clutched the milk as if it were a lifeline, a sudden surge of courage rising within her. Head nurse Chang, is something the matter? The two stared at each other, the room seeming to cool down. After a long pause, head nurse Chang coldly turned and left. The patient needs to take her medication. Come help me prepare. Su Jing, still clutching the milk, calmly stood up and followed head nurse Chang. Watching the exchange between the two, Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat confused. She sat back down on the bed, feeling something pressing against it. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up and picked up the small notebook from the bed. The handwriting in the notebook was messy and blurry, seemingly a diary. Tan Xiaoxiao found it strange. Who writes a diary? But considering this was a mental hospital, it made sense. Page 1 Today is my first day in the hospital. The doctor told me to stay for 2 days, and I can be discharged once my emotions stabilize. Page 2. This Drive Wu's temper is much worse than the last Dr. Wu. I don't want to take my medication. Page 3 Dr. Wu said my condition has worsened, and I need to stay a few more days, but I have urgent business to attend to. Maybe I should find someone to stay in the hospital for me. Tan Xiaoxiao's hand, which was flipping through the notebook, paused. Could someone really stay in the hospital for you? And what did she mean by this Dr. Wu's temper is much worse than the last Dr. Wu? Were the doctors at this hospital just for the month? And which Dr. Wu was treating her? She scratched her head. It really was a mental patient's diary. It was truly perplexing. Just as she was about to turn the page again, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly stuffed the notebook into her clothes. A young man in a hospital gown. Are you a new fishing buddy? Fishing buddy? Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the fishing rod in his hand. Yes. The patient nodded, plopped down on his bed, and started casting his line, fishing at the empty fish tank beside his bed. Tan Xiaoxiao, sitting beside him, joked, "Fishing all by yourself? How many fish did you catch? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see it's an empty fish tank?" The patient turned back to look at Tan Xiaoxiao, bewildered. Besides, there are 3 other fishing buddies with me. I'm not alone. So it wasn't hallucinations, it was schizophrenia. Tan Xiaoxiao lay back down on the bed, turned to face the wall, and took out a notebook from her pocket to continue reading. 13th day I don't want to take my medicine. Nurse Chong is so annoying. Day 34, a new batch of caregivers arrived. The blonde one is really handsome and has a good temper. I think he agreed to take my place in the hospital, right? Day 43, I'm being discharged tomorrow. I'm so happy. I hope the blonde handsome guy who took my place receives good treatment. Blonde handsome guy? Tan Xiaoxiao inexplicably thought of someone. Could this unlucky guy be Lu Luan? Is it this complicated to get discharged from this hospital? Tan Xiaoxiao was a little troubled. Her convenience store had finally built up a stable customer base. What would happen to her store if she couldn't get out? Maybe she should follow the example of the owner of this diary and find a caregiver to take her place in the hospital? Chapter 17. Just as Tan Xiaoxiao was pondering how to be discharged, the sound of a trolley echoed down the corridor, its clanging and clattering carrying a sense of oppressive tension. Nurse Chong pushed the trolley, her steps quick. 105, room, time for your medication. Tan Xiaoxiao tucked her notebook under the covers and looked at Nurse Chong pushing the trolley in. Behind her followed Su Jing, whose face was filled with fear and exhaustion. In just a few tens of minutes, Su Jing seemed to have aged 10 years. Has she been tormented by Nurse Chong? She had indeed heard that workplace bullying was rampant these days. Su Jing entered the ward and, at Nurse Chang's signal, distributed the medication to Tan Xiaoxiao with trembling hands. Her hands shook, her eyes revealed anxiety, and her face was full of reluctance. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a headache coming on just looking at the pile of medicine. She had hated taking medicine since she was a child. If only these pills were like candy. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the pill in her hand, then, with a death-defying resolve, shoved it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up immediately. It was sweet. Exactly like candy. Watching Tan Xiaoxiao eat so calmly, Su Jing grew increasingly anxious. She knew all too well what was wrong with this medicine. After taking it, these patients' conditions would only worsen, eventually turning them into monsters controlled by that Dr. Wu. But she had no excuse to stop her. Head Nurse Chong was right there. If she provoked her, the consequences would be terrifying. Not only Su Jing, but the viewers in the live stream of the strange disaster were also anxious. Sister Tan is such a good person. I don't want to see her mentally corrupted. Su Jing. Stop her. If Su Jing stops Tan Xiaoxiao, Head Nurse Chong will be the first to finish her off. Compared to the simple-minded citizens, the Blue Star government was clearly thinking much more deeply and far ahead. The joint conference room was silent. The Blue Star elite stared at the live stream of the disaster, their faces grim. We were too idealistic before. The difficulty of the S-rank instance is simply too great. Chong Haoqi rubbed his temples, staring at the girl on the live stream screen, his eyes flashing with doubt and wavering. In this instance, Tan Xiaoxiao has become a patient in the hospital, meaning that if she wants to leave, she needs to find a new caregiver to replace her. A brown-haired man in a suit, who had been silent until now, picked up the conversation. The man had striking features, and clearly had Western ancestry. Now, the only caregiver left in the entire hospital is Su Jing. Although Tan Xiaoxiao is very likely to be identified as a Blue Star member by the system, this is just speculation. We can't gamble Blue Star's future on an uncertainty. The man stood up and spoke slowly and deliberately in broken Yin Mandarin, staring at Chong Haoqi. Chong, I always trusted you, but this time, I don't support your decision. Su Jing must find a way to exit the instance and protect herself, not contact Tan Xiaoxiao. Fred Newman, the highest leader of the Western faction in the Blue Star United government, held a pivotal position within the government. Although Chong Haoqi was the commander-in-chief, he had to give him face. Fred, I understand your concerns, but... Chong Haoqi closed his eyes. The first success came too easily, causing him to overlook the perils of the S-rank instance. The ambition he had before the instance began had now turned into utter despair. Even more terrifying was that in this instance, Tan Xiaoxiao, seen as their savior, was actually on their opposite side. Was this a coincidence, or had the game system detected something amiss and deliberately created this opportunity to fix the bug? Chong Haoqi looked at the experts behind him. In your opinion, should we notify Su Jing to exit the instance? The experts looked at each other, but none dared to speak. The scene resembled a palace drama, where the imperial physicians were helpless against the emperor's illness, heads bowed, barely daring to breathe, fearing that a single misstep would bring about their deaths. Chong Haoqi knew his decision would affect the future of the entire Blue Star. His face remained unchanged, but his hands under the conference table trembled almost imperceptibly. He picked up the thick stack of documents on the table, information about Tan Xiaoxiao compiled by Blue Star experts. Opening the first page, he saw a photograph of a girl in a white shirt, expressionless. Below were simple identification details. Tan Xiaoxiao, abilities unknown, extremely powerful. She suffers from paranoia and has an almost obsessive dedication to running a convenience store. She has a fondness for good-looking people or things, especially shiny ones, and was mistakenly identified as a member of the Blue Star team by the Ghostly Disaster game. To be confirmed, turning to the second page, there's a description and layout of Tan Xiaoxiao's convenience store, along with photos taken from the Ghostly Disaster livestream. Chang Haoqi squinted, his gaze lingering on a photograph. Through the neatly stacked shelves, a calligraphy scroll could be clearly seen hanging on the wall. The strokes were powerful, sharp yet composed, exuding an air of integrity. Most importantly, the words on it. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness. It was because of this calligraphy that so many people on the Ghostly Discourses forum doubted Tan Xiaoxiao's identity, and it was also because of this calligraphy. Whether Tan Xiaoxiao was an NPC or a member of the Blue Star team, he was prepared to risk believing in her this once. Since Tan Xiaoxiao cares so much about this convenience store, and as the owner, she deliberately hung the calligraphy in the most prominent place in the store. That proves, regardless of whether she wrote it or not, she approves of its values. In that case, Chang Haoqi carefully traced the text on the photo with his fingertips, took a deep breath, and, under everyone's gaze, issued the notice. Informed Su Jing that, while ensuring her own safety, she should approach Tan Xiaoxiao, and whatever she wants to do, assist her to the best of her ability. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent for a few seconds, the figures in the meeting room stirred slightly, and the expressions of the people below varied. Fred immediately stood up, not even bothering to straighten the buttons on his suit jacket that had popped open. Chang! You should know how dangerous the dungeon is right now. Su Jing is already having a hard time protecting herself in this situation. I cannot agree with your decision. As soon as Fred finished speaking, Chang Haoqi also stood up, sparks flying between them. The confrontation between two high-ranking leaders of Blue Star sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Everyone lowered their heads, their eyes fixed on the scene, a heavy atmosphere hanging in the air. Just then, a voice, aged yet firm and steady, rang out. I agree with Xiao Chang's decision. Everyone turned to look at the meeting room door. Chang Haoqi was startled, looked at the nearly 90-year-old man, and immediately stood up and strode over. Elderly, what brings you here? Li Minka, the previous Supreme Commander of the Blue Star United Government, and one of its founders. It could be said that when the cataclysmic game descended, he single-handedly stabilized the situation, established the underground centralized support base, and protected Blue Star from one natural disaster after another. Li Minka, leaning on his cane, appeared sprightly, but Chang Haoqi knew the hospital had issued several critical condition notices to the elderly man. This great contributor to Blue Star's success was already at his limit. I know you all want to play it safe, but this time, there's no room for complacency. Li Minka glanced around, his sharp eyes fixed on the large screen in the conference room. You all know the current state of Blue Star. Even with pollution-free rice seeds, it's only a temporary solution. Frequent natural disasters, polluted soil and water, Blue Star's resources simply cannot support 2 billion people. No matter how meticulously the United Government manages its resources, the population is declining at an alarming rate. They only have two choices, either be slowly boiled like frogs in water, silently awaiting the end of human civilization in the vast universe, or seize the opportunity while they still have, taking advantage of the appearance of this mysterious girl, and fight to the death. Everyone present was an elite, they understood these principles. But when that day finally arrived, none of them could bring themselves to make that decision. It's not that I don't want to leave myself a way out, it's that Blue Star has no way out. Have you ever thought about why those higher dimensional beings reminded Blue Star that the lower Star League is about to begin? A hint of worry flashed in Li Minka's eyes, this old man who had devoted his entire life to Blue Star. If Blue Star doesn't get a ticket to the lower Star League, what will happen? Have you thought about that? A deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone knew perfectly well that the higher dimensional beings treated them like humans treat ants. No, even more cruelly. Therefore, humanity's fate can only be either to perish amidst pollution and natural disasters, or to be carelessly destroyed by impatient higher dimensional beings. These higher dimensional beings are unlikely to have a change of heart and help humanity rebuild their home. Thinking this, Fred, who had been vehemently opposed, swallowed hard. He knew that Elderly was right. These higher dimensional beings had never intended to let humanity go. Fred's tense body relaxed slightly, then his shoulders slumped, and under everyone's gaze, he said weakly, We do as you say. Chong Haoqi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the elderly and experienced elderly beside him with admiration in his eyes. You're really something, you convinced them right away. Li Minka shook his head, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen. You just can't keep your composure. You should be calmer, especially at crucial moments. Seeing Chong Haoqi about to argue, Li Minka frowned and stopped him. Don't say anything, I don't want to hear it, don't disturb my live stream. Okay. Chong Haoqi, his words cut off, silently sat back down. He looked up, following Elder Li's gaze to the live stream. The girl who embodied everyone's hopes sat on the edge of the bed, holding a glass of warm water. Her long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath her eyes, her face expressionless, appearing exceptionally cold. Tan Xiaoxiao, a girl of unknown identity, had now become Blue Star's only hope. Chapter 18. Tan Xiaoxiao sat on the edge of the bed, looking helplessly at Su Jing, who remained in her hospital room, unwilling to leave. Miss Su, I really don't need your care here. Su Jing's bracelet vibrated, and she cautiously checked the message sent to her by the Blue Star United government. Tell Tan Xiaoxiao part of the truth to obtain help, and exchange sincerity for trust. Su Jing took a deep breath and knelt on the ground, looking at the girl before her with her clear, watery eyes. Miss Tan, I really have no other choice now, I can only beg your help. As it turns out, neither men nor women can resist being asked for help by a stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, exquisite features, and tearful eyes. Tell me, I do my best to help. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's words, Su Jing's tears immediately stopped, and she quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao watched the other woman's series of smooth and practiced actions, and even wondered if she had been set up. Just then, Su Jing began to recount her experiences at the mental hospital over the past 2 weeks. Because she feared Tan Xiaoxiao wouldn't accept that this world was just an alternate reality, Su Jing selectively concealed some details. Tan Xiaoxiao listened with furrowed brows to Su Jing's anxious narration, and after a long pause, she summarized. So you mean there's something strange about this mental hospital? Patients who want to be discharged must find a scapegoat to replace them. Bian Ruijin and the others became scapegoats. Only you escaped because you were cautious. Dr. Wu isn't a good person, he uses patients for experiments, and the medication he gives them is problematic. Yes. Su Jing cautiously raised her head. Due to her professional HR background, she enjoyed observing changes in people's facial expressions to infer their reactions. However, this ability always failed her with Tan Xiaoxiao. The girl's reactions were always too unexpected. I just took my medicine, and I feel fine, Tan Xiaoxiao said incredulously. And Dr. Wu is quite nice. He even waived the medical fees. Su Jing remained calm. As a professional HR, her forte was persuasion. It's normal for online consultations to be free, but have you ever seen a doctor who doesn't charge you for hospitalization? Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, seemingly agreeing. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao wavering, Su Jing was about to press her advantage when head nurse Chang suddenly returned. Her dark, unsettling eyes coldly swept over Su Jing, as if scrutinizing her. Su Jing, I always trusted you, believing you can take over my position. Don't let me down. Upon hearing this, Su Jing felt a chill run down her spine, her limbs going weak. Head nurse Chang then looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. Miss Tan, Dr. Wu is waiting for you in the examination room. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Oh, I go right now. She stood up, turned to Su Jing. Let's talk about it when I get back. Watching Tan Xiaoxiao follow head nurse Chang towards the examination room, Su Jing's heart tightened. She could barely contain her fear. She had seen too many patients here whose conditions had initially been fine suddenly worsened after entering the examination room. Even Bian Ruijin, the most experienced member of the team, completely lost his composure after entering the examination room. Su Jing's mind went blank, only one thought lingering in her head. Tan Xiaoxiao can't go. She has to stop her. Just then Nurse Chang, who was walking at the front, suddenly turned her head, a flash of crimson in her eyes. Su Jing instantly broke out in a cold sweat, her entire body feeling as if it were sealed shut, unable to move. Watching the two figures gradually shrink and finally disappear, Su Jing didn't know how much time had passed before she finally managed to struggle to her feet. The bracelet on her wrist flashed, and a line of golden text flashed before her eyes. Blue Star United Government. Su Jing, go to the examination room immediately. The corridor outside the examination room seemed to have just been mopped. There were still some water stains on the floor tiles, and shoes made a hollow echo when they stepped on them. Nurse Chan coldly opened the door and pushed Tan Xiaoxiao inside. Go in. The next second, the door clicked shut. Inside the consultation room, Dr. Wu slowly turned around at the table, his dark pupils fixed on Tan Xiaoxiao in the doorway, seemingly assessing something. Did you take your medication today? Tan Xiaoxiao, for some reason, thought of what Su Jing had told her. She composed herself. Dr. Wu was such a kind person. How could she believe one person's words and maliciously speculate about him? I did. It tasted very good, just like candy. Dr. Wu frowned, a hint of suspicion flashing across his face. The medication clearly had no sweetness whatsoever. Head nurse Chan was always conscientious and responsible. It was impossible for her to have switched the medication. Dr. Wu looked at Tan Xiaoxiao and adjusted his glasses. Miss Tan, given your current unstable mental state, I suggest you undergo hypnotherapy. Hypnosis? Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated. Is it necessary? Dr. Wu glanced at Tan Xiaoxiao, his expression turning cold. Tan Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Perhaps it wasn't wise to avoid seeking medical help. What if her condition worsened and she harmed someone during an attack? At Dr. Wu's prompting, she hesitantly lay down on the examination table. The next second, a cold metal ring suddenly snapped onto her wrist. Tan Xiaoxiao froze, incredulously saying, Dr. Wu? Miss Tan is so easily fooled. Unfortunately, I'm not the Dr. Wu you're looking for. Dr. Wu expressionlessly raised the syringe, looking down at Tan Xiaoxiao. I always been curious, are you a player or an NPC? Your existence shouldn't be in the mission log issued by headquarters. What player? What NPC? Tan Xiaoxiao looked completely bewildered. I don't understand what you're talking about. Dr. Wu coldly stared at the girl on the examination table. It's alright, you find out what I'm talking about. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't even feel pain when the needle pierced her skin. Only after the unknown drug flowed into her bloodstream through her meridians did Tan Xiaoxiao feel, as if countless needles were simultaneously churning her entire body. Speak, who are you? What's your name? What is your identity? She curled up on the examination bed, Dr. Wu's refined yet depraved face contorted before her eyes, like a lapdog. Tan Xiaoxiao was inexplicably amused by her own association, and burst out laughing. Dr. Wu seemed enraged by Tan Xiaoxiao's seemingly defiant laugh. He grinned distortedly, and injected her with 3 times the usual dose of the drug. Speak, what's your name? Where are you from? You shouldn't be here. Dr. Wu's frantic questioning still echoed in her ears. Can you still laugh? Why are you still laughing? Tan Xiaoxiao was confused. Why wouldn't Dr. Wu let her laugh? Isn't a smile a bridge for communication between people? Tan Xiaoxiao felt pain in her very bones. She gritted her teeth, her knuckles digging into the bed. The sob escaping her throat was forcibly choked back. In a daze, a scene flashed before her eyes. These images were shattered like glass, but the sounds were incredibly clear. Xiaoxiao, be good. If it hurts, just smile. Smiling will make it stop hurting. Her voice was soft, like it was soaked in honey. Always be happy, mommy will always be with you. The scene shifted again, a gentle female voice filled with sobs and reluctance, making Tan Xiaoxiao's heart ache. Xiaoxiao, be a good girl after you leave with daddy. When you grow up, you must come back to Yin country to see mommy. Mommy. So she's mommy? Tan Xiaoxiao even ignored the excruciating pain in her body. She frowned, trying hard to remember her mother's voice and face. Just then, an annoying voice interrupted her memories. You're quite tolerant. Dr. Wu pushed up his glasses, staring at the unresponsive Tan Xiaoxiao with surprise. It's time to increase the dosage. Interrupted by Dr. Wu, her mother's voice abruptly disappeared, and Tan Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. Anger erupted instantly like magma. She raised her bound wrists, followed by a crisp metallic cracking sound in the examination room. The next second, her fingertips were gripping the doctor's neck tightly. I'm angry. It's one thing for you to impersonate a doctor and practice medicine illegally. Tan Xiaoxiao's dark eyes blazed with fury. How dare you interrupt my conversation with my mother? Dr. Wu's neck was being choked, his face turning purplish blue. He instinctively tried to struggle, but found himself unable to move. A powerful force emanating from the girl was suppressing him firmly. Damn it, who exactly is she? Su Jing was running down the corridor. Tan Xiaoxiao had been taken away 20 minutes ago. Thinking of the patients, who had been tortured by Dr. Wu to the point of wishing they were dead, Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the closed consultation room, Su Jing delivered a swift side kick, slamming the door open with a loud bang. The scene before her made her pupils shrink instantly. The girl was hunched over, her eyes filled with calm rage. Dr. Wu lay sprawled on the floor, his white coat torn askew, his glasses hanging from one ear, his face purplish blue, his head tilted at an unbelievable angle. The Dr. Wu, so powerful, terrifying, and shrouded in mystery in the eyes of all Blue Star people, the Dr. Wu who controlled the entire mental hospital and inflicted half a month of mental torture on Su Jing, had vanished silently in Tan Xixiao's hands. Hearing the noise at the door, the girl slowly turned her head, her dark eyes unfathomable, her eyelids not even trembling, staring only at Su Jing, something faintly flickering in her eyes. Su Jing was startled by those emotionless eyes, her legs went weak, and she slipped and fell to the ground. Then she heard this girl, comparable to a fierce god, utter a sentence blankly, seemingly asking her a question, or perhaps muttering to herself. A sentence that caused an uproar among all Blue Star people in the live stream, and even the Blue Star United government. Yin country, where is it? What's going on? Could the news from the Ghost Stories forum actually be true? Sister Tan is really from Yin country? I knew it. Why would an NPC hang the 24-character mantra at the entrance of their shop? Chapter 19. Suppressing her excitement, Su Jing clutched her wildly beating heart. The black bracelet on her wrist trembled, revealing a line of golden text. Blue Star United Government. Su Jing, remain calm. First, try to find out where she learned about Yin country. As an HR professional who constantly tries to please everyone, always caught between the lines, Su Jing possesses exceptional mental fortitude and resilience. This is why, after entering the mental hospital, she was the only one in the group who managed to evade the deception of patients and the head nurse, remaining the only one who could maintain her composure. Su Jing took a deep breath, trying to ignore the bloodlust and murderous aura emanating from the girl. Why do you want to go to Yin country? Tan Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze. I want to find someone very important. Su Jing instinctively wanted to ask who it was, but her keen observation skills told her that the girl didn't trust her. After all, she and Tan Xiaoxiao had only known each other for less than a day. Su Jing opened her mouth, about to say something, when a buzzing sound filled her ears, and Nurse Chang's screams and roars echoed down the corridor. Then, a system notification sounded. Unlike the usual emotionless, mechanical voice, this notification carried a hint of malice. The key figure in the instance, Dr. Wu, is dead. The calm and gentle Nurse Chang has become enraged. How will the self-proclaimed clever Blue Star players deal with this? Not only Su Jing, but even the Blue Star people watching the live stream felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the mission notification. This system notification is so cheeky. Is this the time to worry about that? The mission. The mission is the focus. Everyone go to the Ghost Stories forum. There's a shocking scoop. I go check it out. If you dare to lie to me, I turn you into mincemeat. In the Blue Star joint office, hearing this unusual notification, Chang Haoqi and Old Li, sitting beside him, exchanged a thoughtful glance. This was the first time they heard emotion in the system's notification tone. This resentful broadcast suggested that the system had also noticed Tan Xixiao's odd behavior, but was powerless to stop her. And where did Tan Xiaoxiao learn about Yin country? If Tan Xiaoxiao was truly from Yin country, why did the facial recognition fail? Just as he was pondering this, there was a knock on the office door, and the female secretary, in low-heeled shoes, rushed in. She walked up to the commander with her head down, controlling her voice. Someone on the Ghost Stories forum hacked into the United Government's database and found Tan Xixiao's identity information, confirming she is a citizen of Blue Star. Chang Haoqi frowned. How is that possible? We done facial recognition. How could her information be in the database? A hint of embarrassment and hesitation flashed across the secretary's face. We only compared facial information of residents from the last 30 years. A flicker of anger crossed Chang Haoqi's face. Didn't I tell you to compare all the information? How could such a huge mistake occur? Old Li coughed twice, his expression somewhat unnatural. It's also my fault. Back then, when the natural disaster happened, the data transfer wasn't done properly, resulting in a lot of early data being a mess, and it still hasn't been sorted out. Old Li leaned on his cane, stood up thoughtfully. That hacker can accurately find information in a massive database. He's a valuable asset. He broke the law, and you're praising him. Chang Haoqi snatched the tablet from his female secretary, opened the Ghost Story forum, and because there were too many people accessing it, it took him half a minute to squeeze in. As expected, the post he was looking for had already been pushed to the front page by enthusiastic netizens. Must go to bed early tonight. Found this in the United Government's database. Tan Xiaoxiao really is a Blue Star person. Screenshot. This screenshot clearly comes from the Yin Kingdom government's database from decades ago, and it even includes Tan Xiaoxiao's ID photo. Tan Xiaoxiao in the photo looks no different from how she looks now, wearing a white shirt, her hair neatly combed. However, one line of information is particularly eye-catching. Date of birth, July 15, 2005, a person born 55 years ago. How can she still maintain her youth, and even appear in the world of the strange disaster? It seems that Tan Xiaoxiao's appearance was indeed an accident that even the strange disaster game hadn't anticipated. Chang Haoqi narrowed his eyes, waved to summon his secretary, and whispered the instructions. Go find this hacker and get him to cooperate with us in investigating some things. The moment she heard the notification from the system, Su Jing reacted immediately. She stood up, slammed the door of the consultation room shut, and laboriously pushed the heavy mahogany table to the doorway, firmly blocking it. Tan Xiaoxiao, still lost in her memories, was somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? Nurse Chang. She's been a bit irritable lately. We can't let her barge in. Su Jing gasped for breath, continuing to push the bookshelf towards the door. These incoherent words left Tan Xiaoxiao confused, but her attention wasn't on that. She closed her eyes, trying to clear her mind, hoping to recall her mother's appearance and more information about Yin country, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything. Still seething with anger, Tan Xiaoxiao kicked the corpse on the ground, remembering the hateful scene of Dr. Wu interrupting her recollection. The kick immediately left a grayish-black footprint on the white coat. Tan Xiaoxiao was still not satisfied. She bent down, grabbed the collar of the coat, and flung it away as if venting her frustration. A thud was heard as something fell from Dr. Wu's pocket. Tan Xiaoxiao bent down to pick up the medicine box from the ground and examined it. Instantly, a line of large, bold characters appeared before her eyes. Contaminated medicine. Mental contamination index plus 40%. Was she hallucinating again? Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat used to it. Since it couldn't be cured, she wouldn't treat it. Maybe she could see her mother again someday when she had an attack. Tan Xiaoxiao shook the medicine box in her hand, opened it, and saw that there were 3 more vials inside. Was this the same medication Dr. Wu injected her with? If she gave herself 2 injections, would she remember her mother's face? Just then, there was a knock at the door, each knock more urgent than the last, so forceful it made the doorframe tremble. Su Jing! Are you in there? Nurse Chang's icy voice was filled with obvious anger and anxiety. Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she wanted to pull Tan Xiaoxiao towards the window behind them. They were on the 2nd floor. If they were careful and found a cushion, they wouldn't be seriously injured. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly took a step back, dodging Su Jing's hand. Looking at the medication in her hand, her eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, she plunged it into her own arm. By the time Su Jing saw what Tan Xiaoxiao was holding, it was already too late. Why would Tan Xiaoxiao inject herself with a contaminating potion? Has she gone mad? Having worked as a caregiver in the dungeon for over half a month, no one understood the potion's terrifying power better than Su Jing. Her 3 unlucky teammates gradually lost their minds after being injected with a contaminating potion by Dr. Wu. Tan Xiaoxiao held the syringe firmly, the needle already piercing her skin. Su Jing tried to grab it, but it was too late. Watching the potion disappear from the syringe, Su Jing's hand froze in midair, her face draining of all color. The Blue Star people watching the live stream were in an uproar. If Sister Tan has gone mad, what will happen to Su Jing, who was in the same room with her? I told you, I shouldn't have trusted the NPCs. Who was just saying Tan Xiaoxiao was from Blue Star? She's been expelled from the planet so quickly? It's over, now we're caught between a rock and a hard place. Su Jing's bracelet vibrated, and a message from the Blue Star United Government appeared before her eyes. Blue Star United Government, Su Jing. Run! Jump out the window. Su Jing didn't think twice. She bore the fate of the entire Blue Star on her shoulders. She couldn't act recklessly. Su Jing stood up and instinctively ran towards the window. Just then, a pair of thin, cold hands grabbed her. Where are you jumping? Su Jing, clinging to the windowsill in a comical posture, turned back blankly to look at the bewildered girl before her, trembling as she asked. You're still conscious? What did she mean by still conscious? Although she did have some mental issues, they weren't severe enough to cause her to lose her mind. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the medicine in her hand, somewhat regretfully. She wondered if it was because Dr. Wu had given her 3 injections earlier that she had developed antibodies, because the last injection had been completely ineffective. This stuff is completely useless. Su Jing couldn't help but gasp. A drug that could increase contamination by 40% had no effect on Tan Xiaoxiao. Just how strong was Tan Xiaoxiao's mental resistance? Su Jing stared at Tan Xiaoxiao, her face a complex mix of bewilderment, shock, and awe. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine from the intense gaze, and instinctively took a step back, about to say something. Nurse Chang, whom the two had ignored for so long, suddenly burst into maniacal laughter outside the door. Heh. Heh heh. The laughter grew louder and louder, as if it had a life of its own, drilling into Su Jing's mind, echoing and clashing wildly within it, making Su Jing feel dizzy. In a daze, she seemed to see the highly contaminated Captain Bian Ruijin walking towards her, grabbing her by the neck, his twisted face full of bulging veins. He stared at her, his eyes fierce, as if questioning why she hadn't completed the mission? Why hadn't she saved them? Realizing that the laughter would increase her mental pollution index, Su Jing trembled, reached out, pulled out the dagger strapped to her leg, and decisively stabbed herself in the arm. The pain jolted Su Jing back to her senses. Before she could even bandage her arm, a deafening bang resounded. The door was flung open, the bookshelves and desk behind it slamming backward against the wall. A dark figure appeared before her with a chilling smile, and behind her stood 3 patients in hospital gowns. Su Jing half lay on the ground, her first sight being of her 3 teammates standing at the front, already completely out of their minds. They had long since lost their self-awareness, following behind Nurse Chang stiffly, their lips curled into unbelievable angles, looking like puppets. Su Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly worthy of an S-rank instance. Even killing requires destroying the spirit, making players die at the hands of their former comrades. These high-dimensional beings writing the script behind the scenes must find it very amusing, right? Tan Xiaoxiao put away the last 2 vials of medicine in her hand, then looked at the aggressive Nurse Chang and complained. Nurse Chang, why are you being so rude? Tan Xiaoxiao turned her head, and when she saw the 3 people in hospital gowns standing behind Nurse Chang, her pupils widened slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. You're here too. So we're all fellow patients. That's great. Let's all receive treatment together. I shouldn't be smiling in such a tense situation, but I can't help it. What fellow patients? Sister Tan's spirits are truly wonderful. I don't know why, but as long as Sister Tan is around, I feel inexplicably at ease. Seeing her 3 former teammates lose their minds, a pang of heartache flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Nurse Chang scanned the room, and upon seeing Dr. Wu's body, a chilling glint appeared on her face. She glanced back coldly, and 3 people in hospital gowns emerged. The leader, Bian Ruijin, had bandages wrapped around his head, and held a wooden stick that appeared out of nowhere. Yinitong and Lu Luan stood to his left and right, respectively, one holding a gleaming silver knife, the other holding a shattered ceramic plate, the crack sharp and jagged. The 3 moved stiffly like puppets, yet their eyes shone with the same empty fanaticism. Following the head nurse's gaze, they menacingly approached Tan Xiaoxiao. Su Jing was startled and instinctively tried to scramble to her feet to shield Tan Xiaoxiao. In her haste, she accidentally touched the bracelet on her wrist, and the previously blocked live-stream chat instantly appeared before her eyes. Damn, this NPC is so insidious. Is he using someone else to do his dirty work? Is he deliberately using Tan Xiaoxiao to eliminate the player? Is he deliberately trying to sow discord? Inside the Blue Star joint office, everyone simultaneously uttered a curse. Insidious. So insidious, if they weren't entirely certain before, now they were. No wonder Bian Ruijin and his 2 companions, despite their severe mental pollution, had survived this dog-eat-dog mental hospital. This game was deliberately creating conflict between Tan Xiaoxiao and launching. Whether Tan Xiaoxiao attacked a launching player, or a launching player harmed Tan Xiaoxiao, the 2 sides would ultimately become estranged and unable to cooperate again if the Fire Seed team clashed with Tan Xiaoxiao. Leading to a conflict between them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Jing reacted quickly, standing in front of Tan Xiaoxiao. Even if it meant fighting each other with her former teammates, she couldn't let launching lose Tan Xiaoxiao as an asset. Just as she was resigned to her fate, a pair of slender hands gently pushed her aside, hands on hips, and walked up to the trio, speaking familiarly. Your face is so pale, are you having another low blood sugar attack? She suddenly stepped forward and shoved them onto the sofa next to her. She swiftly collected the wooden stick, the sharp knife, and the broken plate, muttering to herself. What's wrong with this hospital? The doctor is an imposter, the head nurse has bipolar disorder, and now they're letting patients handle dangerous items. This action stunned not only Su Jing and the people in the live stream, but even the trio held captive by Tan Xiaoxiao. Nurse Chang stood at the door, watching this scene with venomous eyes, her gaze narrowing. The next second, Lu Luan, who was closest, suddenly lunged forward, opening his blood-red maw to bite at her neck, his blonde hair gleaming under the incandescent light. Seeing the boy's head approaching her, seemingly unsteady, Tan Xiaoxiao paused, then quickly pulled out a bag of mints, tossing one into Lu Luan's mouth, and then casually stuffing two more into the mouths of Bian Ruijin and Yin Yitong, who were still howling. Sigh, low blood sugar really does have its downsides. You can't even stand up straight. The coolness of the mint exploded instantly, and Lu Luan's figure froze, his growl caught in midair. Looking at the boy before her, as docile as a puppy, Tan Xiaoxiao glanced covetously at his blonde hair, and couldn't resist reaching out to stroke it. Tan Xiaoxiao was satisfied, it really felt good, just like a golden retriever. Lu Luan felt like he was in a hazy, disoriented dream. He dreamt he was trapped in darkness, unable to see the future, lost and directionless. In a daze, a line of black text flashed before his eyes. Icy mint candy, mental pollution index reduced by 40, control status lifted. Lu Luan's vision suddenly cleared, the images of his irrational state flashing before him like a cheap videotape, finally settling on the face of a blank-faced girl. A few seconds later, Lu Luan's vision cleared, and he realized his hand was still on her shoulder. His fingertips could even feel the delicate bone structure beneath the thin fabric. I'm sorry. He abruptly pulled his hand back, his knuckles hitting the sofa armrest without feeling any pain. His cheeks burned like fire, turning red from his ears to his jaw. His eyes darted frantically to the floor, and he buried his face in his hands in shame. It was incredibly awkward. Tan Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the boy's inner turmoil, waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Ignoring the boy's strange expression, she looked at the other two patients on the sofa, who also looked uneasy. Hey, are you guys feeling better now? Yin Yitong and Bian Ruijin had just woken from their hallucinations, but even after the hallucinations subsided, their contamination levels were still a high 50%. We're okay. Bian Ruijin rubbed his temples. His sense of responsibility as team leader made him consider their current situation even though he hadn't fully recovered. He stood up and looked at Su Jing in the corner, his eyes filled with admiration. You worked hard these past few days. Captain Bian, do you still think I'm a weak woman? Su Jing rolled her eyes, barely suppressing her anger. I told you not to go to the examination room, but you didn't believe me. Bian Ruijin, embarrassed by her retort, apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Seeing Su Jing's expression soften slightly, he turned to Tan Xiaoxiao and bowed deeply. Miss Tan, thank you for helping us again. Tan Xiaoxiao was puzzled, not understanding why Bian Ruijin thanked her every time they met, even though she hadn't really helped him much. She decided to stop thinking about it. She'd been away for so long, and she didn't even know how her convenience store was doing. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up and looked at Nurse Chang, who was blocking the entrance. Nurse Chang, I need to be discharged. Nurse Chang walked forward with a venomous look in her eyes, her tone sinister. You're not getting out. None of you are getting out. Her voice was hoarse yet drawn out, each word like sawing wood, stimulating the listener's nerves. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, turned and walked away. You should eat something to soothe your throat. That voice is just awful. Seemingly enraged by Tan Xiaoxiao's words, head Nurse Chang let out a beast-like roar, her body suddenly swelling, her eyes turning bloodshot, and she opened her mouth wide, her sharp teeth gleaming coldly under the fluorescent light. Su Jing stared intently at the swelling, attacking black shadow, her voice breaking. Careful. Bian Ruijin, who was closest, instinctively tried to reach out and grab Tan Xiaoxiao, but his mental control prevented him from moving his limbs. He could only watch helplessly as the gaping maw drew closer and closer to Tan Xiaoxiao's neck. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a stench of rotting flesh mixed with rust assault her senses, and foul-smelling saliva sprayed onto the hem of her clothes. You're a nurse. How can you not brush your teeth? It stinks. Tan Xiaoxiao abruptly took a half-step back, her brows furrowing in disgust. Instinctively, she pulled out her portable disinfectant spray and aimed it at Nurse Chang's contorted face. The nurse's scream abruptly stopped. Her body stiffened, large patches of flesh began to melt away, and her eyes stared wide open at Tan Xiaoxiao, their resentment as if encased in ice. Tan Xiaoxiao, clutching the empty bottle, kicked away the dripping slime at her feet with disgust. It's made a mess everywhere, so disgusting. The people on Blue Star watching the live stream of the supernatural disaster weren't surprised at all. The idiom just as I expected even flashed through their minds. With Sister Tan around, I feel safe. Sister Tan's disinfectant is really powerful. Nurse Chang truly lives up to her A-level supernatural status. She's still clinging to life even in this state. Do you think you can get out of here? The dying head nurse, her body convulsing, watched Tan Xixiao's retreating figure, letting out a chilling laugh. The numerous wounds on her face writhed like strange worms. You be back. You never get out. Tan Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and left the examination room, making sure to close the rickety door behind her. She followed her memory down the corridor. Most of the ward doors were ajar, and occasional muffled murmurs drifted from within. She frowned, only one thought in her mind. This place was too strange, she had to leave quickly. The convenience store was waiting for her to restock. She passed through the eerie inpatient ward and the deserted hospital lobby. Looking at the heavy iron door blocking her path, Tan Xiaoxiao pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. The head nurse's maniacal and chilling laughter echoed through the building, reaching her ears from afar. You can't get out? You can't get out? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned. Nurse Chang's voice was really loud. She walked to the base of the wall, grabbed a vine, and tugged at it to make sure it was sturdy. Then, she started climbing, stepping on the cracks between the bricks. Just as her fingertips touched the top, an invisible force suddenly slammed into her chest. With a thud, she fell back to the ground, her back hitting the hard concrete. Strange. Why is there an invisible safety net on this wall? Tan Xiaoxiao rubbed her back, stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and tried again. This time, she had only climbed halfway when the force came even stronger, like a cold hand pressing down on her shoulder, forcibly pushing her back down. Looks like she couldn't get over. How could this hospital's invisible safety net be so sturdy? No wonder that crazy head nurse was so sure she wouldn't get out. Tan Xiaoxiao, her face dark, strode back, taking 3 steps at a time. She was going back to settle scores with head nurse Chang. She was determined to get out of the hospital today. Watching Tan Xixiao's retreating figure, as she walked out of the treatment room, the 4 members of the Fire Seed team exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, Yanitong, the youngest member of the team, broke the silence first. Captain, what about the mission? Dian Ruijin, having been highly contaminated, had only just regained his senses and wasn't quite aware of the current situation. On the contrary, Su Jing stood up, looking at head nurse Chang, who was almost melted into a pile of rotten flesh on the ground, her tone gentle. Head nurse Chang, you know how to get someone discharged, right? Head nurse Chang gasped for breath, her eyes filled with schadenfreude, the stench of decay mixed with the smell of spoiled disinfectant permeating the entire room. A discharge certificate. Only a doctor can issue one. Dr. Wu is dead. The last syllable rose sharply, then plummeted again. All of you will rot here with me. Before she could finish, Su Jing suddenly moved. Before Nurse Chang could react, she had already bent down, picked up a sharp shard of porcelain from the ground, and precisely plunged it into the other woman's highly rotten arm. A blackish-green viscous fluid gushed from the crack in the porcelain shard, like a burst, foul-smelling sore. Nurse Chang's voice abruptly stopped. Su Jing's voice was gentle, but every word was laced with ice. You forgot? I said before, I won't forget your guidance. Remembering the days and nights of mental torment, the sleepless nights, the terror of being locked in a small, dark room, listening to her footsteps swaying back and forth. Su Jing's attack became even more ruthless. She tightened her fingertips slightly, then watched with satisfaction as the dark green viscous fluid gushed out even more violently. I've been holding back for so long. Standing to the side, Dian Ruijin stared dumbfounded at Su Jing's personal revenge. Remembering how he had called Su Jing a weak woman, he wanted to immediately travel back 10 days and slap his own blind self. Yanitong was a young girl. Although she had survived 3 dungeons in the ghostly disaster world, she was still not fully mature. Seeing this scene, she subconsciously took a step back and unconsciously tugged at Lu Luan's sleeve. Lu Luan, who had been lost in thought, finally snapped out of it. He observed his surroundings and looked at Dian Ruijin. The ghostly disaster game wouldn't leave us with an unsolvable mission. Logically speaking, any discharge certificate stamped with the hospital's official seal should be valid. Dian Ruijin nodded in agreement with Lu Luan's words, and the 3 of them immediately split up and began searching the entire office. As for Su Jing, the 3 of them tacitly decided not to disturb her venting her anger. Su Jing is really, powerful. Don't kill the important NPC. Probably not, she only attacked harmless places like the arms. After a while, Lu Luan finally pulled out an old wooden seal from the messy desk cabinet. He unscrewed the cap, revealing the words Qishan Mental Hospital, Gazai City engraved on it. Yin Yitong immediately used the printer to tentatively print a discharge certificate, then made several copies. Nurse Chang watched the players fussing around, a mocking look flashing across her face. Go ahead and print, it's useless. Only Dr. Wu can get you out. Dr. Wu is dead. Dead. That damn girl. Ah. Too noisy. Su Jing frowned, grabbed a stack of gauze, and stuffed it into Nurse Chang's mouth. Lu Luan picked up a freshly printed discharge certificate and slammed it on the table. Then, he took the wooden seal, stained with some unknown substance, from Yan Ruijin. I try it first. Lu Luan's calm voice carried a hint of tension. Under the gaze of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, he slammed the seal onto the paper. A muffled thud was heard, and a bright red imprint was clearly left below the words discharge approved. White paper, red seal, exceptionally glaring. Lu Luan was stunned. So easy? It seems. It worked? Yan Ruijin stood to the side, grinning, his face filled with barely suppressed joy. Yin Yitong, who had been staring intently at the paper, widened her eyes instantly and let out a short exclamation. It works. Upon hearing this, Su Jing rushed forward, snatched the discharge certificate from Lu Luan's hand, and examined it closely. Seeing the official seal clearly printed on the 4 large characters discharge approved, a look of surprise flashed across her face. I have the patient list here. Give them 1 each. As long as they can be discharged, our mission is complete. Is this mission really that easy? Something feels off. Pa, don't jinx it. Print it. Print it. Printing as many as you want is useless. They're all just waste paper. Head Nurse Chang coldly watched as the 4-person team checked the patient lists, printed, and stamped, working frantically. Her lips suddenly curled into an exaggerated upward arc. She wanted to sneer and mock, but her mouth was gagged, and she couldn't utter a sound. Su Jing, clutching a printed discharge certificate, caught a glimpse of Nurse Chang's sinister expression and immediately frowned. Suddenly, she noticed the bright red stamp on the paper begin to blur and smudge eerily at the edges. The red was no longer regular. It wriggled and spread like a living thing, quickly engulfing the 4 large characters discharge consent below. Within seconds, the complete stamp completely dissolved, turning into a sticky, murky, blood-red stain that soaked the entire A4 paper. Su Jing's heart tightened. Looking at Nurse Chang, whose eyes gleamed with smugness, she ripped the gauze out of her mouth. Was it you? Ha! Ha ha ha! Nurse Chang suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, her body violently arching back and forth. Her laughter was shrill and piercing, filled with chilling mockery and madness. Dr. Wu is dead. He can't get out. You all be gone forever. Bang! The weathered wooden door to the examination room was kicked open for the 3rd time with tremendous force, this time completely destroying the not-so-sturdy door. A figure stepped through the mess, walking against the dim light from outside. Tan Shishia's face was grim, her gaze like a cold knife, fixed directly on the laughing Nurse Chang. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. I want to be discharged. Ha ha, great, everything's here. I knew you'd come back. The head nurse's shrill sarcasm and maniacal laughter still echoed in the examination room, but Tan Xiaoxiao completely blocked out the unpleasant sound waves. Her gaze fell precisely on the blood-soaked discharge certificate scattered on the floor. Expressionless and without hesitation, she picked up a relatively clean piece of paper, its edges still stained with that sticky, dark red dye. Then, she strode up to the stunned Yin Yitong, glancing at the wooden official seal in the latter's hand. Tan Xiaoxiao expressionlessly reached out and snatched the wooden block from Yin Yitong's stiff hand. Yin Yitong was taken aback. Wait, that... Nurse Chang's laughter abruptly stopped, her face still bearing the distorted traces of maniacal laughter, her eyes wide as she stared at Tan Shishia's actions. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't even look at Nurse Chang. Holding the scrap of paper, she firmly grasped the official seal in her other hand and decisively stamped it onto the blank space. Pfft. The seal fell. The moment the stamp made a soft, muffled sound against the paper. Sizzle! Sizzle! The incandescent lights in the mental hospital corridors and treatment rooms flickered violently without warning. The flickering light illuminated the varied expressions on everyone's faces, making them appear and disappear intermittently. Su Jing and the others' expressions changed. The invisible, heavy shackles that had been binding them since entering the mental hospital, seemingly tightening deep within their souls, loosened noticeably in the eerie flickering light. Almost simultaneously, they gasped, their bodies instinctively straightening, blankly sensing the sudden relief of the strange pressure. Nurse Chang's maniacal laughter froze completely, replaced by an expression mixed with extreme shock, disbelief, and a hint of fear. Her mouth was agape, emitting unintelligible gasps, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets as she stared intently at the stamped discharge certificate in Tan Shisha's hand. No, impossible. Nurse Chang's expression, a mixture of mockery and malice, vanished completely, as if a power source had been suddenly cut off. The official seal remained clear, unblemished, and unstained. It was imprinted distinctly and firmly on the paper, a blindingly red, strikingly red, exceptionally effective, under the flickering incandescent light. Because Nurse Chang's voice was so jarring, Tan Xiaoxiao frowned in annoyance, picked up a teacup from the table, and threw it. With a thud, it struck precisely on the temple, silencing the arrogant, eccentric head nurse. Tan Xiaoxiao lowered her head, casually folded the stamped discharge certificate, stuffed it into her pocket, and prepared to walk out the door. Wait, wait! Boss! No, wait, Sister Tan. Wait for me. Yin Yitong snapped out of her daze, her face bursting with the joy of surviving a disaster. She scrambled to Tan Shisha's feet, frantically picking up a thick stack of brand new, blank discharge certificates from the ground. Her voice trembled with excitement and urgency. Stamp them. Stamp them for me too. Please. Stamp a few more. Tan Xiaoxiao stopped, tilting her head slightly. She glanced at the stack of discharge certificates handed to her, then at Yin Yitong's tear-streaked, pleading face, her eyes filled with confusion. Why so many? It's just a stamp. What's all the fuss about? She held out her hand. 1, 2, 3, her movements as swift as someone stamping on an assembly line. Bright red imprints, one after another, were firmly imprinted on the blank discharge certificates, each one perfectly clear, without the slightest sign of alteration. The overhead light flickered incessantly, and Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, somewhat annoyed. Can't this lousy hospital fix its lights? With a soft poof, the overhead light went completely out. A thick stack of papers was quickly stamped. As the last discharge certificate was stamped, a system notification simultaneously appeared in the ears of the Fire Seed Squad members. Blue Star Fire Seed Squad has completed the S-rank dungeon mission, Green Mountain Mental Hospital. Blue Star's land pollution level has been reduced by 20%, and a low-level Star League entry ticket has been awarded. Please return to the waiting area within 10 hours and await teleportation. Yu Lily was playing a game. She squinted, holding her breath as she aimed at her opponent. Just as her finger was about to press the trigger, her phone suddenly vibrated, the ringing interrupting her actions. Holy crap! My game! Yu Lily stared at the words game over and answered the phone in frustration. I was just about to get that chicken dinner. Qin Yu on the other end, however, was anything but her usual considerate and kind demeanor. Instead, she shouted excitedly. Lily, hurry! Turn on the TV and watch the news. What news? Yu Lily was annoyed. The TV was always broadcasting things like the world is beautiful and the future is full of hope, and she was sick of hearing it. Didn't she know whether humanity still had hope? Yu Lily didn't want to talk to Qin Yu, but Qin Yu was persistent, acting as if she wouldn't hang up until she turned on the TV. Yu Lily ruffled her hair in exasperation. Okay. She rummaged through the dusty remote, searched for batteries for a while, and finally turned it on. The screen flashed, just in time for the evening news to begin. The male and female anchors, sitting upright, wore genuine smiles, their grins almost reaching their ears. This was indeed unusual. The evening news anchor was highly skilled, usually maintaining a serious demeanor during broadcasts, even when she smiled. She would never make such a mistake. Good evening, viewers. Today is Friday, July 18th. Welcome to the evening news. The same old lines again. The rebellious girl tossed the remote control onto the table, yawned listlessly, and picked up her water glass. The next second, she froze, the words of complaint stuck in her throat. Good news. The Fire Seed Squad has successfully completed the S-rank mission at Green Mountain Mental Hospital. The pollution level of Blue Star's land has decreased by 20%. The pollution levels in the Mississippi Plain and the Inksoil Plain have fallen below the warning line and are being gradually improved. It is expected that some residents can be gradually relocated within 10 years. The Inksoil Plain? Yu Lily was stunned, her face a complex mix of emotions. After a long pause, she finally reacted and put down her water glass. The television screen had shifted from the studio to the outdoor setting, where a news reporter in protective gear was introducing the scene. Today I come to Morang City, located on the Morang Plain. This largest city in northeastern Yin Kingdom is gradually coming back to life. Behind her lay the city, once abandoned due to severe soil pollution, now dilapidated and almost entirely covered in highly polluted vegetation due to lack of human habitation and maintenance. Many workers in protective suits were working overtime to clean up the area. Even through the thick masks, the happiness and vitality radiating from the crowd was palpable. The photographer piloted a drone, navigating the dilapidated city, empty shopping malls, rundown apartment buildings, muddy roads. Lily stared intently at the live stream, her eyes red-rimmed. She pulled out a photo album her parents had left her from the bookshelf, comparing each picture, trying to find familiar scenes. Every time she saw a similar street scene, a smile spread across her face. Mom and Dad, Lily can go back now, back to the city where you met and fell in love. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the window, as if people were shouting something. She drew back the curtain she hadn't drawn in a long time, and opened the window to look out. She saw hundreds of people gathered on the sidewalk, many banging drums and gongs, cheering and jumping for joy. Several little girls with pigtails followed behind young, beautiful women, dancing a disorganized dance. Even an elderly man in a wheelchair was being pushed around by an old woman, chanting slogans. Gazing at this jubilant scene, her fingertips unconsciously tapped the windowsill. As the crowd began to disperse, she suddenly realized what was happening, turned around, grabbed her keys, and slammed the door shut behind her. Her sandals clicked and clattered on the concrete. As the drumbeats from downstairs grew closer, Lily's heart pounded. Even in the underground base, the summer heat was scorching. She was enveloped in a wave of heat as soon as she squeezed into the crowd. The drumming made her chest tingle, but Lily felt no discomfort. Instead, she swayed and danced with the crowd. A stylishly dressed young woman approached and casually slipped a small banner into Lily's hand. Lily took the banner and unfolded it. It featured Tan Xieshu's face, with the word Sister Tan is here, no surprises. Follow Sister Tan, Tan Xiaoxiao Fan Club from the Ghost Stories forum next to it. Looking at the banner and the familiar face on it, a thought struck Lily. Tan Xiaoxiao's fan club? She wanted to join. Thinking back to how dismissive she'd been when Qinyu recommended Tan Xiaoxiao to her, Lily felt a little embarrassed. Just as she was about to arrive, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Lily? You're here too. Qinyu was taken aback, looking at the banner in Lily's hand with some confusion. Why are you holding up a sign for Sister Tan? Lily was a little embarrassed, but quickly regained her composure. Yes, I'm celebrating the victory with everyone. From today onwards, Sister Tan is my one and only goddess. As she spoke, Lily raised the banner in her hand, shouting along with the crowd, following Sister Tan is awesome. Qinyu watched Lily's face-changing skills, comparable to a Sichuan opera master, and couldn't help but tease her. You said before that if Sister Tan could help the Fire Seed team complete the mission, you eat your phone. Lily looked at her phone awkwardly, then at Qinyu. Oh, I just had a casual laugh, just forget about it. Qinyu, however, was serious and earnest. A gentleman's word is his bond. I'm not a gentleman. I'm a girl. Lily retorted, holding up the banner nonchalantly, still chanting Sister Tan is awesome. With the crowd, Qinyu was almost amused by her antics. She twitched her lips. Okay, then, promise me one thing. Lily nodded immediately, then saw Qinyu's sly smile. Lily, uninstall all the games on your phone. Lily was somewhat reluctant. Her gaming addiction was so strong, she really couldn't quit. Qinyu snatched the banner from Lily's hand and took her arm. I heard that the Yin Country University of Science and Technology's Inc. Soil Pollution Research major is planning to expand its enrollment, and graduates will have the opportunity to apply for work on the Inc. soil plane. Qinyu paused, carefully observing Lily's expression. Didn't you always want to go back to the Dark Plains? Lily was taken aback by this, a hint of awkwardness flashing across her face, mixed with a flicker of excitement. But my grades are so bad. Qinyu smiled. She knew this reason would sway her. She and Lily had known each other since childhood, both being excellent students and role models. Unfortunately, after Lily's parents passed away, she became self-destructive and addicted to games. It's okay. Qinyu turned to meet Lily's eyes. Lily has a good foundation, and there are still several years until the college entrance exam. I can help you. Seeing Lily nod in agreement, Qinyu's eyes crinkled with a smile. Then, Lily, can you delete the games now? Lily blinked away her tears, then decisively deleted all the games in front of Qinyu. It's a promise, no downloading secretly when we get back. Qinyu's eyes crinkled as she squeezed Lily's hand, her fingertips poking the back of her hand. Definitely. Lily nodded vigorously, her tone resolute. Their youthful eyes met, and suddenly they both burst into laughter, their laughter brimming with anticipation and longing. The future would definitely be better. Jinyu unfolded the banner in her hand. In the picture, Sister Tan was wearing her signature smile, as if blessing the two of them. Hee hee, since meeting Sister Tan, everything seems to have improved for her. She can eat rice now, her grandmother's illness has improved, and even her best friend has returned to normal. Inside the Blue Star joint office. After a brief moment of joy, Chang Hao's anger gradually subsided. He knew that Blue Star had only temporarily escaped a crisis. There were still many more difficult things to do in the future. Just then, the secretary pushed open the door and walked in with a joyful expression. "Commander, the information you requested has been found." A stack of documents was placed on the table, with a group photo on top. In the photo, Tan Xiaoxiao was a child, looking no more than 10 years old, wrapped in a thick pink cotton-padded coat, munching on a cotton candy, while flashing a silly smile at the camera. Beside her stood a woman in her 30s with a gentle smile. Upon closer inspection, one could see the striking resemblance between the two. Chang Haoqi's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as he picked up the old photo from decades ago. Chapter 20. Where did you find this photo? Hearing the commander's question, the secretary quickly picked up the documents on the table and spread them out. Because of legacy issues, the pre-disaster database was incomplete and very chaotic. We went to that poster called "Must Go to Bed Early Tonight." And believe it or not, this guy really has some skills. He not only fixed the database, but also designed a new search system for us. Now, feeling the cold look in her superior's eyes, the secretary finally felt embarrassed. They, a group of professionals, had spent so long trying to fix the data, only to have it easily handled by an amateur. The secretary explained somewhat awkwardly. That guy's name is Bai Zhe. Although he didn't graduate high school and is unemployed, his skills are truly exceptional. He's a natural talent. Chang Haoqi didn't bother listening to any of this. Since he's useful, then absorb him into the system. Education itself isn't a standard for measuring ability. The secretary had clearly been waiting for this statement, and upon hearing her superior agree to absorb the talent, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Your decision is absolutely brilliant. Bai Zhe is a top-notch worker. He definitely won't let you down. Chang Haoqi tapped the table impatiently. The secretary, realizing he'd gone too far, immediately sat up straight and steered the conversation back on track. Our investigation shows that this photo was posted on Weibo by Tan Xiaoxiao's mother in 2015. Weibo was once one of Yanguigua's major social media platforms. Unfortunately, due to its inability to keep up with the times and the database corruption caused by a disaster, the platform has declined, and now it's difficult to find even a few young users. They went to great lengths to recover the data. If it weren't for the genius Bai Zhe's intervention, they probably wouldn't have been able to find out anything, let alone this photo, or even the name or ID of Tan Xiaoxiao's mother. Seeing their superior put down the photo and pick up the documents on the table, the secretary immediately explained shrewdly. This is Tan Xiaoxiao's mother, Tan Xu. She married her childhood sweetheart, Yu Guangyao, when she was 20, and had a daughter named Tan Xiaoxiao, or Yu Xiaoxiao. Chang Haoqi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, almost foreseeing the events to come. Sure enough, the couple quickly divorced. Yu Guangyao, being more financially capable, won custody of their daughter and went abroad, while Tan Xu continued to run a convenience store in their hometown. After going abroad, Yu Guangyi quickly remarried and had a son. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoxiao showed mild signs of personality disorder at that time, so he simply relinquished custody and sent his daughter back to Tan Xu. From then on, Yu Xiaoxiao changed her name to Tan Xiaoxiao. Then, because of her mental health issues, Tan Xiaoxiao had few friends at school, and her grades were average. Then, before the college entrance exam, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. It's a very cliché story. These kinds of melodramatic family dramas are nothing new. If it weren't for Tan Xiaoxiao's mysterious disappearance, this story wouldn't even be worth discussing. Seeing her boss lightly tapping his fingertips on the desk, the secretary understood this was a subtle gesture of the commander thinking. She paused, and after a few minutes, continued, Tan Xu firmly believed her daughter wasn't dead, and kept trying to find her. 20 years ago, due to her deteriorating health, the nearly 70-year-old Tan Xu volunteered to become a test subject for the brain freezing project. Brain freezing, as the name suggests, involves retrieving and preserving the brain of a person near death, hoping to revive it in the future when technology advances. However, due to the excessive research resources required, the project was halted several years ago. Because of the passage of time and the damage to the data, This is all we can find for now. This photo was restored after a sleepless night. Chang Haoqi examined the girl in the photo, his gaze lingering on her small hand clutching her mother's clothes. Even with the passage of time, the girl's attachment to her mother was still evident. He flipped through the documents, pausing. Having supported her mother by running a convenience store since childhood, was that why she was so focused on its operation? Because the convenience store held shared memories with her mother? Judging from Tan Shishia's behavior in the world of the ghostly disaster, she seems to have lost a part of her memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked questions like where is Yin country. But even so, she still instinctively runs a convenience store in the world of the ghostly disaster. Regardless of what happened to Tan Xiaoxiao after her disappearance, what she experienced, or why she appeared in the world of ghosts, what's more important to the people of Blue Star now is the upcoming Lower Star League. So, if we want to win Tan Shishu's help, the first thing we need to do is awaken her memories of Yin Kingdom and Blue Star. Her love for her mother is the key. Understand? Chang Haoqi picked up the photo on the table and handed it to his secretary. Wait for Bian Ruijin. The highest commander of Blue Star paused, considering the performance of the Fire Seed squad in the Ghost game. Although Bian Ruijin was reliable and loyal, Su Jing was far more composed, tactful, and adept at concealing her true intentions and manipulating others. Let's call her Su Jing. Have her come to my office to see me after she teleports back. Chang Haoqi sat back in his office chair, turned on his computer, and rewound the progress bar, watching the live stream frame by frame. His secretary stood beside him, watching him intently at every single frame, and felt a pang of emotion. Although their boss was controlling and occasionally lost his temper, his loyalty and responsibility towards the people of Blue Star were unparalleled. After stamping the official seal, Tan Xiaoxiao prepared to leave the consultation room, but the atmosphere there felt strange for some reason. Looking at the four people, Bian Ruijin, and his companion, staring intently at her, Tan Xiaoxiao scratched her head, her face full of confusion. Is there something you want to say? The four of them froze, shaking their heads almost simultaneously. After a few seconds, for some reason, they nodded at the same time. Tan Xiaoxiao found the scene somewhat amusing. No wonder these people were such good friends, so in sync. She casually shoved the company's seal into the arms of Yenitong, who was standing closest. Since you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Yenitong held the company's seal, her expression blank, unsure what to say. Bian Ruijin and Su Jing exchanged a glance, and Su Jing immediately stepped forward. Are you planning to be discharged and go home? Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, her face serious. My convenience store needs someone to watch it, otherwise I'm not at ease. Su Jing casually took the stack of discharge certificates from Yenitong and handed them to Bian Ruijin. You guys go help the patients with their discharge procedures at the hospital. I go back to the shop with Miss Tan. Seeing that Tan Xiaoxiao was about to refuse, Su Jing stepped forward and took Tan Xiaoxiao's arm, as intimately as if they were best friends shopping. Let's go together. I heard from Bian Ruijin that your shop is beautifully decorated. I haven't been there yet. Hearing Su Jing mention her shop, Tan Xiaoxiao's face instantly lit up with a smile. Let's go together. They chatted and laughed along the way, and their relationship quickly became much closer. Before long, they were calling each other Xiao Xiao and Sister Jing. This scene amazed everyone watching the live stream. No wonder she's an HR person, her friendliness is top-notch. There's still someone here. I thought they were all celebrating. Aren't you here too? Why can't I? Su Jing stood at the entrance of Tan Xiaoxiao's convenience store, carefully observing the surroundings out of the corner of her eye. The convenience store was located in a very remote area, and most of the shops on the street were empty. Only one building materials store next to the convenience store was still open. A woman nearly 1.8 meters tall sat by the door, legs crossed, eating ice cream. Sensing the stranger's gaze, the woman immediately looked up, a flash of crimson light crossing her eyes before disappearing into the depths of her pupils. Su Jing froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. It was a crushing scrutiny. She felt like prey, her blood freezing. Tan Xiaoxiao, this neighbor, was truly terrifying. Logically, after the quest ended, the NPCs in the instance wouldn't attack the player. But this strange woman gave her an immense sense of danger. Her sixth sense kept urging her to run. Tan Xiaoxiao finally found her keys. She opened the shop door and turned to look at Su Jing. Didn't you say you were interested in the decorations in my shop? Tan Xiaoxiao walked over and happened to meet Wang Meili's gaze, who was staring intently at Su Jing. She immediately waved excitedly. Sister Wang, your electric scooter is still here. You haven't opened the shop in so long. Where have you been? Wang Meili withdrew her gaze from Su Jing, and her eyes softened slightly as she looked at Tan Xiaoxiao. Something came up at home, so I went back for a bit. Why haven't you opened the shop these past few days? Wang Meili glanced at Su Jing, who was tightly clutching Tan Xiaoxiao's clothes, and scoffed inwardly. Is this your friend? I went to the mental hospital for a checkup these past few days, and I encountered a fake doctor and a nurse with a really loud voice. Thinking of her experience at Qishan Mental Hospital, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger. I think they should be in a mental hospital. They're even more sick than me. Wang Meili, hearing this, also rolled up her sleeves indignantly. Fueled? Then I get revenge for you. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's okay, I already gotten revenge. Wang Meili was relieved, and looking at Su Jing who followed Tan Xiaoxiao into the store, Wang Meili narrowed her eyes with a hint of regret. Sigh, she's actually Tan's friend. I can't eat here. Feeling the predatory gaze behind her, Su Jing stiffened and quickened her pace. Tan Xiaoxiao pushed open the door, turned on the lights, and then began checking the store's items. Only after confirming nothing was missing did she return to the cashier's counter. Once away from the strange woman's gaze, Su Jing regained her composure. She took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance as she glanced at the calligraphy hanging in the center of the shop, her voice as calm as possible. This calligraphy is really nice. Is it a piece from your collection, or did you write it yourself? Tan Xiaoxiao looked up, her gaze following Su Jing's to the calligraphy. She scratched the back of her neck, her ears slightly burning. Just a quick scribble, nothing special, please excuse my poor writing. Su Jing stood before the calligraphy, carefully stroking each character. She lowered her eyes, her voice hoarse. How did you come up with these characters? This was supposed to be a simple question, but for some reason, Tan Xiaoxiao was stumped. She paused, then said blankly after a long while. I don't know why, but I felt there should be a piece of calligraphy there, but there wasn't, so I wrote one myself and hung it up. Su Jing nodded, indicating understanding, and suddenly began chatting like friends. Don't you feel like something's off about this world? Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Finally, someone shared her sentiment. Yes. I always feel like people are a bit irritable, not harmonious or friendly enough, especially at night. They seem to love fighting. I dealt with several brawls involving customers. Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. She tried hard to control her expression, cautiously probing. Have you ever thought that this world might be fake? Chapter 21. Everything here is visible and tangible. How could it be fake? Tan Xiaoxiao casually answered Su Jing. Just then, she noticed a clump of dust on a corner shelf and immediately grabbed a rag to clean it. Didn't you ask about Yin country before? Watching Tan Xiaoxiao diligently cleaning, Su Jing hesitated for a moment. If I said, I know a story related to Yin country. A story? Yin country? Remembering her mother, whose face she couldn't see clearly, Tan Xiaoxiao paused, stopping what she was doing. Tell me. Su Jing observed Tan Xiaoxiao, organizing her thoughts. Deep in the universe, there's a planet called Blue Star. Billions of people live there, belonging to hundreds of countries, and Yin country is one of them. Tan Xiaoxiao put down the rag in her hand, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Really? Then do you know how to get to Blue Star? Su Jing paused. She didn't know how to get Tan Xiaoxiao to Blue Star either. These players were all forcibly teleported back and forth by higher-dimensional beings, but Tan Xiaoxiao seemed to have never been affected by those higher-dimensional beings. Although Tan Xiaoxiao forcibly occupied a position in the Fire Seed Squad, Su Jing could see that in the game, many of the operating rules of the Calamity World did not affect Tan Xiaoxiao. In fact, Tan Xiaoxiao could sometimes even transcend the rules. Moreover, Tan Xiaoxiao's identity was unknown, her power was too great, and she had countless connections with the Calamity World. Even if she knew how to get Tan Xiaoxiao to Blue Star, she would absolutely not tell her. I don't know yet. Under Tan Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze, Su Jing forcefully suppressed her desire to reveal everything and continued to probe. In the vast universe, there are hundreds of thousands of low-level planets similar to Blue Star. A group of advanced beings, for some unknown reason, created a game and randomly selected players from these planets to enter. Success brings rewards, while failure brings endless natural and man-made disasters. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't bother to consider the truthfulness of Su Jing's words. What's Blue Star like now? What about Yin country? Su Jing reached out her right hand and touched the mission bracelet on her wrist. Frequent natural disasters, a 70% population reduction, and the remaining people have all moved underground, living in constant fear. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, her heart clenching unconsciously. She clutched her chest. The designers of this game are too cruel. Su Jing nodded in agreement, then, seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's furrowed brows and worried expression, suddenly said, "Actually, the situation on Blue Star has improved a lot. Blue Star players were helped twice in the game by a mysterious person, and now both food and land conditions have greatly improved." Tan Xiaoxiao finally felt relieved and turned back to sit at the cashier. "That's good. This mysterious person is truly a kind person. We should thank them properly." Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. She wondered what Tan Xiaoxiao's reaction would be if she knew that this mysterious, kind person was herself. Tan Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the strange expression on the person beside her, looked troubled. "How can I get to Blue Star? I want to go to Yin Country to see someone very, very important." Su Jing's heart stirred. She knew this was a good opportunity to get the girl to open up. Just as she was about to press further, a line of large golden characters flashed before her eyes. "Blue Star United Government, do not act rashly. There are other arrangements. Go to the waiting area and meet up with Pian Ruijin and the others, then wait for the teleportation." Su Jing's expression hardened. She looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, who was sitting at the cashier, and bowed deeply. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I have something to attend to, and need to go home first." Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback, a little reluctant. "Won't you stay a little longer?" Su Jing shook her head. There were less than 2 hours left before the teleportation time. It was time for her to leave. Watching Su Jing's retreating figure, looking at the empty store, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a strange sense of loneliness. She seemed to miss home, but where was her home? Tan Xiaoxiao absent-mindedly flipped through the convenience store operation manual in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. 2 large characters naturally surfaced in her mind. Yin Country. Yes, my home is in Yin Country. Since my mother is from Yin Country, she must be from Yin Country too. But how can she return home? The universe is so vast. Where exactly is Blue Star? Thinking of what Su Jing said about the people of Blue Star not living well, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, feeling somewhat irritable. Just then, the familiar auditory hallucination sounded in her ears again. Ding, teleporting back. Teleportation failed, a hallucination? Or has her condition worsened again? Tan Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the calligraphy hanging on the wall, the system notification sound still ringing in her ears. Just as she was about to raise her hand to rub her temples, a sentence from Su Jing suddenly and unexpectedly came to mind. "Have you ever thought this world might be fake?" This question, initially just a vague outline, quickly became clear. The thought crawled through her entire body, making her temples throb and her breathing quicken. Tan Xiaoxiao unconsciously bit her lower lip, her knuckles white as she pressed them against the edge of the table. "If it's fake," Tan Xiaoxiao murmured, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. But her heart felt like it was burning, her chest throbbing. Her fingertips brushed against the cold checkout counter, the chill only inexplicably intensified the burning excitement. Just then, darkness fell, the surrounding light disappearing without warning, not gradually dimming, but more like the lights being suddenly turned off in a house. Tan Xiaoxiao stepped out of the convenience store, but the scene before her made her stop in her tracks. Even on the quietest days, this neon-lit shopping street always had a few pedestrians and stray cats and dogs searching for food. But now, all traces of life had been erased. Even more unsettling was the disappearance of the neon lights that should have been shimmering on the distant city skyline. It was as if she were the only person left in the city. She didn't know how long she had been in the darkness, when a faint red light suddenly appeared overhead. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up, silently gazing at the blood moon hanging high in the night sky, red like congealed blood, its edges blurred, yet carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. This blood moon was enormous, incredibly large. Tan Xiaoxiao had never seen such a large moon before, as if it were about to devour the entire sky. The next second, the notification sound rang out again. This time, Tan Xiaoxiao finally understood that this was definitely not a hallucination, it was the real sound. The low-level Star League is about to begin. Game upgrade in progress. All NPC stats increased by 50%. Game difficulty increased by 100%. 100 surviving low-level stars are about to enter. Game update in progress. Checking game content. Alert, unknown error detected. Data uploading. The mechanical notification sound hadn't faded when a chill ran down her spine. Tan Xiaoxiao's body tensed instantly, her hair standing on end. She seemed to sense a pair of eyes observing her from above, with a scrutinizing gaze. That gaze wasn't like that of any living being, but rather like that of a higher dimension, coldly scanning her every move through an invisible membrane. It seemed to carry curiosity, yet also disdain and amusement, like a bored creature finally finding its favorite toy. Tan Xiaoxiao disliked this feeling of being spied on from the shadows. A flicker of wariness and anger flashed in her eyes, and the strange system notification sound in her ear vanished instantly. The blood moon in the sky also disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. A few pedestrians walked briskly through the city streets, heads down. A stray cat, which she occasionally fed at street corners, appeared before her, pawing at her shoes and meowing affectionately, begging for food. Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the adorable, furry creature, making no move. The stray cat tilted its head, somewhat puzzled as to why the humans, who usually gave it everything, weren't offering food this time. It looks so realistic, it even feels warm to the touch. Tan Xiaoxiao vaguely recalled Su Jing's words. What if this world is fake? No, it shouldn't be what if this world is fake, it's a game. Tan Xiaoxiao recalled the story Su Jing had cautiously told her. What else didn't she understand? This world was a game. A game created by higher dimensional beings to toy with lower-level stars for their own amusement. Those auditory and visual hallucinations weren't because of her mental problems, it was because this world itself was a game. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up. Then, what were Su Jing and Bian Ruijin's identities? Why did they always approach her? Were they trying to use her to complete their mission? Were they from Earth? Were they from Yin country? If so, being used by their own home planet, their own country, seemed somewhat acceptable. But if not, a cold glint flashed in Tan Shishu's eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao returned to the shop and sat at the cashier, picking up her phone from the table. A line of large text appeared on the screen. The lower-level Star League is about to begin. Players will be teleported shortly. All NPCs, please prepare. Teleportation. These higher-dimensional beings seem incredibly powerful. Since they can teleport players from Earth to here, could they also teleport her back? Tan Xiaoxiao fell into deep thought. She longed to go home so much. With a flash of teleportation light, the 4 members of the Fire Seed Squad reappeared at the government building outside the Yin Kingdom base. Chang Haoqi's secretary had been waiting there for a long time, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. How could he not be overjoyed? This time, not only were there no casualties, but they had also completed the mission and obtained tickets to the Lower Star League. It was a triple celebration, and all of this was thanks to one person, someone whose identity, whether NPC or player, was uncertain. Tan Xiaoxiao. Even though Tan Xiaoxiao's identity, abilities, and stance were currently shrouded in mystery, the help she had received these times was genuine. A large number of young people had even spontaneously organized support groups in her honor, and some elderly people were even planning to build a shrine for her. Thinking of the mission the commander had given him, the secretary's expression hardened as he looked at the woman standing to Bian Ruijin's right rear. Ms. Su, Commander Chang requests your presence. Su Jing was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. She was neither the captain nor a veteran player, so why would he want to see her alone? Chapter 22. Su Jing followed her secretary into the office. Chang Haoqi, the highest leader of Blue Star, was watching the replay of the disaster livestream frame by frame. Seeing Su Jing enter, Chang Haoqi shut down his computer, stood up, and looked at this newcomer who had performed exceptionally well in the competition. Miss Su, I think I need your help with something. Su Jing stared at the photo handed to her, momentarily stunned. Pushing open the familiar, slightly creaking glass door of the convenience store, the wind chimes hanging on the doorframe tinkled crisply. Tan Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway, but didn't immediately go in. Her face was expressionless, her dark eyes like bottomless, icy pools. This world is a game, so why is she here? She doesn't know. How to return home? She doesn't know. NPCs, players, the disaster. These unfamiliar concepts clashed wildly in her mind, eroding her already limited rationality and logic. What should her role be in the game? What should she do? Tan Xiaoxiao was utterly lost. This feeling of collapse was like a cold tide, suffocating her and dragging her into nothingness. Tan Xiaoxiao's fingers gripped the doorknob, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Just then, a familiar, complex smell, a mixture of cheap cleaning agents, plastic sealed bread, and Odin broth, filled her nostrils. This smell, it was her convenience store. This thought surged through her body, like an invisible electric current. Tan Shishu's empty eyes scanned the store before suddenly focusing. The ballpoint pen on the counter was tilted 15 degrees to the right. A bag of wasabi-flavored potato chips on the shelf near the door had inexplicably fallen to the floor, writhing and squirming. A greasy, dark fingerprint suddenly appeared on the glass door of the freezer, its shape clearly visible. And on the floor, a few drops of dark brown substance, resembling coffee stains, were splattered. No wonder strange things often happened in her store. The stains in the corners were always impossible to clean, and some products, even though they weren't past their expiration date, always seemed to swell in their packaging. If it were a game, then it would make sense. A desire for control and possession, stronger than nothingness and more deeply rooted in her soul, erupted. This is my convenience store, mine. Staring at the writhing bag of chips on the floor, Tan Xiaoxiao resembled a lioness whose territory had been invaded. Spoiled goods, filthy fingerprints, stains. These are all wrong, things that shouldn't exist. These are strange, higher-dimensional beings provoking her. She swiftly locked the convenience store door with a click, temporarily shutting out that false, chaotic game world. Tan Xiaoxiao rushed to the checkout counter, precisely picking up the misaligned pen and placing it back at the perfect angle she remembered. Then she turned and bent down, picking up the bag of screaming potato chips and crushing it before casually tossing the remains into the trash can. Then she took out a cleaning solution and rag from under the counter, kneeling on the floor and scrubbing the floor with almost reverent devotion, muttering to herself, "No matter what happens, I must run the store well. I promise, Mom, I can't make mistakes, keep it clean and tidy, and provide smiling service." After wiping the stains off the floor, she stood up again, took out the cleaning agent, and sprayed it onto the greasy handprint above the refrigerator. With the edges of the fingerprint slowly blurred, turning into a grayish-brown murky trail. She stood on tiptoe, her knuckles white as she gripped the rag. The pungent smell of the cleaning agent stung her nostrils, but she seemed oblivious, focusing only on wiping the mark back and forth. Just a few more wipes and it'd be fine. It's always like this. On the 127th wipe, the rag suddenly got tangled in something. She yanked hard, hearing the crisp sound of a thin thread snapping. Looking up, she saw a strand of translucent substance hanging on the refrigerator, like frozen snot. She tore it off, casually tossed it into the trash can, and continued wiping the fingerprints on the refrigerator door, her tone resolute, as if speaking to herself, or perhaps to some creature spying elsewhere. "The freezer's condenser coil is worn out. I need to contact customer service." After some time, a strange metallic smell filled the air. She sniffed. The rag needed washing. "The water's too dirty." Tan Xiaoxiao picked up the bucket of reddish-brown water, emptied it, replaced the water with clean water, and vigorously shoved the rag into the water to clean it thoroughly. She stared at the remaining fingerprints on the freezer, squinting. "If it's not clean, just use more force. Just use more force." Tan Xiaoxiao raised the rag and slammed it hard on top of the freezer. The strange buzzing sound instantly stopped, and the greasy fingerprints vanished. Tan Xiaoxiao froze, instinctively opening the freezer to find it no longer cooling. "Damn it! I used too much force. Does that mean I have to buy a new freezer? Damn high-dimensional beings. They made me lose an expensive fixed asset. Remember this, remember it all. One day I make them pay for it." After a brief moment of frustration and anger, Tan Xiaoxiao surveyed the store again, continuing to fix what she felt was wrong. With each mistake corrected, the convenience store returned to the rigorous, cold, perfect state she remembered. When the last stain disappeared, and the floor reflected a cold, hard sheen, Tan Xiaoxiao slowly stood up. Looking around at the territory she had personally repaired, the air was filled with a faint scent of cleaning agents and the familiar aroma of the merchandise. A stiff, yet satisfied smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. It wasn't a smile, but a declaration of victory. A soft he, yet carrying an air of relief, as if the dust had settled. It was as if telling some shadowy creature lurking in a corner, "This time, I won." Tan Xiaoxiao walked to the cashier, stood still, and straightened her back. She picked up the temporarily closed sign, polished countless times until it gleamed, hesitated for a moment, then tossed it into a drawer under the counter instead of hanging it up. Tan Xiaoxiao raised her eyes, her gaze piercing through the glass door to the bizarre, data-driven game world outside. Her eyes held no more confusion or wavering, only unwavering certainty, and a burning desire for control. "Business continues," she declared clearly and coldly to herself and the entire game world. Tan Xiaoxiao picked up the convenience store operations manual she had casually placed in the corner of the counter and began to read it. The title page still contained many strange characters. Having learned the truth about the world, she roughly understood what was going on. Strange convenience store, abnormal, rank, SSS. Store manager, Tan Xiaoxiao. Fixed assets, greedy trash can, normal, abyss freezer, dead. Store manager information name, Tan Xiaoxiao. Age 18? Mental value, Question mark. Mental pollution? Question mark. Physical strength? Question mark. Abilities, spatial distortion, pollution purification, rule overlay? Tan Xiaoxiao squinted. So this was an observation report related to her. So who is the owner of this report? Tan Xiaoxiao tore off the cover page, drew a defiant pig's head on it, and casually tossed it into the trash can. Whoever it was, since they dared to touch her shop, she had to be prepared to face their wrath. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up and began her habitual inventory check. People lose track of time when they're busy. By evening, Tan Xiaoxiao had finally finished the inventory check, her brow furrowed. The shop stock was gone. Even the best-selling items had empty shelves. This realization made Tan Xiaoxiao anxious. Where was she going to get more stock? Tan Xiaoxiao pulled out the shop supplier list. She had called every supplier on it, but they were either temporarily closed or not shipping. If she couldn't find a suitable supplier, wouldn't she have to close down? The thought of closing down filled Tan Xiaoxiao with dread. She stood up and paced anxiously back and forth in the shop, her mind reeling and her heart pounding. Just then, as if struck by lightning, the glass door of the convenience store opened, and Sister Wang from next door walked in carrying a beautifully packaged bag. Tan, what's wrong? Tan Xiaoxiao looked up at Sister Wang, tilting her head slightly. Freshly baked cookies. Sister Wang's cheerful voice, carrying the aroma of butter, wafted over. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the cookie placed before her mouth and instinctively took a bite. Crispy and crunchy, the sweetness warmed her heart. Sister Wang looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, a smile flickering in her eyes, and gently brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Tell Sister Wang what's bothering you. Tan Xiaoxiao chewed on her cookie quietly for a few minutes. The warmth in her palms, the sweetness in her throat, and the concern in her eyes were all genuine. The store's stock is exhausted, and the suppliers I found are all unreliable. As soon as they heard I live in the Neon Shopping Street area, they refused to deliver to me. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, reaching into the cookie bag Sister Wang had brought and taking another cookie to eat. The cookie was sweet and delicious. The moment it entered her mouth, all her worries seemed to disappear, and she felt a bit more comfortable. No wonder people say eating sweets makes you feel better. What are you worried about? It's nothing. Let me look for it. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's words, Sister Wang slapped her thigh and began rummaging through her pockets. How strange. Sister Wang tugged at her leather jacket, deforming it. She reached into her left pocket with her right hand, finding it empty, then reached into her right pocket, coins clattering out, but she didn't bother to pick them up. Muttering to herself, she simply turned both pockets inside out. Tissues, lipstick, and crumpled receipts scattered across the table. Just as she was scratching her head, her manicured fingertips caught a corner of cardboard. She chuckled and pulled the item out. The item was crumpled and looked like a wad of waste paper at first glance, but she nonchalantly dusted it off, a smug smile on her face, and handed it to Tan Xiaoxiao. Here it is. Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated before taking the colorful wad of paper, unfolding it to see several lines of large writing on it. Good news. Good news. To better serve the citizens affected by the disaster, the Tide Erosion Wholesale Distribution Center will open on July 27th. 50% off everything on opening day. 50% off everything. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Welcome to shop. Welcome to shop. This is a wholesale market? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, glancing at the calendar. 7/27. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Wang Meili was munching on a cookie, crumbs falling everywhere, her words slightly slurred. Go check it out. Everything is available, good quality and inexpensive. You can bargain, you can get discounts. It's even more cost-effective than going to a supplier. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao wavering, Sister Wang patted her shoulder. Didn't you say last time that the instant noodles you bought from the food factory had quality problems? This time you can choose the products yourself, so you don't have to worry about the quality. Tan Xiaoxiao was immediately tempted. After realizing that this world was a copy world that could be altered at any time by higher dimensional beings, she had always worried about whether the goods delivered by unreliable suppliers would be problematic. If she were to personally source the goods and oversee the selection, it would likely be better. Seeing this, Sister Wang added fuel to the fire. I lend you my vehicle then, so you can wholesale a lot to sell. Tan Xiaoxiao's face showed gratitude. Sister Wang, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without your help. It's nothing, we neighbors should help each other. Wang Meili reached into her pocket and pulled out a key. Here, this is my tricycle key. It's parked in the open space behind my shop. After saying this, she left Tan Xiaoxiao a box of freshly baked cookies and turned to leave. Tan Xiaoxiao put away her keys, took out paper and pen, and began writing out the purchase list. The next morning, as soon as Tan Xiaoxiao opened the shop door, two tall men and women rushed in. Tan Xiaoxiao was somewhat bewildered. "Hey, gentlemen, please calm down." The man and woman completely ignored Tan Xiaoxiao, as if she didn't exist. These two looked exceptionally tall, with great figures, like models just off the runway, and even their faces were exceptionally handsome. But so what? No manners at all. Didn't they see her greeting them? No, these are customers. I can't lose my temper with them. Tan Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and put on a professional smile. "Gentlemen, what would you like to buy?" Tan Xiaoxiao scrutinized the two men, looking them up and down. For some reason, she smelled an unpleasant fishy odor emanating from them. Both were very good-looking. The man was dressed in a leather jacket and pants, and wore sunglasses, looking quite flamboyant. The woman had long, red, wavy hair and a curvaceous figure. Surely such beautiful people wouldn't be lazy about showering? Noticing the convenience store owner staring at her with a sinister gaze, Shilin sensed something was wrong. She turned to Lan In beside her and hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Are you sure your information is correct?" Lan In snorted coldly, seemingly angry that Shilin didn't believe him. "I spent 2,000 energy stones and Visser from Lingyu Star to get this. The Lingyu team, from the most powerful planet among the 100 teams participating in the Lower Star League, and also the team with the best chance of winning the championship. The inhabitants of Spirit Language Planet are long-lived and aloof, but possess strong mental fortitude and are adept at telepathic communication. This makes them invincible in the ghostly disaster game, always completing missions perfectly. Visser is the captain of Spirit Language Planet, and it's said he's experienced at least 100 mission instances. The information he sells is absolutely true and useful." Shilin frowned, "But I just feel something's not right." Lan In rolled her eyes. Visser has experienced every kind of game instance. He knows the entire ghostly disaster city inside and out. This is just an E-level convenience store. What's wrong with it? Shilin was still hesitant. "Do you really idolize and trust Visser that much? Don't forget that Water Source Planet and Spirit Language Planet are competitors. What if he deliberately gives us false information? Women are such a hassle, so fussy." Lan In glared at Shilin. She regretted letting Shilin come along. Even that idiot Moshe was more useful than her. "You?" Unable to bear being verbally attacked by a teammate without any reason, Shilin immediately slapped him in anger. The slap was delivered with full force, catching Lan In off guard and causing his right cheek to swell and turn red. As a nobleman from the upper city, Lan In had never suffered such humiliation in his life. The thought of his friends and family watching in the live stream being humiliated by a commoner from the lower city filled him with uncontrollable rage. After a moment of stunned silence, he didn't hesitate to punch Shilin back. Then the fight ignited completely, and the two began a free-for-all in Tan Xiaoxiao's shop. Tan Xiaoxiao stood by, dumbfounded, watching the two fight so fiercely that it was almost unbearable. Only after a long while did she remember to step forward and separate them. "Two customers. Fighting is strictly prohibited in this store. Please do not violate the store rules." The two men, however, seemed to ignore Tan Xiaoxiao, their fists pounding each other with dull thuds, knocking over the beverage rack, cans, and glass bottles that clattered and rolled all over the floor. Tan Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated instantly. If she had only frowned before, now her face was filled with pure rage. She watched the two wrestling men without even flinching, her voice not loud but clearly penetrating the sounds of the fight. "Two customers. This store does not support violent shopping." The man named Lan In stumbled towards the cashier after being hit. Tan Xiaoxiao suppressed her anger and slightly stepped aside to avoid him. She couldn't get angry. Customer first. Smiling service. Damaged goods require compensation at cost. Please settle the payment immediately. As she spoke, Tan Xiaoxiao forced a stiff smile, but that smile looked dangerous no matter how you looked at it. She casually pulled a calculator from under the counter, her fingers tapping on it. Her gaze swept over the spilled drinks and potentially warped shelves, and she recited precise figures. 6 cans of cola, 6 yuan each, 5 bottles of beer, 10 yuan each, shelf relocation fee 20 yuan, total 106 yuan. Who will pay? Or split it equally? Lan In was stopped by Tan Xiaoxiao. He looked at the calculator thrust in his face, pushed it away, and an impatient expression appeared on his face. An NPC from a rundown E-level convenience store dares to cause me trouble? Pa! Tan Xiaoxiao's smile vanished instantly. Her voice was icy, carrying an unquestionable command. No polluting the store environment. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at a spit on the floor, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. She was clearly suppressing her rage. She took a deep breath and silently added a cleaning fee to her mental tally. Environmental cleanup fee is 1,000 yuan, totaling 1,106 yuan. Cash or card? Lan En irritably shoved Tan Shishia's hand away. You dare ask me for money? Get lost. The next second, Tan Xiaoxiao finally couldn't contain her anger. With lightning speed, she moved between the two like a ghost. No complicated fighting techniques, just precise and efficient strikes. One hand gripped Lan En's wrist like an iron clamp, while the other slapped Shilin's chest, instantly pushing her several steps away. Shilin's head slammed against the wall, almost knocking her unconscious. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Lan En felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it were being clamped by a machine. The pain seemed to come from his wrist, yet also from the depths of his soul. He instantly cried out in pain, a chill running down his back, cold sweat trickling down his spine. It hurts. Tan Xiaoxiao released his wrist, and Lan En instantly collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Without even glancing at the two groaning figures on the floor, she quietly picked up a rag from the counter, walked to the askew shelf, and meticulously straightened it, speaking to the two who had just gotten up. A list of damaged items will be provided later. Now, please remain quiet. Her tone was calm, yet carried a clear implication that if they continued to cause trouble, they would be thrown out like large, unrecyclable trash. Just who is the owner of this E-grade convenience store? How could she be so terrifying? Thinking of the excruciating pain that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, a look of fear crept onto Lan En's face. No, this couldn't be an E-grade convenience store. This convenience store's grade was at least A-grade. Damn it, Visser really lied to him. Shilin rolled her eyes, rubbing the back of her head, and walked over to Lan En's side, grimacing. The thought of being on the same team as such an emotionally unstable, brainless jerk filled her with despair. Shilin gritted her teeth and silently made a decision. She would definitely get rid of Lan En when she found the chance. Having a teammate like this, a ticking time bomb, was bound to cause trouble someday. The flexible Shilin, rubbing the back of her head, looked at the shop owner, who was cleaning, and put on a fawning smile. Sorry, my friend and I just had a little conflict, and we messed up your shop. She carefully observed Tan Shishia's expression, and seeing that her anger hadn't subsided, Shilin quickly suppressed her fear and stepped forward to apologize. Sorry for making a mess of your shop. I clean it up, and we compensate you for the cost. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the sincere Shilin, holding the rag in her hand, then looked at the man standing in the corner, his face turning pale, and then flushed. You come and clean. Lan En looked somewhat reluctant, but after his earlier experience, he knew how difficult this shop owner was. He hesitated before walking over, reluctantly taking the rag from the mysterious shop owner, and started wiping the floor. Shilin glanced at Lan En obediently wiping the floor, a hint of relief flashing across her face. Luckily, although this guy was hot-tempered, he still had some sense in crucial moments. Seeing Tan Shishia's cold expression, Shilin forced a fawning smile. We just fought and damaged the shop's facilities. How much is it? I compensate you. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the mess on the floor and said without hesitation, 1,106 yuan. Shilin didn't argue about the price being reasonable, she paid immediately. Since she was using Lan En's wallet, and that idiot had too much money, it was good enough to appease the mysterious shopkeeper's anger. Tan Shishia's expression softened considerably after receiving the money, and her mood improved as well. She picked up the 6 cans of cola, slightly deformed from the impact, and stuffed them into Shilin's arms. Since you paid, they're all yours. Shilin's lips twitched. Over 1,000 for 6 cans of cola. What a rip-off, however, since they were in the wrong, she couldn't say anything. Seeing Lan En still scrubbing the floor under the mysterious shopkeeper's watchful eye, not daring to relax for a moment, Shilin's mood improved considerably. She hugged the cola, plopped down in the shop's rest area, crossed her legs, opened a can, and took a sip. A sweet, refreshing taste filled her mouth. The next second, her expression froze. A line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Drinking refreshing cola reduces mental pollution by 20. Shilin's pupils dilated, her eyes filled with shock. This is... She jumped up, her eyes wide, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a screeching sound. Under Tan Shishia's questioning gaze, Shilin managed to stammer out, This cola, it tastes amazing. She stared at the cola on the table, swallowed hard, then leaned closer to examine it closely, as if trying to see every nuance of its flavor. After a long while, she suddenly burst out laughing. This 1,000+ yuan was totally worth it. Just then, Lan En, who had finished cleaning under Tan Xiaoxiao's supervision, walked over, suppressing his anger. He dared not vent it on the mysterious shop owner. Seeing Shi Lin leisurely sitting in the rest area, grinning from ear to ear while clutching a can of cola, he was instantly furious. This girl dared to laugh at him. Lan walked over and kicked the leg of Shi Lin's chair. The chair leg slid half an inch across the tile, and the cola in Shi Lin's hand almost flew out of her hand. Sorry, my foot slipped. She turned around and saw Lan looking at her with a cold smile. Although he apologized verbally, there was no remorse on his face. His heel was even rubbing against her chair leg, as if he was deliberately picking a fight. It's okay, it's okay. Glancing at the 5 cans of cola left on the table, the corners of Shi Lin's mouth curled up first. She waved her hand, her fingertips drawing a light arc. You didn't do it on purpose, oh right. I just used your wallet to pay the compensation. These cans of cola were a gift from the shop owner, so they're all mine. Lan was stunned for a moment, then raised his chin. Sure enough, she was a country bumpkin from the lower city. She was overjoyed with just a few cans of cola. You can have it if you want, Lan said, plopping down on the sofa, crossing his legs, and pulling a booklet from his pocket. Shi Lin quickly stuffed the cans of cola into her backpack before looking at Lan. When she saw what he was holding, she couldn't help but exclaim. You're still looking at that junk Visser gave you? A strategy guide? It's obviously a scam. They said this was an E-level convenience store, a great place to find supplies, but look what happened. We almost ended up going to see the goddess Vikana. The goddess Vikana is the legendary creator goddess of the planet water source, with many followers. Lan had calmed down a bit. He frowned and carefully flipped through the booklet in his hands. Something feels off. Look, this says this convenience store is unmanned, and the picture doesn't match the actual store. Shi Lin sipped her cola contentedly. She didn't care whether the information in the brochure was accurate or not. All she knew was that the cola sold in this store could reduce mental pollution. Lan, that idiot, was clearly fooled by that swindler Visser, and he's still being stubborn. After checking the cleanliness and finding the store finally back to normal, Tan Xiaoxiao turned around with satisfaction, only to find the 2 people from before sitting in the store's rest area, showing no sign of leaving. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, remembering that she had just made over 1,000 yuan from them, and suddenly felt embarrassed to kick them out. She sat down at the cashier, looking at the 2 people in the rest area with some curiosity, and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Why did you 2 suddenly rush into my store? Shi Lin's hand, holding the cola, froze. She couldn't very well say that they thought this was an E-level convenience store and wanted to loot it, or, to put it bluntly, steal supplies to sell for money. When entering this game, players have no money. To earn money, they need to work or run small businesses. They came to this world with missions, and simply didn't have the energy to work, so robbery became the simplest and most direct way to make money. We just wanted to buy a bottle of water, we were so thirsty. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, indicating she understood, and casually chatted for a few more minutes. Seeing that the 2 didn't seem to be leaving, she could only sigh and sit at the cashier, lost in thought. Shi Lin withdrew her gaze from the store. She sat down in a chair and glanced at Lan, who was still studying the strategy guide given to her by Visser. She couldn't hold back any longer. Instead of studying this junk, you should study our opponents for this mission. Lan put away the strategy manual, a hint of disdain flashing across his face as he seemed to be thinking about something. Opponents? I already found out. They're just a remote planet in a remote star system, not even a level 1 civilization, and they don't even have the ability to communicate with other planets. Lan clicked his tongue. I heard they were on the verge of destruction, but somehow they got incredibly lucky, completing 2 S-rank missions in a row and actually securing a spot in the league. Perhaps because she came from the dangerous and bloodthirsty lower city, Shi Lin was noticeably more cautious than the careless Lan. You mean, they completed S-rank missions twice in a row? Could it be that they encountered some hidden opportunity? Or were they just playing dumb all along? Lan shook his head. Visser said one time it was good luck, and the other time it was due to some bug. Anyway, it has nothing to do with their team. Visser, it's Visser again. Is Lan out of his mind? He's from Water Source Star, not Spirit Language Star. Shi Lin frowned, absent-mindedly tugging at her carefully maintained long hair, her mind drifting to the opponents in this mission. Could completing an S-rank mission twice in a row really be just a coincidence? Tan Xiaoxiao, sitting to the side, was wiping the cash register while lost in thought when she was suddenly drawn to the conversation between the 2. League entry tickets, S-rank missions. Are these 2 players also players? Which planet are they from? And which planet are their opponents from? Feeling Tan Xiaoxiao's unwavering gaze, Shilin felt a chill. The shop owner's earlier display of skill was still fresh in her mind. Suddenly, Shilin felt a vibration on her wrist. Looking down, she saw a mission message. Erosion Wholesale Distribution Center stopped the opposing fire seed squads. Blue Star, procurement plan. Mission failure will turn a freshwater lake on your home planet into acid. Mission success will grant 500 points, reduce desertification by 20%, and 1 chance to win a prize. Mission hints. 1. The market experiences a corrosive acid tide every hour. Please protect yourself. 2. Please abide by the wholesale market regulations, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. 3. The instance contains numerous side quests and hidden quests with rich rewards. Please explore. Looking at the mission details, Shilin seemed thoughtful. Erosion Wholesale Distribution Center, Tidal Moments, Corrosive Acid Tide. Just from the names, you know it's related to water. They, the water source star people, are born and raised in water. They have transparent gills behind their ears that allow them to breathe underwater. Furthermore, their skin secretes mucus to protect their bodies underwater, so the corrosive acid tide is highly unlikely to harm them. Was it her imagination? Why did she feel that this mission was subtly biased towards them, the water source star people? After reading the mission information, Lan En frowned slightly. A wholesale market, that kind of place sounded enormous, chaotic, and extremely prone to harboring filth. It inherently possessed a strange, disorderly aura. But then he seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I heard that Earthlings are particularly fragile, with a mental strength, physical strength, and pollution index cap of only 100. I guarantee they wouldn't survive an hour in this wholesale market. Shilin was even more confused upon hearing this. Since these higher-dimensional beings enjoyed using their lower-level planets for amusement, watching them fight and scheme against each other, they would surely have deliberately balanced the game when choosing teams. After all, if there was a one-sided situation, it wouldn't be interesting to watch, and the cruel and bloody battles would be impossible to witness. So what were those higher-dimensional beings thinking? Were they deliberately favoring the water source star mother? The captain sent a message. Lan En lowered his head and opened the message interface. A message in black text appeared before his eyes. Lu Gu, traces of Blue Star people have been discovered at the east gate of the Chaoshire Wholesale Distribution Center, number 28, East Road, North Railway Station. Lu Gu, come quickly, let's strike first. Lan En clicked his tongue, somewhat dissatisfied. Can't this game choose some higher-level mission locations? I never been to a wholesale market since I was a child. I heard it's for poor people. It must be extremely dirty. Shilin couldn't stand this idiot anymore, and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Let's go to the meeting point first. Lan En reluctantly got up, looking at Shilin carefully carrying her backpack with a hint of disdain. What's in your bag? Just 5 cans of Coke. Is it really worth all this trouble? Of course it is. Shilin scoffed. This is Coke that can reduce mental pollution. Before leaving the gate, Shilin didn't forget to turn around and bow deeply to Tan Xiaoxiao. In her eyes, Tan Xiaoxiao had already become a low-key, powerful NPC with a decent personality. Watching their backs, Tan Xiaoxiao pondered their earlier conversation. From what they said, Blue Star and their team were rivals, and the mission location was also a coincidence. It was the wholesale market she was also planning to go to? Is it really such a coincidence? Or is it truly just a coincidence? Remembering Sister Wang, who specifically delivered flyers to her, and kindly suggested she buy goods at the wholesale market, Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown, then relaxed her brow again shortly after. Is it a conspiracy or a coincidence? She'd find out tomorrow. Oh right, what about Bien Ruijin and the others? Since their opponents have all arrived, they should be in the game too, right? Why aren't they coming to find her? At this moment, the Fire Seed Squad, whom Tan Xiaoxiao was thinking about, was sitting on a roadside deck chair, discussing tomorrow's arrangements. Bien Ruijin looked down, checking the mission information on his bracelet. Mission content. Purchase 3 types of goods in the daily chemical, frozen, and hardware sections of the Corrosive Wholesale Distribution Center, and complete the transaction to complete the mission. Failure to complete the mission will result in a month of continuous acid rain falling on the home planet. Success will reward 500 points, 100 tons of random, unpolluted fruit can be planted, and 1 chance to win a prize. Buying things? The task is that simple? Wasn't this supposed to be a competition? Fruit. I heard fruit is sweet and delicious. I really want to eat lychees. I'm craving them. Bien Ruijin paused, looking at the task information on his bracelet, his thoughts drifting away. Fruit. He remembered that the night before his mother passed away, she kept saying how nice it would be to eat fruit. After confirming there was no cure, he went and bought a highly contaminated peach. His mother, enduring the pain, got up and ate the peach, telling him it was sweet and delicious. Since then, Bien Ruijin had always wondered what a peach tasted like. If he could successfully complete this task, would he have the chance to taste a peach? This mission is so simple. Just buying some things? Yeni Tong stood to the side, her eyes shining. Captain, we can have fruit. I never eaten fruit before. Su Jing stood to the side, arms crossed. I think the success of the previous 2 missions gave you too much of a false sense of security. Do I need to remind you who completed those 2 missions? Yeni Tong immediately lowered her bright eyes. Seeing her dejected expression, Su Jing felt a little uncomfortable. Sorry, I can be a bit blunt sometimes. Yeni Tong said dejectedly, actually, you're not wrong. It's my mindset that's wrong. Su Jing pursed her lips. That's just how she is. When others confront her head-on, she gets more and more motivated, but if they try to be gentle with her, she becomes helpless. Lu Luan stood to the side, looking at the mission information, his brow furrowed. Our opponents this time are the Water Source team. Although we don't know their mission, it's probably related to us. Moreover, the Water Source Star people are far superior to Blue Star people in both technology and physical abilities. Completing the mission won't be easy. On a rooftop of a high-rise building not far from them stood 3 handsome men and beautiful women. They were tall and slender, their features seemingly sculpted. When their cold gazes fell upon the Fire Seed team from dozens of meters above, it was as if they were appraising livestock in a pen. TSK, these Blue Star people are indeed inferior beings from a remote planet. They've been watching them for so long, and they haven't even noticed. Lu Gu, the one in the center of the 3, lowered his head and mockingly swept his eyes over the Blue Star Fire Seed team. Moshe, where are Lan In and Shi Lin? The man named Moshe smiled, his muscular build barely concealed by his tight combat suit. He tilted his head slightly, his pupils fixed on Bien Ruijin and the others. Just message saying they'd be back soon. Lu Gu was annoyed by the team members, who had wandered off, but his annoyance subsided when his gaze swept over the chattering figures below. It was just a bunch of useless trash. Losing 2 people wouldn't make a difference. The name-tide Erosion Wholesale Distribution Center screamed danger. Rather than going in and dealing with these Blue Star people, it was better to cut off their mission line here. He turned his head and gestured with his chin to the silent girl beside him. Lian Air, make your move. The girl, her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyelids, looked up. The longbow in her hand was already fully drawn, the arrowhead gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Lian Air's gaze swept across the crowd below, precisely locking onto a striking blonde head in the sunlight. The next second, she released her grip on the bowstring. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being cut rang out. The arrow tip cleaved through the air, leaving a white streak in the void as it shot straight toward the Fire Seed squad. Chapter 23. As the whooshing sound rang in his ears, Bien Ruijin was frowning, pointing at the wholesale center on the map. The mission hints this time were too few, only mentioning purchasing items, but before he could finish speaking, his military background immediately sensed something was wrong. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a pale light hurtling towards him from high above, so fast it made his heart skip a beat. Watch out! He abruptly grabbed Yeni Tong beside him and pulled her to the side and back. But the attack was more agile than expected, grazing his shoulder and heading straight for Lu Luan at the back of the group. Lu Luan felt something aimed at his face. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively tilted his head and raised his arm to block. Bien Ruijin roared, grabbing the back of his collar and pulling him back, but he was still a fraction of a second too slow. The arrow pierced through his chest with a dull thud, tearing open a gaping hole from which blood gushed. Lu Luan collapsed to the ground with a muffled groan, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The excruciating pain made his vision blur. Every breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. Blood gushed from his chest, and Lu Luan could clearly feel his life slowly ebbing away. How are you? Bien Ruijin rushed forward anxiously, instinctively reaching out to help him up, but Lu Luan shook his head violently in pain. Don't move. My ribs might be broken. He groaned in pain before he could finish speaking, his vision blurring, and his face began to black out. He felt an intense burning sensation at the wound site, and the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss began to spread to his limbs before he immediately lost consciousness. The next second, a second, even sharper, whooshing sound pierced the air. Bien Ruijin didn't even look up. Years of combat experience ingrained his instincts, causing him to duck and simultaneously pull the unconscious Lu Luan to roll to the side and backward. With a whoosh, the silver arrow grazed his shoulder blade and embedded itself directly in the spot where he had just been standing. It even created a crater in the concrete, demonstrating the archer's immense strength and ruthless intent. The momentum caused their backs to slam heavily against a trash can with a loud thud. Ignoring the pain in his back, Bien Ruijin reached out and hid the unsure of Lu Luan's life behind the trash can. Only then did he raise his head, his peripheral vision immediately noticing a third flash of silver light on the rooftop in the distance. Damn! It's the rooftop! The combat experienced Bien Ruijin reacted instantly, quickly taking cover behind some cover. Su Jing reacted incredibly quickly, pulling Yen Yitong towards the alleyway. Let's go into the alley. It's a blind spot. Seeing the two girls' movements out of the corner of his eye, Bien Ruijin felt a sense of relief. It seemed the grueling training he'd been undergoing had paid off. He squinted, breathing heavily. Damn those waterfowl, did they really think they were the only ones with long-range weapons? Bien Ruijin looked up at the three black figures that flashed past on the edge of the rooftop. Definitely bastards, who fired sneak shots. Damn! Bien Ruijin unlocked his tactical holster with his right hand, then rolled over, his scope instantly focusing on the three figures. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive shots, the 3 figures disappeared. Because of the distance, Bien Ruijin couldn't tell if he hit them or not. Bien Ruijin still gritted his teeth. The gun in his hand was brought into the game from Earth before it started. He had initially wondered why the system specifically prompted each player to carry one weapon before teleporting into the game. He spat angrily on the ground, and now he understood. These bastards. This game encourages bloodshed. Or rather, it guides them to kill each other. Those damned higher-dimensional beings must be hiding and watching the show, right? Bien Ruijin rushed to Lu Luan's side. Lu Luan was already unconscious, blood pooling on the ground. The Earth viewers watching this horrific scene in the Ghost Disaster livestream were terrified and furious. Damn it, those water source star people are so insidious. Is Lu Luan alright? Probably not. Based on my years of medical experience, blood loss to this extent is basically incurable. Thinking about how some experts said we could cooperate with people from other planets makes me angry. These experts are completely unreliable. Inside the Blue Star Joint Office, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The office was heavy, and no one dared to utter a sound. Several office chairs lay overturned on the floor, their legs kicked askew, bearing Chang Haoqi's shoe prints. The commander at the head of the table lightly tapped the edge of the desk with his fingertips, as if deep in thought. The tap sound was particularly jarring in the deathly silence, each tap striking the tense nerves of everyone present. He didn't speak, but his tightly pursed lips and bloodshot eyes betrayed his grim mood. Everyone around him stood with their hands at their sides, heads bowed even lower. Someone glanced quickly at the mess on the floor, their Adam's apple bobbing, afraid to even swallow, lest they startle something. The wall clock ticked, each tick tightening the tension in everyone's nerves. After a long pause, Chang Hao let out a cold snort. Which expert gave this advice? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling edge. Saying that lower-level planets are all oppressed by higher-dimensional beings, and that good communication will lead to mutual understanding and support? He emphasized the last few words, the sarcasm in his tone like ice. A barely perceptible commotion instantly arose in the crowd. The expert, who had been called out, shrank in the third row, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. He could feel dozens of eyes secretly watching him, but he couldn't muster the courage to step forward. His legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot, unable to move. Chang Haoqi's gaze slowly swept across the crowd. His fingers, which had been tapping the edge of the table, stopped. Only the ticking of the clock and the increasingly loud heartbeat of someone filled the air. He waved his hand, and a group of heavily armed soldiers entered, politely inviting the expert out. Chang Haoqi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the scene, taking in everyone's expressions. I don't need useless trash here. I pay you a lot of money to support you, because I hope you are genuine experts, not clowns seeking attention. Chang Haoqi sat back in his office chair, staring at the live stream, and couldn't help but rub his temples. He wasn't actually as angry as he had appeared. His actions were more of a warning, a way to deter those whose minds weren't on their work, but rather focused on seeking fame and fortune. Watching the live stream of the disaster world, where Bien Ruijin was preparing to rush the critically injured Lu Luan to the hospital, Chang Haoqi paused. Given Lu Luan's blood loss, even a hospital wouldn't guarantee survival. Besides, hospitals in the disaster world are extremely dangerous, And this place was far from a hospital. Furthermore, the NPCs in this world are mostly unreasonable. A slight misstep could easily provoke them. In contrast, Tan Shishia's convenience store was only one street away. Scanning the screen at Lu Luan, covered in blood and pale-faced, Zhang Haoqi calmly recalled all the known data and finally made a judgment. The probability of death at the hospital was 80%, but if he were sent to Tan Shishiu's, perhaps a miracle would occur. Blue Star United Government, don't send him to the hospital, send him to Tan Shishia's convenience store. In the disaster world, Bian Ruijin, upon receiving this message, froze for a moment. He turned to look at Su Jing beside him. It was obvious that Su Jing had also seen the message. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Given Lu Luan's current condition, taking him to the hospital would be the safest option. However, this wasn't Blue Star, it was the perilous world of calamities. No one knew if going to the hospital would bring even greater danger. Besides, those scum from Water Source Star were hiding somewhere, ready to attack at any moment. In comparison, Tan Shishia's convenience store was much safer. Furthermore, Lu Luan had lost too much blood. Even if he went to the hospital, there was a high probability he wouldn't survive. Tan Xiao, on the other hand, thinking of that mysterious and unpredictable girl who had created countless miracles, she had now become their only hope. In just a moment, the two of them, without prior arrangement, supported the increasingly hypothermic Lu Luan and rushed towards Tan Shishia's convenience store. Still confused, Yan Yitong hurriedly followed, her voice filled with bewilderment and anxiety. Wait, the hospital's over there. You gone the wrong way. Moshe stood on the rooftop, rubbing the scrapes on her arm, staring at the departing Blue Star people, her eyes filled with resentment and venom. Lu Gu was unharmed, but Lian Air beside her had been struck near the ear, blood gushed down her neck and soaked into her collar, a glaring red stain against her pale clothes. The Water Source Star people possessed extremely strong physiques and immense strength. While their defense wasn't top tier, it was certainly several times better than the fragile Blue Star people, but they had a fatal weakness. The folds behind their ears were their gills, used for underwater breathing, and also the most vulnerable part of their bodies. Lu Gu squinted, quickly pulling out gauze and hastily bandaging Yan Air's wound. The Blue Star people's lousy weapons, that's all they're good for. He gritted his teeth and snorted, seemingly dissatisfied, deliberately using force as he rubbed the gauze between his fingers. The semi-conscious Lian Air convulsed violently, a soft groan escaping her throat. The gills behind her ears, grazed by a bullet, were now pulling at her nerves, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Lu Gu glanced at the trembling body, his expression darkening further. Although both Water Star and Blue Star were considered inferior planets by higher dimensional beings, in reality, there was a hierarchy of contempt even among inferior planets. Planets like Blue Star, which couldn't even achieve interstellar travel, let alone interstellar communication, were at the bottom of the food chain even among inferior planets, objects of ridicule. Now, his ace archer had been injured like this by an inferior race. If word got out, it would likely become a laughingstock of the galaxy. Thinking this, Lu Gu tightened the bandage tightly until he heard Lian Air's suppressed groan, then reluctantly stopped. Seeing that the captain didn't answer him, and the ants were moving further and further away, Moshe became anxious. Captain, the ants have run away. Should we chase after them? Lu Gu casually pushed the unconscious Lian Air to the ground, then stood up and looked at the retreating figures. Both he and Moshe were close combat fighters, and at this distance, they didn't have any immediate options. Moshe squinted at the four rats figures, lost in thought. They didn't go in the direction of the hospital. Lu Gu wasn't surprised at all. With the strength of the Blue Star people, going to the first hospital of the disaster city would be suicide. The first hospital of the disaster city, a place even Lu Gu would frown upon. It was said that the only time the top expert of a low-level star, Visser, was defeated was here. His entire team was wiped out, and only he escaped. Glancing at the fleeing figures of the Blue Star people, Lu Gu chuckled. He'd seen them covering for each other when they were being attacked, thinking they were some kind of sworn brothers. Turns out they're nothing but traitors in times of trouble. With a casual swipe of his finger on his bracelet, the team member's coordinates lit up. Lu Gu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. These Blue Star people were running directly toward Shi Lin and Lanan's coordinates. Humph, these Blue Star people are really unlucky. He quickly sent a message. Blue Star people are running your way, kill them without mercy. Lu Gu wasn't worried at all about Shi Lin and Lanan's ability to handle them. Although the two didn't get along and often tripped each other up, they were never ambiguous when it came to clear-cut matters. Besides, These few earthlings are as weak as newly hatched chicks. For Shi Lin and Lan In to crush them would be no different than crushing a few ants. Received. Oh right, Captain, I just discovered a treasure trove of a convenience store. The products there are incredibly useful. And the store manager is so mysterious, seems like a big shot. Looking at the string of messages from Shi Lin, Lu Gu, somewhat annoyed, simply blocked them. Shi Lin is good in every way, obedient, strong, and pragmatic. Her only problem is that she's a bit too talkative. Let's go! Lu Gu dusted off her hands and stood up, glancing at the eager Moshe beside her, a cold smile playing on her lips. Time to watch the show. Guess how many pieces Shi Lin will tear those earthlings to pieces. Moshe stood up, his muscles bulging beneath his combat suit, his muffled laughter making the rooftop railing vibrate. He strode after Lyoga, not even glancing at the corner. Leonor, left behind, leaned against the wall, the gauze behind her ear soaked with blood, her breathing punctuated by shallow gasps. The footsteps of Lyoga and Moshe faded into the distance. No one cared if she fainted from blood loss. No one considered the danger she might face. In their eyes, this comrade wounded by an inferior race was already a discardable pawn. Where did these two bastards come from? Bien Ruijin cursed under his breath, his knuckles gripping his gun tightly, the weapon trembling slightly in his hand. His sharp gaze fixed on the man and woman who suddenly appeared at the street corner. The two stood languidly, radiating an undisguised killing intent. It was clear they were coming for them. Shi Lin glanced at the disheveled Blue Star people opposite her, casually tossing her long, flowing waves of hair, her tone laced with disdain and mockery. You guys are pretty good at running away, just walking right into our line of fire. Lan In rolled her eyes, rubbing her hands together, eager for a fight. Why are you talking to these lowly people from inferior planets? Just attack. Shi Lin rolled her eyes again. Who was really from the lower city, anyway? Lan In considered herself an upper city noble, and her actions were far more shameless than hers. Su Jing and Yan Yitong were struggling to hold Lu Luan. The blonde youth was already barely breathing, blood still seeping from the arrow wound in his chest, his throat making a hoarse, bellowing sound with each breath. Hearing the conversation between the man and woman opposite them, Su Jing quickly exchanged a glance with Yan Yitong. Their eyes held worry, but even more so, an undeniable resolve. Lu Luan is yours, Su Jing said, pushing Lu Luan's arm further onto Yan Yitong's shoulder. Her fingertips touched the young man's back, finding it hot and wet, blood mixed with cold sweat. Lu Luan was probably. Su Jing paused, looking at the convenience store sign on the street corner not far away. The smile on the sign reflected a warm yellow light in the sunlight. Go find Tan Xiao Xiao. Once he's inside the convenience store, he'd be safe. The convenience store was only a few dozen meters away, but in the watchful eyes across the street, that short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Yan Yitong looked at the halo of light, her eyes instantly reddening. Tears trembled on her eyelashes, but she bit her lower lip tightly to keep them from falling. Don't worry, Sister Jing. She took a deep breath, suddenly tightening her grip on Lu Luan's arm. I drag him into the store. Su Jing didn't turn back. She drew a dagger from her boot, the blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. She and Bien Ruijin stood back to back, their eyes fixed on the couple opposite them. The man twirled a silver short blade in his fingers, as if ready to strike at any moment, while the woman's nails were bluish-purple, as if coated with poison, and the smile on her lips looked dangerous. Looks like accomplices from the rooftop. Bien Ruijin's voice was extremely low, the barrel of his gun slowly rising. You left, I right? You left, I right. Su Jing's voice was equally tense, the dagger twirling half a circle in her palm, the hilt covered in cold sweat. She saw the woman's fingertips twitch. A faint smell of the sea seemed to drift in the air, like the harbinger of an impending storm. Yan Yitong had already helped Lu Luan to the street corner, only a few meters away from the convenience store. She could hear the soft sound of Su Jing drawing her knife behind her, and knew Bien Ruijin's gun was already aimed at its target, but she dared not turn around. She simply used all her strength to help Lu Luan towards the warm and safe convenience store she remembered. She only prayed that there would be a safe place there, a place where her seriously injured companion could catch his breath. The gunshot rang out, and Lan In dodged the bullet, her silver blade thrusting straight at Bien Ruijin. Bien Ruijin raised his hand to block, his hand going numb from the impact. Before he could react, he was struck by a side kick, a sharp pain shooting through his abdomen. He coughed up blood. These damned water source people, how can they be so strong? On the other side, Su Jing was forced back by Shi Lin's sharp nails, several bloody gashes instantly appearing on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the two were cornered, covered in wounds, while Lin and Lan In opposite them only had slightly soiled clothes. Dealing with you is a piece of cake, Lan In sneered, twirling his short blade. Su Jing caught a glimpse of Yan Yitong helping Lu Luan stagger into the convenience store, and her tense nerves relaxed slightly. She looked up at the two people opposite her, keeping her voice steady and subtly stalling for time. Why did you have to resort to violence? Lan In chuckled, twirling the silver blade halfway between his fingers. What else? Play house with you. He looked down at Su Jing, his eyes like those of someone looking at an insect he could crush at any moment, the blade slightly raised, as if weighing the easiest place to strike. The rules of the game only say you have to win, not how. We just chose the easiest way. He licked his lips, his tone full of sarcasm. You Blue Star people don't still believe in that nonsense about mutual assistance between lower-level stars, do you? Su Jing lowered her head, deliberately letting her hair cover half her face. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her voice trembled. Don't kill me. What information do you want? Whatever you want, I can give you. What valuable things could you possibly have in this backwater? Lan In arrogantly raised his chin, his contempt almost overflowing. Lin, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Her gleaming nails scraped against her palm. What nonsense are you spouting? She impatiently kicked a nearby pebble, and stomped on Su Jing's hand. The captain said kill without mercy, not let you chat with her like this. The excruciating pain of her bones being crushed spread throughout her body, causing Su Jing to shudder. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Lin rolled her eyes as she rubbed Su Jing's hand, complaining haughtily, you Blue Star people are as fragile as paper. The moment those words left his lips, the live stream chat exploded. Damn! This woman's asking for it. I'm so angry. Someone save them. Wait. Yan Yitong took Lu Luan to the convenience store. Sister Tan. Call Sister Tan. The name Sister Tan was like a spark falling into a powder keg, instantly igniting a wave of despair across the screen. Countless comments piled up, the name Tan Xiaoxiao crawling across the screen like a drowning person grasping at their last piece of driftwood. Lin's gleaming fingernails were already inches from Su Jing's carotid artery. The viewers in the live stream forgot to breathe, and the comments scrolled even faster. Sister Tan. Sister Tan. Where are you? Help, Sister Tan. Sister Tan. Someone's bullying us here. Seeing Lin approach Su Jing with ill intent, Bian Ruijin struggled to rush forward to shield Su Jing, but Lan In kicked him in the back of the knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed on the empty street. Thump, thump, thump. Chunky heeled leather shoes rolled across the asphalt, each step clearer than the last, like a tapping on everyone's heartbeat. This familiar sound made Bian Ruijin freeze for half a second. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with surprise. Sure enough, a girl wearing a white shirt, a pleated skirt, and chunky-heeled leather shoes opened the shop door and slowly walked towards them. The live stream camera followed Bian Ruijin's gaze, and many viewers watching the live stream widened their eyes, cheering and crying at the screen. Sister Tan. It's those two bastards. Sister Tan is so cool, kill me. No, kill them. Wah, Sister Tan, you finally arrived. Lin's fingernails stopped in midair, and she turned around impatiently. Who is it? Her expression froze instantly upon seeing who it was. Chapter 24. When Yan Yitong burst into the store, Tan Xiaoxiao was at the cashier, flipping through the worn-out convenience store operation manual. Welcome. She didn't look up, her face instantly flashing a perfect A2 smile, but upon seeing the scene at the door, the smile froze on her lips. Yan Yitong rammed in, carrying Lu Luan, the girl's clothes covered in mud, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Luan, whom she was half carrying and half dragging, had blood dripping from her chest wound, dripping onto the off-white pure wool carpet in the store's rest area, creating glaring and ever-expanding red stains. My rug. Tan Xiaoxiao's face turned green instantly. That rug was expensive. It was worth half a month's revenue. She just lost a valuable asset, a freezer, and now she was going to lose a wool rug too? Was she having a run of bad luck lately? Tan Xiaoxiao practically stumbled to the cleaning supplies shelf, not even glancing at Yan Yitong's tear-streaked face or Lu Luan's pale face, and quickly pulled out a roll of thick absorbent paper labeled industrial-grade super absorbent. This absorbent paper is especially useful for cleaning sauces and stains. Absorbing some blood should be okay, right? She casually slapped the thick stack of absorbent paper onto Lu Luan's bleeding chest and the pool of blood beneath him, as if it were just a perfunctory gesture. She stared at the bloodstains on the rug, her expression serious, her movements swift, ruthless, and precise. Sister Tan. Lu Luan he. Yin Yitong grabbed her arm, her voice trembling with tears, but she choked on her words, her eyes wide with shock. The terrifying amount of blood flowing from Lu Luan's chest was. It was visibly being absorbed by that strange stack of thick paper. The moment the paper touched the blood, it began to contract and writhe, and the bright red bloodstains faded and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Trembling, she picked up a blood-stained absorbent paper. The moment her fingertips touched the surface, a line of cold, black text abruptly appeared before her eyes. Industrial absorbent paper. Instantly absorbs and solidifies lost vital fluids. Stamina plus 20%. This is... Yin Yitong gasped, staring sharply at Lu Luan. The man, who had just been barely breathing and deathly pale, now had a faint glimmer of color in his cheeks. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and his breathing became steady and long. This roll of paper had actually pulled someone back from the brink of death. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoxiao was kneeling on one knee at the edge of the blood-stained carpet, her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a swarm of mosquitoes. She carefully stroked the carpet's fibers, examining it while muttering to herself. It's seeped in. Wool is hard to clean thoroughly. I don't know if the dry cleaning fee will be enough. What? Sister Tan. Yin Yitong's tears fell again, this time from the joy of surviving a disaster and seeing hope. Why are you crying? Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at her impatiently, her gaze then sharpening like a knife as she looked at Lu Luan, whose breathing had stabilized and who seemed about to wake up. She ripped a page from the cashier's notepad with a swish, scribbled a line of text, and then slapped it precisely onto Lu Luan's uninjured side of his chest. According to Article 73 of the Convenience Store Asset Protection Regulations, if a customer causes damage to store assets due to their own reasons, they must compensate at the original price. High-end custom carpet, off-white pure wool, purchase price, $88.88, large industrial absorbent paper, cat print, original price, $38, total, 8,926 yuan. Her voice was firm and resolute, staring at Yin Yitong without any room for negotiation. No matter how good your relationship is, rules are rules. You two are going to pay for this carpet. Yin Yitong wiped away her tears, picked up the cold compensation slip, and clutched it like a lifeline. Sister Tan. We definitely pay for the carpet. Please, save our captain first. Captain? Bian Ruijin? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, annoyed that the compensation process had been interrupted. They're right outside. Those two bastards from Shuiyuan Star. Before Yin Yitong could finish speaking, Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze swept across the street like a searchlight. Through the convenience store's huge glass window, a violent scene came into view. Su Jing was being brutally trampled on the ground, a small foot in a high heel maliciously crushing her swollen right hand with tremendous force. And on the delicate face of the one trampling, Shi Lin, was an undisguised look of contempt and pleasure. Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze instantly turned cold. The next second, a loud crash echoed as she slammed open the convenience store door. A chilling aura emanated from her as she strode towards the center of the conflict. Shi Lin and Lan In, who had just left, hadn't expected this mysterious store owner to personally intervene, nor had they anticipated the oppressive force of her presence. You're in my store at the door. Tan Xiaoxiao's voice wasn't loud, but every word was chilling. She narrowed her eyes, enunciating each syllable clearly. What are you doing? Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over the blood trickling from Bian Ruijin's mouth, the still dry dark red blood stain on the ground, and Su Jing's swollen, purple right hand. Her gaze finally settled on Shi Lin and Lan In. Her eyes no longer held those of customers, but rather those of a source of pollution or trash awaiting cleanup. Causing trouble? She sneered twice, a cold smile curving her lips. Deliberately doing this in front of my shop? Remembering the shop owner's mysterious and unpredictable methods, Shi Lin felt a chill run down her spine. She almost screamed, misunderstanding? We didn't. According to Article 30 of the Convenience Store Operation Manual, fighting among customers results in a warning. Tan Xiaoxiao's voice was icy, completely ignoring Shi Lin's excuses. The second time, she took a step closer, the invisible pressure making Shi Lin's breath catch in her throat. We didn't, it wasn't intentional. Shi Lin's voice trembled, but her shoe unconsciously tightened its grip. Su Jing groaned, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The viewers on Blue Star in the live stream of the disaster were enraged by this scene, and Shi Lin's excuses. They did it on purpose. Sister Tan. Get them. You have no idea how arrogant they were just now. Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on Su Jing's right hand, which was covered in cuts and bruises, then slowly moved to Shi Lin's face. Her gaze wasn't like looking at a person, but rather like looking at some kind of trash. Foot. She uttered a single word, her tone chillingly calm. What? Shi Lin froze. Your foot. Tan Xiaoxiao pointed to the shoe still pressing on Su Jing's hand. Move it away, now, immediately. Shi Lin shuddered at that gaze, pulling her foot back as if electrocuted. Lan In, standing to the side, watched the scene, but grew impatient, finding the shop owner exceptionally annoying. Shi Lin, what are you afraid of? Lan In stepped forward and shouted in Shi Lin's ear, she's clearly deliberately favoring these Blue Star people. He arrogantly raised his chin, pointing at the convenience store sign, and declared vehemently, look closely, this is at least 20 meters away from her shabby shop. Does she even have the right to interfere in the affairs of Water Source Star? Their every move was being broadcast live to the entire population of Water Source Star. If they backed down like this, what would become of his reputation? Lan In tapped his bracelet, and sure enough, the live stream was filled with various mocking comments. He even saw many familiar IDs, mostly his usual nemesis. TSK, even a small convenience store owner is scary. Lan In is useless. Scared away by a convenience store owner? Shame on Water Source Star. Can't even handle inferior people from inferior stars. Unlike Blue Star, the people of Water Source Star are superior to most lower-level stars in both technology and strength, and have maintained an advantageous position since the start of the ghostly disaster game. They hadn't experienced many failures, much less natural disasters. Moreover, Water Source Star subscribes to a dog-eat-dog worldview, unlike Blue Star which has a strong sense of community. If he backed down this time, he would surely be ridiculed and humiliated. Thinking of this, Lan In's blood boiled instantly. He straightened his neck, stepped forward, and stood between Tan Xiaoxiao and Shi Lin, chin held high. Favoring an inferior star? You dare set Water Source Star's rules? A flash of extreme disgust crossed Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes, as if she were looking at a giant piece of garbage clogging a sewer. It seems. Her tone was eerily calm, making Shi Lin feel inexplicably uneasy. Some trash really does need a thorough cleaning. Without looking at anyone, she turned and walked towards the convenience store entrance, easily raising the high-pressure water gun she usually used for cleaning. The thick metal hose gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Tan Xiaoxiao bent down, effortlessly lifting the heavy gun with one hand, then clicked open the industrial-grade valve on the wall. A low hum of water pressure filled the air. Tan Xiaoxiao held the gun firmly, aiming it steadily at Lan In. Trash should be cleaned up. Cleaning countdown 3. Ha ha, a water gun? Are you kidding me? A hint of contempt flashed across Lan In's face. They, the Water Source Star people, were born in the deep sea, raised in the deep sea. This kind of high-pressure water gun? It wouldn't even be enough to give him a cold shower. It wouldn't cause him any harm at all. 2. Tan Xiaoxiao adjusted the high-pressure water gun in her hand, slightly adjusting the muzzle, aiming at Lan In's chest. Come on! This lousy water. It's not even good enough to tickle me. Lan In mockingly spread his arms, channeling his power, and a layer of shimmering water immediately appeared on his body. Lan In, let her spray. Record it for your bathing commercial. Attack a water source alien with a high-pressure water gun? Hilarious. It'd be fun if she doesn't even break the skin after spraying her. Ha ha. 1. Tan Xiaoxiao pulled the trigger, boom. A half-meter thick stream of water, like a steel pillar, roared out with the force to shatter bricks, crashing into Lan In's chest. Lan In's arrogance instantly turned to horror. He felt as if his chest was about to explode, and his protective water membrane shattered and disappeared the moment it touched him. He was blasted away by the water jet, his feet leaving the ground as he flew, leaving only a blurry afterimage. Bang! Immediately following was the sound of collapsing bricks and stones. Lan In was actually slammed 30 meters away, crashing through the concrete load-bearing wall of an abandoned shop. The live stream chat on Water Source Star froze instantly, then was flooded with shocked comments. How is this possible? How could someone hurt a Water Source Star person with a water gun? Who is this shop owner? Is Lan In dead? Shi Lin collapsed to the ground in terror and helplessness. The Water Source Star people were naturally unafraid of any water flow, and because they lived in deep water year-round, even high water pressure wouldn't harm them. Who is this person? Why does he possess such terrifying power? Tan Xiaoxiao glanced down at the water stains on the ground, satisfied to see the dirt and dust swept away. Trash cleanup complete. She expressionlessly turned off the water valve, then glanced towards the ruins, her eyes sweeping over the stunned Shi Lin and the heavily injured Su Jing on the ground, along with Bian Ruijin. You two come inside with me to get your wounds bandaged. Tan Xiaoxiao's voice returned to its usual flat tone. A few strands of her meticulously combed long hair dampened by the water vapor and hanging down her chest. As she turned to walk back to the convenience store, she paused slightly as she passed the terrified Shi-Lin. "You," Tan Xiaoxiu's voice wasn't loud, but it made Shi-Lin tremble violently. "Drag him out of the rubble." She glanced at the white paving stones at the convenience store entrance, her tone cold. "Don't dirty my area of responsibility." Watching Bian Ruijin and Su Jing support each other as they followed behind Tan Xiaoxiu, everyone watching the live broadcast of the strange disaster couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sister Tan. Seeing Sister Tan makes me feel so safe. Those water source star people won't come after us, will they? So what if they do? Would they dare to break into Sister Tan's shop?" Qinyu was sitting in front of the TV, doing her homework while watching the live broadcast. Next to her, Yu Lily was cramming for math. Because of her long-term addiction to games, she had fallen far behind in her studies. If she wanted to get into the same high school as Qingyu, she would have to work much harder. Watching the TV broadcast show Bian Ruijin and his group successfully escaping danger, Qingyu finally relaxed. She let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Yu Lily beside her. Discovering that Yu Lily was also secretly watching the live broadcast, Qingyu immediately put her hands on her hips. "Lily, how could you daydream like that?" Yu Lily looked at Qingyu defiantly. "You were daydreaming too." Qingyu immediately felt a little guilty. She turned her head away. I was worried about the fate of Blue Star." Seeing that Yu Lily was about to say something, Qingyu quickly changed the subject. "I'm going to do volunteer work at the hospital later. You better finish your math test, okay? I check it when I get back." Yu Lily was a little dejected. She had fallen too far behind in her studies, and even after cramming for a while, she still couldn't keep up. But thinking of her dream of getting into Yen Country's University of Science and Technology, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Qingyu was satisfied. She opened her backpack and carefully took out a beautifully packaged cookie, placing it next to Yu Lily. Yu Lily stared at the cookie, stunned. "What's this?" Qingyu chuckled. "It's a rice cracker. The school awards it to the top 10 students in the grade. Thanks to Tan Xiaoxiu's help, the ton of pollution-free rice seeds that Blue Star obtained has successfully yielded their first batch of rice after more than 2 months of hydroponics. Because the quantity is small and precious, the government only distributed them to various universities. Even so, the quantity was still not enough, so the schools decided to make rice cakes as a reward for some high-achieving students. "I won't eat it, you keep it for yourself." Yu Lily paused, looking at the rice cake, then thought of Grandma Chen, "Or you can save it for Grandma Chen." Qingyu shook her head and directly tore open the packaging. "I have 2 pieces. I already shared one with Grandma yesterday. This one is specially for you." The moment the packaging was torn open, a sweet aroma mixed with a sweet scent she had never smelled before rushed into her nostrils, and Yu Lily couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, Qingyu had already cut the palm-sized white rice cake in half, and then quickly stuffed the larger piece into Yu Lily's mouth. Then Qingyu stood up, grabbed her school bag from the chair, and ran out. "Lily, I'm going to the hospital to do volunteer work. Remember to do your test." Watching Qingyu skip away, Yu Lily was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say something, but the rice cake stopped her. She couldn't decide whether to spit it out or swallow it. A sweet, warm aroma mixed with the scent of sunshine exploded on her tongue, instantly flooding her taste buds. Smelling the faint aroma of rice lingering in her nose, Yu Lily chuckled, her voice filled with disbelief. "So, this is what rice tastes like." Yu Lily carefully chewed the rice cake in her mouth. She couldn't believe there was such a gentle food in the world. After eating it, she felt all her fatigue lessen. Yu Lily lowered her head and energetically picked up the math test paper on the table. She also wanted to study hard and strive to be in the top 10 of her grade, then she would share her rice cakes with Xiaoyu. Qingyu ran out of the house and immediately boarded a bus, heading towards the hospital. She had arranged to meet the patient's family at 2 p.m., and it was already almost 1:30 p.m. Qingyu was young and a volunteer, so the volunteer association didn't assign her overly strenuous work. She only needed to spend weekends at the hospital with some seriously ill children, playing games and telling stories. Qingyu enjoyed this job very much. However, she had indeed left a little late today. She looked down at the electronic clock on the bus, a hint of anxiety flashing across her face. Several young men and women stood beside her, discussing the ghost disaster livestream, their words filled with admiration for Tan Xiaoxiu. "Wow, that water gun from Sister Tan was so satisfying. Hee. Seeing Sister Tan appear made me feel so relieved." Listening to everyone's enthusiastic discussion about Tan Xiaoxiu, Qingyu, who already idolized Sister Tan, felt a surge of pride. Just then, the bus arrived at its stop. Chinyu straightened her back, a proud look on her face, and ran towards the inpatient ward, following her memory. Her job was to play with a 5-year-old girl who had accidentally eaten highly contaminated food. "Sister Xiaoyu, you're here." Hearing the little girl greet her sweetly, Chinyu quickly put down her school bag, went over, and patted the little girl's head. "How are you feeling today, Cici?" Because of brain cancer, the little girl had lost all her hair, and for appearance's sake, she wore an exquisitely knitted woolen hat. The little girl looked up at Chinyu with a silly grin and smiled. "I feel great today. And my head doesn't hurt anymore." Chinyu looked at the little girl with a pang of heartache. Wang Cici was truly the most well-behaved and sensible little girl she had ever met. Every time she looked at her with those big, bright eyes, she couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. Thinking of the conversation she had overheard between the doctor and Cici's father a few days ago, Chinyu's eyes reddened. The doctor said Cici might not make it past 2 months. She was just a little girl, not even 5 years old, who loved listening to stories, singing, and being pretty. Why did she have to go through all this? Just accidentally eating a highly contaminated apple. How could the consequences be so severe? Chinyu blinked, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, trying her best to keep her voice calm. "Cici, I brought you something yummy today." Saying this, Chinyu pulled out the last small piece of rice cake from her backpack and handed it to her. "Cici, do you know what this is?" "It's a rice cake." Cici's eyes lit up, and she inhaled the sweet aroma that filled her nostrils with longing. "Is this the smell of rice?" Just then, a man of medium build rushed in and snatched the rice cake from Cici's hand. "Cici, didn't I tell you that you can only eat things after Daddy has checked them?" Cici was startled, and seeing her father's anxious expression, she apologized very sensibly. "Daddy, I'm sorry." Although she was only 5 years old, she keenly sensed the adult's unusual emotions. "Daddy, Cici didn't blame you. Cici got sick because she ate highly polluted food because she was greedy. Don't blame yourself, Daddy." Wang Yongning stood frozen in place, remembering what the doctor had just told him about Cici's condition. He could no longer hold back his grief and hugged his daughter tightly. After a long while, Wang Yongning composed himself and looked at Chinyu, who seemed somewhat at a loss. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper." Wang Yongning returned the rice cake to Chinyu. "This is too precious, Cici can't accept it." "That's right, Cici can't accept it." Wang Cici stared longingly at the rice cake, smacked her lips, looking reluctant, but still very sensibly followed her father's words. "Cici's dad, this rice cake was given by the school, 100% pollution-free." Chinyu, fearing that Cici's father thought the rice cake in his hand was of questionable origin, quickly explained. "Do you watch the disaster livestream? It's the reward Blue Star received after the Fire Seed team completed their mission. This is the rice grown from that ton of pollution-free rice patties." Wang Yongning's lips twitched slightly, somewhat absent-mindedly. "Yeah, I know." Even if he didn't follow the disaster livestream, he still constantly heard various news from those around him. For example, Blue Star had completed 2 S-rank missions in a row, receiving substantial rewards. For example, there was that mysterious girl named Tan Xiaoxiao, whose identity was shrouded in mystery, yet she had helped Blue Star multiple times. Because of Tan Xiaoxiao's appearance, the entire Blue Star seemed to have emerged from its previous gloom, and everyone was filled with hope for the future. But as Cici could never regain her former health, just from accidentally eating a highly contaminated apple. Wang Yongning wiped away tears, his face filled with despair and deathly stillness. Even if the Fire Seed team completed countless missions, even if that girl named Tan Xiaoxiao possessed extraordinary abilities, what difference did it make? Could they save his Cici? Chapter 25. Seeing Shishi's father so heartbroken, Chinyu felt helpless. She stood up, put away the rice cakes in her hand, and quietly left the ward. Walking down the hospital corridor, Chinyu saw countless figures tormented by illness. An elderly man in a blue-striped hospital gown, slowly moving along the wall, clutching his medical record, crouching at the fire escape entrance, weeping. Chinyu clutched the remaining half-bag of rice cakes in her pocket, its sweet aroma completely masked by the smell of disinfectant. She thought of Shishi's father's red-rimmed eyes, Shishi's innocent and adorable face, and a lump formed in her throat, making her breathing heavy. Almost instinctively, Chinyu pulled out her phone, entered the disaster live stream, and the loading screen flashed by. The moment the Fire Seed team appeared on the screen, Chinyu stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the screen. It seemed that just one more glance would lend her a sliver of strength to keep going. Tan Shishi's gaze was fixed on the off-white pure wool carpet, her heart bleeding. Tan Shishia's gaze shifted downwards, landing on the golden head slumped on the floor, its eyelashes trembling slightly. Anger surged to the top of her head. Stop playing dead now that you're awake. She stood with her hands on her hips, her voice cold and hard. A densely written compensation list was shaken repeatedly before being slapped precisely onto Lu Luan's bewildered face. Pay up. Now. Immediately. Who am I? Where am I? Lu Luan struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his gaze fixed blankly on the familiar yet unfamiliar white ceiling. His memory was still stuck on the excruciating pain of an arrow piercing his chest. Was he dead? Or? He struggled to sit up, a tearing pain shooting through his chest. Confused, he looked down and saw a thick wad of strangely textured absorbent paper pasted across his chest. Hey! Don't try to play dumb and get away with it. Tan Xiaoxiao raised her voice, her sharp eyes seemingly trying to pin him to the spot. Lu Luan unconsciously touched his chest, muttering absently, I'm not dead, am I? Dead? Tan Shishia's eyes widened, as if she heard a fairy tale. Ha! Trying to use playing dead to avoid paying for my carpet? No way. Lu Luan snapped back to reality. He blankly reached into his blood-stained clothes, his fingertips touching a cold, hard object. He carefully pulled it out, a gold VIP card with charred edges. It was the one Tan Xiaoxiao had forcefully shoved into his hand the first time they met. The hole in the center of the card silently testified to the immense force it had endured. Tan Shishia's surging anger abruptly halted the moment she saw the torn gold card. Her gaze was fixed on the card, her sharp aura pausing subtly for a few seconds, as if engaged in a fierce internal tug-of-war. After a long pause, she finally turned her face away, chin raised, her tone still hard. Even if you're a VIP. She paused, as if squeezing the words out through clenched teeth, then I'll at most give you a 10% discount. Bien Ruijin, watching Tan Shishia's reluctant expression, couldn't help but chuckle. However, his laughter backfired, the wound on his lip was aggravated, and he hissed in pain. He gasped, wincing. Su Jing, carefully bandaging her right hand, saw this and rolled her eyes at him, muttering, Serves you right. Serves you right for laughing. In the cramped convenience store, under the warm yellow light, the muffled laughter mixed with a pained cry and annoyed complaint strangely created a warm scene. In contrast, the atmosphere outside the convenience store was much colder. Shi Lin seemed rooted to the spot by that gaze, only snapping back to reality after Tan Shishia's figure completely disappeared behind the door. She staggered towards the chaotic ruins, frantically digging through the dirty bricks and rubble with her bare hands, oblivious to the blood seeping from her fingernails. Not out of concern, but because she had to confirm whether that idiot was alive or dead. When Lan In, covered in dust and looking like a rag doll, was dragged from the rubble, only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still breathing. Shi Lin looked down at him, her eyes flashing with intense disgust and calculation. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. What value did this useless piece of trash have, besides continuing to disgrace Water Source Star? Lan In's blood-stained eyelids trembled a few times, and he struggled to open them a crack. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of the undisguised coldness and murderous intent on Shi Lin's face. A wave of overwhelming chill instantly washed over him, even more so than when he was blasted away by the water cannon. A terrified whimper escaped his throat as he retreated in terror. But the excruciating pain from his broken leg and twisted wrist reminded him that he was utterly powerless to resist. You want to? You're insane! Don't forget we're broadcasting live. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to squeeze out a weak, desperate voice. I am a nobleman of the upper city. A nobleman. Upon hearing this, Shi Lin didn't pause. Instead, she let out a very soft, cold sneer. She elegantly raised her hand, slowly tucking a stray strand of fiery red wavy hair behind her ear, a hint of contempt and disgust flashing in her superior gaze. A nobleman? Her voice was soft, yet every word carried a chilling intent. Young Master Lan In, have you forgotten the immense shame you just brought to the entire upper city, to the entire Water Source Star? She leaned slightly closer, her exquisite face contorted with fear. Before millions of your own kind, you were blasted away like trash, lying in the ruins like a dead dog waiting to die. Look at you, Shi Lin lowered her head, staring at the dying man on the ground. A cripple on his last breath, he only dragged everyone down in the game. Her fingertips twitched, and she gripped Lan On's neck tightly. Who would blame me if I killed you? Just cleaning up a piece of trash that brings shame to Water Source Star. Her voice suddenly rose. Isn't that a contribution? A cold smile flashed across Yilin's face, and her slender hand gripping Lan Un's neck tightened sharply. The next second, Lan Un's eyes widened abruptly, a muffled sound of despair escaping his throat. Yilin remained expressionless, her palm tightening inch by inch. With a crack, Lan Un finally stopped breathing, his head slumping limply to the side. The Water Source Star's disaster livestream room was deathly silent for a few seconds, then the screen instantly filled with comments. Holy crap! He really killed him? A nobleman? Useless cowards should be dealt with like this. This is the style of Water Source Star. Survival of the fittest. The Lan Un family has completely lost face. Death is the best punishment. The cold-blooded logic of the society, and the deeply ingrained rule of the survival of the fittest, meant that the audience on Water Source Star didn't condemn the scene. Instead, they erupted in fervent cheers and approval. Lan Un's proud noble status had become his greatest shame and death warrant. Yilin slowly released her grip, letting the still-warm corpse collapse to the ground. She took out a snow-white silk handkerchief and meticulously wiped the bloodstains from her hands. Then, she tapped her bracelet and proactively reported the entire incident to Captain Lu Gu. On the other end of the communication line, Lu Ji's handsome eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Lan Un's death? Insignificant. What truly sank his heart was the intelligence error. These inferior people from a remote planet had actually crippled 2 of his team members in a single day. We underestimated them. His eyes sharpened. As expected, Blue Star's ability to complete 2 S-rank missions wasn't just luck. The Tide Erosion Wholesale Distribution Center, it seemed he had no choice but to investigate this den of thieves. He shut down the communication, a cold glint in his eyes. Inside the convenience store, Tan Xixiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, her eyes glued to the monitor, completely unable to control her rage. On the screen, the woman named Yilin had casually tossed Lan Un's body onto a street corner less than 50 meters from her shop, as if it were trash. Then she just clapped her hands and walked away. A two-faced, treacherous woman. Tan Xiaoxiao was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. Damn it! The corpse is right in front of my shop. She paced anxiously in the cramped space, like a lioness whose territory had been defiled. What are the customers supposed to think? What if they think this is a shady business that kills and steals? How am I supposed to do business? What about my reputation? Lu Luan, clutching the exorbitant compensation claim, listened to this incredibly serious yet surreal accusation, his lips twitching uncontrollably, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Only this boss Tan could connect destroying evidence with shop reputation and business operations so seamlessly. Tan Xiaoxiao completely ignored Lu Luan's subtle expression. She flung open the shop door and rushed to the corpse with a murderous aura. The heavy stench of blood and the unseeing eyes of the dead body made her brows furrow into a deep knot. What to do with this trash? Damn it, there aren't any large trash cans on this street. Should I drag it to the next block? Tan Xiaoxiao imagined herself parading this human-shaped non-recyclable trash through the streets. The next day's headlines would probably read, "Shocking. Convenience store owner drags corpse in the street. Is it moral depravity or..." Absolutely not. This is worse than the rumors about her black shop. What to do? Tan Xixiao's anxious gaze swept across the street corner, suddenly fixing on the warm light glass door of her convenience store. An idea flashed into her mind like lightning. The trash can. That bottomless little black trash can in the store that seems to eat everything. Wasn't it perfect when she disposed of those human scraps last time? Perfect for her. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded expressionlessly, as if she had found the optimal solution. She bent down, dragging the trash back into the store, as if it were a heavy, but ordinary sack of goods, pulling Lan in by the ankle. Clang! The corpse landed heavily beside the cashier. The store fell silent instantly. Bian Ruijin, Su Jing, and Lu Luan, who were tending to their wounds and clutching the bill, all froze. Even knowing that Tan Xiaoxiao meant them no harm, witnessing her expressionlessly dragging back a mangled corpse was still too much of a shock, both visually and emotionally. The air froze for a moment, but Tan Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious, or rather, completely unaware of anything amiss. She bent down deftly, as if handling an expired bento box, and swiftly stuffed the largest piece of trash into the inconspicuous, bottomless black trash can beside the cashier. Whoosh! The small black bucket opening suddenly expanded, its edges writhing with fine, living, jet-black tentacles, instantly coiling and enveloping the corpse. There was no chewing sound, only a chilling hum, as if it were devouring and dissolving. In no more than 3 seconds, skin and bone, along with the bloodstains on the ground, were sucked clean. The trash can returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Bien Ruijin subconsciously stared intently at the eerie trash can. In a daze, the black bucket seemed to twist, and countless grotesque, pained faces, severed limbs, strange hallucinations, rushed into his mind like mental pollution. Ugh, Bien Ruijin groaned, his face deathly pale, turning his head as if electrocuted, his heart pounding wildly. Luckily, he reacted quickly. He almost got mentally corrupted by this awful thing again. Tan Xiaoxiao, however, patted the now calm trash can lid with satisfaction, a look of approval on her face reminiscent of a benevolent boss looking at an excellent employee. Not bad, down to earth, responsible, hardworking, and highly efficient. Her tone was full of sincere praise, then her tone shifted abruptly, becoming laced with resentment. Unlike some delicate, capricious freezers that go on strike at the drop of a hat. Her last few words were practically squeezed out between clenched teeth, clearly showing her deep resentment towards the slapping freezer. The dark-colored trash can, under Tan Xiaoxiao's loving slap, trembled almost imperceptibly. The can seemed to dim slightly, as if silently expressing its will to survive. Perhaps to show its loyalty, a slight wriggling sound came from inside the trash can. Then, a small, jet-black metal bracelet was carefully spit out, landing with a clink on the polished floor, the very one Lana was wearing. Tan Xiaoxiao paused slightly, then casually picked up the bracelet and glanced at it. The style was similar to the ones Bien Ruijin and the others wore. With a leisurely air, she tapped the bracelet's smooth surface with her fingertip. Buzz, a line of cold, black text flashed before her eyes without warning. Huh? There's an instruction manual? Tan Xiaoxiao muttered unconsciously, reading the text aloud without thinking. Stop the opponent's fire seat squad, Blue Star, procurement plan. She read aloud haltingly, her brow furrowed slightly. Mission failed. A freshwater lake on the home planet turned into acid. Bien Ruijin, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his sharp gaze fixed on Tan Xiaoxiao and the bracelet in her hand. He abruptly stood up, his face a mixture of disbelief and elation at having grasped a crucial clue. His voice was slightly strained with urgency. That bracelet! Can I see it? Tan Xiaoxiao flicked her wrist, tossing the bracelet in a perfect arc before it landed with a thud in Bien Ruijin's outstretched palm. As she tossed it, she asked curiously, "Is this the game bracelet you players use? It's so flashy." Flashy? A bitter feeling welled up in Bien Ruijin's heart. This death game, which often came at the cost of the home planet's ecosystem extinction, was described as flashy in her eyes. He suppressed his surging emotions, held his breath, and rapidly operated the device on his bracelet. The main objective of the mission on Water Source Star was indeed as he expected, but when his gaze fell upon the clear mission prompts below, his blood froze instantly. Mission prompt 1. A corrosive acid tide erupts in the market every hour. Please take necessary precautions. 2. Strictly abide by the wholesale market management regulations. Violators will bear the consequences. 3. Numerous side quests/hidden quests exist in the instance, with generous rewards. In-depth exploration is recommended. The cold text pierced his eyes. A soldier's uniquely keen intuition instantly sounded the highest alarm. Why did the people of Water Source Star provide such detailed instructions? Why were these crucial points concerning life and death completely omitted from the mission information for Blue Star? The scheduled outbreak of the acid tide was a warning. The management regulations were the red lines of the rules. The side quests were opportunities to become stronger. All this crucial information was a glaring blank in the Blue Star Fire Seed Squad's bracelet. A chilling coldness mixed with the anger of being fooled welled up and instantly swept over Bien Ruijin. Those damned higher dimensions. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white, his teeth clenched. It was intentional. Absolutely intentional. This seemingly ordinary procurement mission was probably a deathly trap. Su Jing, standing to the side, had already quietly bandaged her swollen and aching right hand. She sat quietly, but her peripheral vision precisely captured every change in Bien Ruijin's emotions and the glaring notifications on his bracelet. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jing slowly stood up and walked steadily to Tan Xiaoxiao. Without a word, she solemnly retrieved a small, tightly sealed envelope from her inner pocket. Her voice was soft, yet carried a steady, resolute tone. "There's something. The commander instructed me to deliver it to you personally." Tan Xiaoxiao, preoccupied with the budget for the new freezer, paused, looking at the small envelope offered to her with a puzzled expression. It was thin and light. She raised an eyebrow, somewhat casually, picked up the envelope with 2 fingers, and tore open the seal. A slightly yellowed old photograph slipped into her palm. The instant her gaze fell upon the photograph, time seemed to freeze. All emotion vanished from Tan Shisha's face, leaving only a deathly blank. In the photo, a little girl, wrapped in a bulky pink cotton-padded coat, her cheeks flushed from the cold, is biting into a cotton candy bigger than her face, grinning carefree, sugar-smeared silly smile at the camera. Beside the little girl stands a woman in her 30s. The woman has gentle features, her head slightly tilted, a warm smile playing on her lips. Her loving eyes gaze tenderly at the greedy little figure beside her. She has no memory of it, yet she instinctively recognizes the woman. The noisy background noise of the convenience store, the smell of blood, the unfinished bills, everything fades away in that instant. Tan Xiaoxiao stares intently at the photo, her pupils trembling violently, her lips moving almost imperceptibly. Tan Xiaoxiao's fingertips linger on the photo, motionless for a long time. She traces the woman's gentle features again and again, as if trying to touch the dissipating warmth. After a long silence, a dry voice broke the stillness. Is she doing well? Su Jing's throat tightened, the words she had prepared stuck in her chest. She didn't know how to tell Tan Xiaoxiao the fact that Tan Shu had spent most of her life searching for her, and could only manage to squeeze out 4 words, died peacefully in her sleep. Tan Xiaoxiao lowered her head abruptly, her body tense, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant. Tan Xiaoxiao remained silent for a long time. Even though she had a premonition that a long time had passed, hearing the news still made her sad. It seemed she would never see her mother again. Wait, what did Su Jing show Sister Tan? Why does it feel like Sister Tan is about to cry? Sister Tan? Cry? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After an unknown amount of time, Tan Xiaoxiao looked up again, her face calm. Purpose? Do you remember what I said last time? Su Jing paused, looking directly at Tan Xiaoxiao. I think you already know who we are, why we're here, and that blue star is now on the verge of collapse. Her voice carried a pleading tone and a heavy, desperate resolve. We need you. Okay. Those 2 words were decisive, without any preamble, not even before Su Jing finished speaking. Tan Shishi's gaze remained fixed on the cashier's counter, as if agreeing to a trivial matter, only her fingers pressing on the photograph betraying a hint of emotion. I'm going to the wholesale market to buy goods tomorrow, you can come with me. Before she finished speaking, she had already casually pulled out several gleaming metal cards from beside the cashier's counter, the fronts bearing a prominent convenience store logo. With a soft snap, the cards landed crisply on the polished countertop. From now on, with your VIP card, you can come anytime, and you can even pay on credit. Tan Xiaoxiao paused, emphasizing, anytime. Su Jing's expression froze. Then a surge of wild joy exploded within her. She had succeeded. She stood up, her body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. After a long while, she managed to control her emotions, and bowed deeply to Tan Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much. The Blue Star Joint Command Center. The deathly silence was broken by a sudden burst of cheers, everyone's faces beaming with undisguised joy. With Tan Xiaoxiao by her side, this hellish mission finally saw a glimmer of hope. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao yawned, riding on her rusty old tricycle. The old wheels creaked and groaned across the slightly damp road, finally stopping beneath the rusty, ominous metal archway of the damp wholesale distribution center. Behind her, in the back of the truck, the tense members of the Blue Star Fire Seed team were crammed together in a disheveled state. In the shadows not far away, Lu Ge from Water Source Star, with his 2 remaining teammates, arms crossed, stared intently at the group in front of them, or rather, at Tan Xiaoxiao, with eyes as cold and venomous as a viper. Chapter 26. Hey Captain, move forward a bit, it's so cramped. Faced with Yan Yiteng's disgruntled complaint, Bian Ruijin awkwardly shrank his shoulders. The back of this small tricycle was really cramped, he was tall and big, and even with his best efforts to huddle, he still took up most of the space. Su Jing, huddled in the corner, listened to the conversation between the two, somewhat relieved that Lu Luan had been forced to stay at the convenience store due to his unhealed injuries. Otherwise, this dilapidated tricycle wouldn't have been able to fit so many people. Squeak! Tan Xiaoxiao stopped the tricycle, bringing it to a sudden halt. She looked up, suspiciously gazing at the wholesale market in front of her. What's going on? Her brows furrowed, her voice filled with deep dissatisfaction. The flyer clearly states grand opening today, all discounts. Where is everyone? Not a soul in sight. This management is outrageous. She irritably tossed the flyer with the blurry grand opening printed on it, her gaze sweeping over the deathly silent entrance. They didn't even bother with ribbons and balloons for the opening? No flowers either. Really, they don't look like they're doing business at all. As a professional small business owner, she couldn't hold back her complaints. This is ridiculous. At least play some music. The next second, ugh, shrill. A sharp, distorted, out-of-tune welcome music abruptly rang out from inside the market, unusually shrill and piercing, accompanied by strange noises. Su Jing seemed to realize something, her pupils contracted, and her right hand, hidden under her sleeve, clenched instinctively. This wasn't welcome music, it was clearly funeral music. A dozen or so market administrators in gray uniforms were covered in dark stains. It was hard to tell if it was blood or water. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, their faces disfigured, covered in scars, and they reeked of a foul odor. They walked stiffly from the market entrance, their cloudy eyes fixed intently on Tan Xiaoxiao and her group. Alert! Bien Ruijin's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his muscles tense, and he growled. A-level mutated monsters. Number. 12. Extremely dangerous. Su Jing endured the excruciating pain in her right hand, her left hand silently sliding a dagger from her sleeve, a flash of cold light. Yinitong's face was deathly pale, her breathing rapid, her knuckles white as she gripped her weapon tightly. My God! 12 or so A-level monsters? That's terrifying. This market is too dangerous, let's run. Don't panic. Sister Tan is here. Not far away, Lu Gu, in the shadows, silently curled a cold smile, raising her hand to stop the eager Moshe. The show is about to begin. His voice was deep, tinged with amusement. How about we let these inferior planets trash? Warm up first? His sharp gaze locked onto Tan Xiaoxiao. Shi Lin's information swirled in his mind. This seemingly ordinary girl had crippled Lan In with a single blow? 12 A-rank monsters. Even he or Visser from Lingyu Star wouldn't dare claim they could escape unscathed. He wanted to see just how capable she was. Tan Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the spectacle, rolling her eyes as she watched the distorted monsters, muttering under her breath. I could understand companies hiring disabled people to reduce taxes, but at least make them pay attention to hygiene. Tan Xiaoxiao pushed her creaking tricycle and strode headed straight for the market entrance. Get out of the way. Don't block my way, I need to buy goods. If you waste my time, can your market afford to compensate me for lost work time? Moshe let out an undisguised sneer. TSK, courting death? Shilin, are you saying Lan In fell for her? He tilted his head, his eyes full of contempt. Looks like that trash Lan In truly deserved to die. Shilin's gaze was fixed on the back of the girl pushing her rickety tricycle, seemingly fearless and ignorant as she barged into the strange group, a deep sense of awe flashing across her face. No, she is different. How different? Moshe scoffed. I think we don't even need to lift a finger. Before he finished speaking, the sneer on his face vanished abruptly. A bizarre scene unfolded. Those market managers, who had been radiating intense malice and menacing expressions, froze instantly the moment Tan Xiaoxiao pushed her tricycle closer, their growls fading away. They even instinctively and clumsily stepped back to the sides of the road, making way for her. The administrator's cloudy eyes stared intently at Tan Xiaoxiao, somewhat puzzled. For some reason, just being near this girl instilled an indescribable, soul-deep fear in them, making them instinctively want to submit. Moshe gasped upon seeing this, her eyes widening in disbelief. Just that's it? I thought there was going to be a big battle, but following Sister Tan, I slayed the whole scene. Bien Ruijin and the others followed Tan Xiaoxiao tremblingly. Even before entering the market, just at the entrance, they could clearly feel the oppressive and gloomy atmosphere inside. An unidentified viscous liquid dripped from the massive ceiling, and strange goods were piled up on both sides of the passageway. The air was extremely humid and carried a faint, corrosive odor. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, somewhat apprehensive. Can you really find anything good to buy here? Having already come this far, Tan Xiaoxiao hesitantly walked forward, just in time to see a clearly written market management regulations posted on the gate. Welcome to the Chaoshar Wholesale Distribution Center. To ensure a satisfactory purchasing experience, please be sure to abide by the following regulations. 1. Market opening hours are 8 to 2000 hours. Loitering outside of business hours is strictly prohibited. 2. Loud noises, spitting, and littering are strictly prohibited. 3. When crowded, please queue in an orderly manner. 35. Any damage to market assets will be compensated at the original price according to the asset damage compensation price list. Enjoy your shopping at the Chaoshar Wholesale Distribution Center. 35 rules? Tan Xiaoxiao stared at the long list of management rules, somewhat dissatisfied, but tried her best to convince herself. After all, it's a big market, more rules are normal. She took out her phone, took a picture of the rules, and then watched helplessly as the previously clear text on the phone suddenly turned into a blur. That damn second-hand phone dealer. I'm going to settle accounts with him. How can I use a phone with such a blurry picture? Yan Yitong stepped forward. I handle it. I always had a good memory, and I even received professional memory training. Tan Xiaoxiao shook her head, patting her phone impatiently. The next second, the phone screen went black and froze for a moment, then Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the text on the photo gradually becoming clearer with satisfaction. I knew it. All electronics are like that. A quick tap and it's fine. Tan Xiaoxiao pushed her tricycle, leisurely strolling into the wholesale center under the watchful eyes of a row of market administrators. Lu Gu and the other two exchanged glances and immediately followed. But before they even stepped through the door, the group of twisted market administrators surrounded them. Lu Gu gritted his teeth, trying to avoid conflict. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a few words. I'm with those people in front. The market administrators in gray uniforms looked at each other, then finally made way. Once inside, Tan Xiaoxiao looked around, aimlessly pulling her tricycle. Despite the many stall owners' menacing and unfriendly stares, Tan Xiaoxiao remained calm, even complaining to Su Jing behind her. Ugh, that's what happens when business is bad. When you see a customer, you practically pounce on them. Su Jing forced a smile. Tan Xiaoxiao pushed her creaking tricycle, her eyes drawn to a flashing sign. Second floor clearance sale. Rock bottom prices. Clearance sale? Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Let's go! Let's grab some bargains. She immediately pushed the tricycle excitedly towards the sloping passageway to the second floor grocery section. Bian Ruijin and the other two exchanged glances, then reluctantly followed. Just then, Lu Gu emerged from around the corner with Shi Lin and Motia. Lu Ji's eyes turned cold. Follow me. Just as the two groups stepped onto the second floor grocery section, before they could even see the entire floor. Beep beep beep, a sharp, piercing alarm blared without warning. Immediately followed by a cold broadcast, beep. Warning! Environmental optimization is about to begin, countdown 10, 9, 8. A corrosive, fishy stench suddenly filled the air. Acid tide. Bian Ruijin and Su Jing's expressions changed drastically, while Yan Yitong trembled in fear. The next second, a thick grayish-green fog, carrying a pungent acid odor, surged from the end of the passage with astonishing speed. Faced with this corrosive acid tide, the members of the Water Source Star showed no panic. They huddled together, their bodies instantly enveloped in a faint halo of water. Growing on Water Source Star under high-pressure seawater, they were resistant to corrosion and low temperatures. The acid tide wouldn't have much of an effect on them. However, the members of the Fire Seed Squad were not so lucky. They all watched the approaching acid fog with despair. At this critical moment, Tan Xiaoxiao, choked and sneezing from the sour smell, bent over and frantically rummaged through the back of her tricycle. What kind of awful disinfectant is this? It smells so strong, she complained, her hands moving swiftly. Ah! Found it. She straightened up, clutching a crumpled, semi-transparent, cheap plastic sheet. Come here. Use it to block the smell. Without another word, she unfolded the huge plastic sheet and quickly covered everyone completely. I prepared this in case it rained. It's terrible quality, but it blocked the disinfectant smell, better than being suffocated. The three members of the Blue Star Fire Seed team looked at the thin, almost translucent plastic sheet, as if it could be blown away with a breath, and felt the overwhelming, metallic stench of death emanating from it. Their hearts sank. This thing can block acid spray? But the acid mist has arrived. There's no choice, sizzle. The moment the acid mist touched the plastic sheet, it immediately emitted a violent corrosive sound. The plastic film visibly thinned, melted, and even emitted a pungent blue smoke. Bian Ruijin even felt a stinging pain on his exposed skin. It's over. Yan Yitong closed her eyes. However, the expected bloody and mangled scene did not occur. The seemingly fragile plastic film actually greatly weakened the acid spray. When it dripped onto the skin, there was only a faint burning sensation, far from fatal. Su Jing stared intently at the plastic film. Plastic sheet, A-grade artifact, a seemingly ordinary piece of plastic sheet, defense power plus 80%. The viewers in the Blue Star Disaster live stream were stunned. Sister Tan? You just casually picked up a piece of plastic sheet, and it's an A-grade artifact? I knew that following Sister Tan would solve all my problems. Hiss! This disinfectant is really strong. My clothes are burning. Tan Xiaoxiao sighed, and complained softly through the tattered plastic sheet. I wonder how long this disinfection will take. On the other side, the group from Water Source Star weren't so lucky. The water film around them emitted a violent sizzling sound the moment it came into contact with the dense fog. It even emitted eerie black smoke. No! This isn't ordinary acid. Lu Ji's voice carried a hint of horror. The corrosive power of this acid fog far exceeded his resistance. The acid fog attacked them with terrifying force. Ah! Moshe was the first to be hit. Her expensive combat uniform was corroded through, and her arms and shoulders were instantly torn open. My face! My clothes! Shilin screamed in terror. Her meticulously maintained red hair and her proudly beautiful face were being corroded by the acid, making a sizzling sound. The next second, a cold announcement rang in her ears. Customer Shilin, Lu Gu, and Motia have violated management regulations by making loud noise and are expelled from this market. The grayish-green acid tide immediately surged like a raging torrent, carrying the 3 members of the Shuiyuan Star team, who were screaming and emitting corrosive blue smoke, and then violently throwing them out of the market gate. The 3 lay paralyzed on the ground, unable to move, their bodies charred and festering, looking utterly wretched. Upstairs, feeling the acid tide begin to thin, Tan Xiaoxiao ripped off the tattered plastic sheet covering her head, and threw it on the ground with disgust. TSK, the quality is terrible. It's ruined after one use. She looked around in dissatisfaction, angrily pulling up the 3 members of the still-shaken Fire Seed team. Tan Xiaoxiao calmed herself down and finally remembered her purpose for the day. She pushed her tricycle towards the nearby grocery section. Approaching the neon sign that read Old Wang Wholesale. Today's special. Rock bottom price. Tan Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the shelves overflowing with all kinds of instant noodles, beer, and drinks. These were the items her shop consumed the most each day. Especially instant noodles, which had been out of stock for a long time. Boss! Do you have any discounts here? The stall owner, Old Wang, dressed in a black uniform, stood up, his cloudy eyes sweeping over Tan Xiaoxiao and the Fire Seed squad behind her, his gaze filled with greed. Yes, discounts. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, looking around with satisfaction. Your instant noodles are pretty good quality. 2 cases of braised flavor, that's the best selling. And another case of pickled cabbage flavor, some customers just like strong flavors. Tan Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at the other shelf. This jam is good. 1 of each flavor. And this chewing gum. This soda cracker is also good, it looks low calorie. The stall owner, being bossed around by Tan Xiaoxiao, was already showing signs of impatience. After Tan Xiaoxiao finished ordering what she wanted, she looked at the stall owner questioningly. That seems about it, boss. Do you have any recommendations? The stall owner, Old Wang, smiled wickedly, a hint of mischievousness flashing in his expression, his voice always producing a hoarse rasping sound. Yes, come with me. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, wondering if the shop owner had a bad cold and his throat was hoarse. Old Wang led Tan Xiaoxiao and her group through the narrow shop, opened a tightly closed cabinet, and pinched a heart that was still beating weakly and covered in pustules. Fresh goods, just picked. Seeing this, Yinitong almost screamed if Su Jing hadn't quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. Forgot the rules? No loud noises. Old Wang, the stall owner who was pinching the heart, glanced at Yinitong, a hint of pity flashing across his face. Yinitong felt a chill run down her spine from that gaze. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded quickly, then tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the pile of wriggling goods in the cabinet, dripping an unknown liquid, and a sense of unease crept into her mind. This pile of goods doesn't look fresh at all. Fresh produce left at room temperature for too long has gone bad. How could they possibly try to trick her into buying it? What a swindler! Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, staring at the pig's heart in Old Wang's hand. This stuff looks awful. And it doesn't even have a label, no production date, no expiration date, and no QS certification mark. It doesn't meet food safety standards at all. I can't accept this kind of substandard product. Bien Ruijin and the others watched Tan Xiaoxiao solemnly point at the beating heart and begin their quality inspection, and a chill ran down their spines. Awuh! The stall owner was clearly enraged by Tan Xiaoxiao's pickiness. His body swelled up, letting out a deafening roar, and several thick tentacles sprouted from his back as he slammed towards Tan Xiaoxiao. The hearts of the Fire Seed squad members immediately jumped to their throats. Bien Ruijin, standing at the front, reached for the gun at his waist. Looking at the contorted old Wang, Tan Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. So, the pressure of doing business is too much, you're getting stressed, aren't you? She grabbed old Wang's outstretched tendril and yanked it away, whispering, "Shopkeeper, according to market regulations, loud noises are not allowed. You violated the rules, you know that?" Old Wang froze, as if punished by something, his body suddenly hunching over, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't notice this. She was using her small calculator to calculate prices. "Although the quality of your fresh produce is a bit poor, the other goods are not bad. Hey, that's about right." Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the stall owner, who was bowing his head. "Can I get a discount for buying so much? How about 50% off?" Old Wang stiffly moved over, his face dark as he swept his gaze over Tan Xiaoxiao. "Too low." Tan Xiaoxiao remained unfazed and continued haggling. "I'm buying so much. 55% off, how about that?" The stall owner made an unintelligible gurgling sound, a strange darkness flashing in his eyes, before finally nodding reluctantly. He looked at Tan Xiaoxiao, his eyes still filled with that same darkness, and extended a hand covered in slime and festering wounds. "Okay, but a handshake is required, for the transaction to be complete." Tan Xiaoxiao hesitated, mainly because the hand was undeniably filthy. Old Wang seemed to sense Tan Xiaoxiao's hesitation, a flash of anger crossing his face, a black mist swirling behind him, as if ready to attack at any moment. The Fire Seed Squad's hearts leaped into their throats. This handshake was definitely a trap, a curse, a contract, or perhaps even mental pollution. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but frown at the scene. "Don't shake it, Sister Tan. It looks so dirty. It's obviously something fishy." "So obvious." Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the disgusting hand, her brows furrowed, a look of disgust on her face. "TSK, Lao Wang, your hand." "Never mind, business is more important." She quickly pulled out a bottle labeled disinfectant spray, sprayed it several times on her hand, and then shook it. The instant their hands met, the stall owner's hand immediately emitted a slight sizzling corrosive sound, and a wisp of white smoke rose. Lao Wang recoiled as if burned, letting out a suppressed cry of pain. His face showed a mixture of astonishment and fear. Tan Xiaoxiao was oblivious to the stall owner's inner turmoil. She nodded in satisfaction, counted out a dozen or so bills from her backpack, and handed them to Lao Wang. Then, while wiping her hands, she looked at the people behind her. "All right, deal. You guys, hurry up and move the goods." The next second, the familiar system notification sounded in the ears of the Fire Seed team, though the tone was somewhat reluctant and drawn out. "Congratulations to the Blue Star Fire Seed team for successfully completing the procurement mission, earning 500 points, 100 tons of random, pollution-free fruit can be planted, and 1 chance to win a prize." Hearing this heavenly notification, Bien Ruijin's smile widened uncontrollably, a lingering look of disbelief in his eyes. It was too easy. This mission with Tan Xiaoxiao was ridiculously easy, even simpler than last time. Not only Bien Ruijin, but even the Blue Star viewers in the disaster livestream were somewhat stunned. As expected, with Sister Tan around, we have nothing to worry about. Ha ha, I knew Sister Tan was there. Hee hee, off to celebrate downstairs. Tan Xiaoxiao watched the three behind her, first stunned, then bursting into silly laughter, already used to it. She dragged her rickety tricycle a few steps forward, stopping as she passed the freezer section. But the thought of the shop's still unrepaired freezers brought a pang of regret. Sigh, looks like I have to find a repairman when I get back. The shop can't just stay closed forever. Under countless resentful and watchful gazes, Tan Xiaoxiao stepped out of the shop, her eyes meeting those of the three from Shuiyuan Star, sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't recognize Lu Gu and Moshe, but she had a strong impression of Shi Lin. She glared angrily at Shi Lin, hands on her hips, and yelled, "How dare you show your face in front of me? What kind of person are you? You dumped your companion's corpse at my shop entrance and ran away, making me clean up for ages." Shi Lin, however, seemed dazed. The system notification had already drowned out Tan Xiaoxiao's words. Shuiyuan Star Shuiyuan Squad mission failed. Lake Vikana, the goddess of the home planet, turned into acid. Shi Lin's Adam's apple bobbed, a sour taste rising in her mouth. Was it the kind they had just experienced? No. Lake Vikana is the largest freshwater lake on Water Source Star. The people have lived by it for generations. If it's polluted, at least 1/5 of their people will be displaced. Lu Gu, standing nearby, clearly realized what was happening. His hands trembled as he opened the Water Source Star livestream. The chat was already exploding, filled with terror anger, and tears. It wasn't hard to imagine that Water Source Star was in chaos. Ah, useless Lu Gu. What do I do? My home is right by Lake Vicanal. Please, someone nearby, help me check the situation. I can't contact my family. Chapter 27. Tan Xiaoxiao watched as Shi Lin's expression shifted, from initial fear to despair, yet Shi Lin remained completely ignoring her. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a sense of utter boredom. I remember you. Don't ever show your face in front of my shop again. She sneered, glaring at Shi Lin before casually glancing at Lu Gu and Motia beside her. She then turned to Bian Ruijin, who was grinning foolishly behind her. These guys are from Water Source Star, right? After receiving confirmation, Tan Xiaoxiao glanced at the three on the ground and raised her voice. You Water Source Star people really have no manners. Don't ever come near my shop again. Shi Lin collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Tan Xiaoxiao's words seemed to be sung through a layer of cotton. She didn't hear a word. The same was true for Lu Gu and Motia beside her. The planet Water Source rarely experiences failure. Aside from a few setbacks, when they first joined this treacherous game due to inexperience, they rarely faltered since. But this time, the price of failure is so devastating. Their homeland is about to face annihilation, and those who fail the mission will inevitably face severe punishment upon their return. Lu Gu gritted his teeth, the ironclad rules of Water Source echoing in his mind. Mission failure also implicates the largest freshwater lake on their home planet. He, as the team leader, is highly likely to be pushed out by the council as a sacrifice to quell public anger. There's only one way to survive. A sudden ruthlessness flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming dagger was already in his hand, his gaze fixed on Moshe and Shi Lin beside him. Shi Lin snapped back to reality, instantly understanding Lu Ji's intention. If they killed those two, the Water Source squad would only have Lu Gu as their sole experienced member. To preserve the squad's organization, the council would never touch him. As a teammate she spent every day with, Shi Lin knew Lu Ji's ruthless nature and formidable strength better than anyone. Don't blame me. Lu Ji's cold gaze swept over his former teammates. Moshe was somewhat bewildered. Blame what? Captain, you already done your best. Before he could react, a dagger was already plunged into his lower back. He opened his mouth in surprise, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Shi Lin scrambled to her feet in shock, but Lu Gu grabbed her long hair tightly. I was just trying to survive. Shi Lin, you understand, won't you? Lu Gu said calmly, then pulled the dagger from Shi Lin's chest. Blood dripped from the wound, forming a small puddle on the ground. He panted heavily, kicked at the two corpses at his feet, and calmly looked at Tan Xiaoxiao and the three members of the Fire Seed squad behind her. I remember you. He paused, a cold glint in his eyes. Next time, I will definitely not underestimate you and let you go. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the Fire Seed squad members were filled with shock. Yin Yitong trembled in fear. Was failing a mission really punishable by being killed by the captain? This was outrageous. Even the viewers on Blue Star in the disaster livestream were somewhat shocked. Water Source Star, is it this hardcore? Killing teammates for failing a mission? Like savages. Even savages wouldn't treat their companions like this. What happened to the promise of higher civilizations having higher standards of conduct? What kind of higher civilization is Water Source Star? To higher dimensional beings, it's just a low-level planet. Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over Lu Ji's lone wolf-like back in astonishment. Then she lowered her head and stared intently at the glaring pool of blood on the ground. My God! Are all the people on Water Star crazy? Tan Xiaoxiao grimaced, secretly relieved that this unpleasant incident hadn't happened in front of her own shop. She turned to the still shocked Bian Ruijin and his two companions, and snapped, these people are so rude. Causing chaos everywhere. So unlucky. Let's go! Hurry up and load the goods onto the truck. Staying here for even a second longer ruins our mood. Tan Xiaoxiao turned and pushed her tricycle, carefully navigating around the pool of blood, as if avoiding some source of pollution, constantly urging the Fire Seed team to leave this troublesome place quickly. Bian Ruijin then snapped out of his daze, and quickly gestured for Su Jing and Yin Yitong to follow. After laboriously pushing the tricycle back to the shop entrance, Tan Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the gleaming storefront, even the windowpanes sparkling. Inside the shop, Lu Luan, pale from blood loss and unhealed wounds, looked at everyone. Seeing them return safely, a hint of relief finally crossed his tense face. I received a system message, he said, stepping forward and patting Bian Ruijin on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned and bowed deeply to Tan Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much. Tan Xiaoxiao, expressionless, Slam the bill onto the counter. You can thank me after you pay off this debt. Lu Luan looked awkwardly at the nearly 5-figure bill. Sorry, I don't have that much money on hand right now. The Fireseed squad was penniless in the world of calamity, without even a proper job. The little money they had combined wasn't even 500 yuan. Faced with this enormous bill, they were utterly helpless. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't reply, her gaze lingering on his shiny blonde hair for a long time, her eyes filled with an almost obsessive admiration. So handsome, she wanted it. Lu Luan instinctively covered his head, but thinking of the heavy debt he was carrying, he gritted his teeth and lowered his hand, adopting a resolute expression. Okay, my hair. Before he could finish, Tan Xiaoxiao interrupted him. Did you clean this store? She surveyed the impeccably clean convenience store. Lu Luan was taken aback, then nodded. Although he came from a wealthy family, he had always been extremely self-reliant. Cleaning was even a form of stress relief for him. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, a strangely satisfied smile appearing on her face. Very good, she said, pulling out her mini calculator and clicking the keys rapidly. Then you have to work to pay off the debt. One cleaning job, and I give you 50 yuan. The debt is 8,926, plus interest. She muttered to herself, her fingers flying across the calculator. After a while, the calculator beeped, announcing the result. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up with satisfaction and announced the verdict. So, you only need to clean here for 64,900 days, which is less than 178 years. A good deal, right? Lu Luan was shocked, his pupils dilating, completely bewildered as to how such an astronomical number of working days could have popped out of that small calculator. 178 years? He subconsciously calculated it and blurted out, over 3 million in interest? Tan Xiaoxiao paused, her eyes brightening instantly as she looked at Lu Luan. So good at math. That's great. You can even work part-time as a cashier. I give you a 10 yuan raise. As if she discovered a new continent, her fingers flew across the calculator, the numbers on the screen changing several times. A moment later, she looked up again, satisfied, as if bestowing a great favor. So, by this calculation, you only need to work 148 years, 4 months, and 1 day. See, you saved 30 years? Lu Luan utterly lost all strength. His shoulders slumped. Even his once shining blonde hair seemed to dim. Leaving aside whether the exorbitant interest rate was reasonable, the idea of working for over 100 years was pure fantasy. His lifespan wasn't even that long. Moreover, he hadn't remained in this world of strange disasters forever. He opened his mouth, about to point out the plan's impracticality, but was interrupted by a piece of paper suddenly handed to him by Tan Xiaoxiao. Lu Luan looked down and saw it was a printed convenience store part-time employment contract. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't even look up, slamming her pen down next to the contract. Sign it. Come work whenever you have time. 60 yuan per shift, payment upon completion. The contract ends when you pay back the money. Fair and honest, clearly stated price. Lu Luan looked at the contract in black and white, then at the expensive wool carpet on the floor that had long since been cleaned up, and then thought about his nearly 150-year sentence. He steeled himself, grabbed the pen, and scribbled his name in the designated area for the second party. The moment the last stroke fell, Lu Luan felt as if a string in his mind had been gently plucked. A subtle, indescribable connection seemed to have quietly formed between him and this contract, and between this brightly lit yet strangely eerie convenience store. Lu Luan was somewhat stunned, but Tan Xiaoxiao snatched the contract from his hand. Not bad handwriting. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, a smile flashing across her face. She really struck gold, getting such a good-looking, efficient, clean, and educated employee. She could buy him maid outfits, bunny costumes, and stuff like that later, and have him go out and solicit customers when business was slow. She'd definitely make a fortune. Tan Xiaoxiao placed the contract in the locker behind the cashier and carefully locked it. The employment contract had to be kept safe, otherwise what if there were labor disputes later? Meanwhile, Bien Ruijin, sitting to the side, stared thoughtfully at the item in his hand, an item that had just appeared in his backpack. Scratch-off lottery, mystery only top-performing teams deserve a chance to win a prize. Why not give it a try? Is this what they call a chance to win a prize? Bien Ruijin was torn between his thoughts and the strangely glowing scratch-off lottery ticket. His finger hovered in midair, hesitant to drop it. What if he scratched off a thank you for your patronage or something worse? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Just then, the metal ring on his wrist jolted violently. Bien Ruijin looked down and saw a line of large, golden characters filling his vision. Blue Star United Government, let Tan Xiaoxiao scratch it. The order came abruptly and forcefully. Bien Ruijin's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze instinctively fell on Tan Xiaoxiao behind the cashier. She was humming a little tune, tidying up the goods she had brought in from the wholesale market, her movements as swift as if she were organizing spoils of war. Mr. Tan. Bien Ruijin composed himself, took a few steps to the cashier, and handed over the scratch card with a hint of hesitation and respect. Could you please scratch this for me? Tan Xiaoxiao put down the item in her hand, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She turned her head, examining Bien Ruijin and the seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic card in his hand. Scratch it off? You think I'm lucky? She asked casually, not expecting a serious answer. Bien Ruijin opened his mouth, only managing a mumbled him, his eyes pleading. All right. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate, taking the card easily. She randomly picked a coin from the cash register, without even glancing at the scratch area, and casually, without any ceremony, scratched it a few times. Her hasty movements and perfunctory attitude made Bien Ruijin's eyelids twitch, fearing she might have scratched away some crucial information. The coating quickly peeled away, revealing a line of small, equally shimmering text. Congratulations! Obtained. Life Essence Extract X1 can target and eliminate malignant proliferating cells. A thumb-sized, transparent crystal bottle filled with emerald green liquid immediately appeared beside it, then solidified with a soft ding as it landed on the checkout counter. Life Essence? Malignant cells? Tan Xiaoxiao picked up the cool little bottle and waved it in the convenience store's pale light. The emerald green liquid rippled slightly inside. She pursed her lips, her face showing neither surprise nor curiosity. Oh, for treating cancer. Her tone was as if she were commenting on a common cabbage. Sounds pretty amazing, but... Tan Xiaoxiao casually tossed the bottle towards Bien Ruijin. I don't run a clinic, and I don't know any terminally ill patients. Here, you can have it. The emerald crystal bottle arced through the air. Bien Ruijin was terrified, frantically trying to catch it with both hands, afraid the fragile bottle would fall to the ground. It felt cold and heavy in his hands. He gripped the bottle tightly, his heart pounding in his chest, an overwhelming, unbelievable joy instantly engulfing him. It could target and eliminate cancer cells. This was practically a miracle drug from mythology. A miracle cure for cancer. Due to frequent natural disasters and highly polluted water and land resources, the cancer rate on Earth was now alarmingly high, not to mention the countless people who were originally healthy but contracted cancer from accidentally ingesting highly polluted food. Bien Ruijin's lips trembled. He wanted to thank her, but was too excited to utter a complete sentence. He could only carefully tuck the bottle into the innermost part of his backpack, his posture as reverent as if he were offering up a priceless treasure. Countless comments from viewers on Earth flashed before his eyes. Oh my god! Sister Tan's luck is amazing. Is my family saved? It's a pity there's only one bottle. I wonder if we can figure out the formula. Tan Xiaoxiao watched his trembling, treasure-hunting expression, shrugged indifferently, and muttered to herself. TSK, it would be better to scratch off a buy one get one free coupon, or even free water and electricity this month. Oh right, Lu Luan. She suddenly remembered something, her voice rising slightly. Come help me move the goods. Lu Luan was still immersed in the subtle feeling brought on by the strange contract. When called upon, he blankly uttered huh? Then, under Tan Xiaoxiao's disapproving gaze, he subconsciously went over to help organize the goods. Bien Ruijin, on the other hand, tightly clutched his backpack, his face beaming with an almost dreamlike smile. 2 hours later, Tan Xiaoxiao finally finished organizing the newly arrived goods and replenishing the missing items on the shelves. Looking at the neat and fully stocked shelves, she nodded in satisfaction. This time we got enough stock. It should last for a while. The only thing that worried her about the store now was the refrigerator. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Lu Luan beside her. Come early tomorrow morning, and remember to clean those 2 mascots by the door. The mascots she was referring to were the half-person-sized plastic dolls placed on either side of the store entrance. Hearing Tan Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Luan hesitated for a moment before reminding her, We won't stay in this world forever. After this mission, we have to go back to our original world. Tan Xiaoxiao's expression went blank for a moment, then she reluctantly pouted, Oh, then you won't get paid while you're gone. Watching Bien Ruijin and the others about to return to Blue Star, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed softly. She carefully opened a drawer and took out the photograph Su Jing had given her. The photograph was slightly yellowed and curled at the corners. Her mother was facing her, smiling gently. Lu Luan was about to leave the store with Bien Ruijin and the others, when he couldn't help but look back. For some reason, he felt that Tan Xiaoxiao exuded an indescribable loneliness at that moment. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who noticed this. Why does Sister Tan seem a little unhappy? Is running a shop alone too lonely? Everyone says Sister Tan is from Blue Star. Why doesn't the game bring her back too? Who knows? Sister Tan is a bug after all. Inside the Blue Star joint office, Chang Haoqi's adjutant cheerfully pushed open the door. Sir! Warehouse HX628879. 100 tons of fruit have appeared out of thin air. Apples, pears, bananas, apricots, common ones, uncommon ones, all of them. Chang Haoqi's tense expression relaxed slightly. He turned off the computer screen, a slight smile playing on his lips. Fresh fruit doesn't keep well. Keep the samples, distribute the rest according to regulations. He paused, then added, after you've eaten them, remember to collect the seeds. Adjutant Xiao Wu quickly nodded and opened the door for his superior. Where are you going? Chang Haoqi didn't even turn his head. The Cancer Research Institute affiliated with Yen State Hospital. After taking 2 steps, he remembered something else. Once Bian Ruijin is teleported back, take him there immediately and meet me. Xiao Wu, the adjutant who had missed the live broadcast due to work and was unaware of Tan Xixia's trump card, was a little confused and subconsciously asked, shouldn't Lieutenant Colonel Bian Ruijin rest for a bit first? Even a horse isn't ordered around like that, right? What if he gets upset? Chang Haoqi clearly understood Xiao Wu's unspoken meaning. He glanced at the adjutant with a half smile. I told you to go, so go. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Xiao Wu immediately straightened his back and stood at attention. Yes, sir. When Bian Ruijin was teleported back to Earth, he was still somewhat dazed. He subconsciously clutched his backpack, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. Xiao Wu looked at everyone, a grateful smile on his face. Congratulations on your triumphant return, heroes. After giving a standard salute, he fixed his gaze on Bian Ruijin. Lieutenant Colonel Bian. The commander is waiting for you at the Cancer Research Institute affiliated with the Yen State Hospital. Bian Ruijin nodded, showing no surprise. He clutched his backpack tightly, his expression unusually cautious. Let's go! 15 minutes later, a discreet black sedan pulled up outside the Research Institute. Led by Xiao Wu, Bian Ruijin walked smoothly into the conference room. As soon as he entered, countless eager gazes focused on him almost simultaneously. Among them were gray-haired, highly respected industry giants, young stars who had won numerous awards, and many experienced pillars of society. Bian Ruijin couldn't help but pause. Even with his strong mental fortitude, being stared at by such a group of top figures in the medical and scientific fields inevitably made him feel a little intimidated. He silently stepped forward and saluted the commander standing at the front. Mission accomplished. Chang Haoqi nodded, but before he could speak, an elderly man with gray hair, who looked at least 80 years old, rushed forward and grabbed Bian Ruijin's wrist. Little Bian, I know you obtained something that can cure cancer during this mission. Bian Ruijin looked at Chang Haoqi with some difficulty. Chang Haoqi nodded to him, then turned his gaze to the old man, with a hint of helplessness. Even he, as a leading figure in the medical field, had to give Yu Xingzhen considerable respect. Elder Yu. Yu Xingzhen completely ignored Chang Haoqi, his gaze fixed on the small bottle Bian Ruijin had pulled from his backpack. A vibrant green liquid swayed gently within the crystal bottle, reflecting a warm and mysterious glow under the conference room's incandescent lights. The bottle bore no label, only its pure, seemingly life-giving green, silently proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Yu Xingzhen raised his withered hand, cautiously intending to touch the bottle, but stopped abruptly just before he did. Old Yu? Chang Haoqi gently reminded him, his tone tinged with respect and a hint of worry. Yu Xingzhen didn't answer, his eyes suddenly reddening. The entire conference room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the small bottle of liquid, with an almost reverent focus. So many years. Yu Xingzhen finally choked out, his voice hoarse, filled with an indescribable heaviness and sorrow. Thinking of the cancer rates caused by high pollution over the years, Yu Xingzhen wiped away his tears. So many children, so many families gone before my eyes. Now we have it. It's different. It's really different. Old Yu struggled to lift his gaze from the bottle, sweeping it over every face in the conference room, equally shaken and ignited with hope. Those patients in the wards, those desperate families. There's hope. There's hope. As soon as he finished speaking, these usually calm and composed, life-saving elites, some took off their glasses and silently wiped them, some excitedly shook hands tightly with their colleagues, and others bowed their heads, covering their faces, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. A suppressed sob and heavy breathing filled the conference room. Chang Haoqi stood to the side, his gaze also fixed on the emerald green bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes deep. Truly a miracle. And all these miracles came from the same person. After a long pause, Chang Haoqi finally spoke up to remind them. Perhaps we should test its efficacy first? Old Master Yu then realized and led everyone towards the laboratory. Chapter 28. To the lab. Old Yu's voice was hoarse but resolute. He carefully took the bottle of emerald green liquid from Bian Ruijin's hand, his face showing an almost fanatical focus. The group immediately moved, their steps hurried through the corridor, entering the highest level biological laboratory currently on the entire planet. The atmosphere instantly became heavy and tense. In an observation chamber in the corner of the laboratory, several white mice implanted with malignant cancer cells were on the verge of death, the red and green data lines on the monitoring instruments indicating their rapidly decaying lives. Yu Xingzhen refused to listen to others, holding his breath as he operated the instrument himself. He carefully extracted an extremely small drop from the crystal bottle. Watching the precious green liquid condense at the tip of the needle, everyone present stared intently, holding their breath. In the deathly silence, only the cold tick-tock of the instruments could be heard. The needle pierced the mouse's skin, and time seemed to stretch out infinitely. Everyone stared intently, several senior professors glued to the monitor screen, almost forgetting to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. How long passed? Under everyone's eager gaze, the red line representing tumor activity began to slowly decline at a visible rate. The green line representing vital signs, however, began to stubbornly, little by little, rise. It moved. It really moved. A young researcher exclaimed. Effective. Tumor activity is decreasing. Vital signs are recovering. The technician in charge of monitoring the data said, his voice trembling. It really works. It really works. In an instant, the entire laboratory erupted in deafening cheers that nearly lifted the roof off. Scientists, usually so meticulous about their appearance, embraced, clapped, and cheered wildly. Watching this scene, Elder Yu's face was a complex mix of exhaustion and relief. Chang Haoqi walked to Yu Xingzhen's side, his voice low and clear. Elder Yu, congratulations. But this is only the first step. This small bottle can't save everyone. We need to know the formula. Yu Xingzhen took a deep breath, his sharp eyes sweeping over all the elite scientists present. That's right. Immediately assemble the strongest team. Analyze the components and structure. At all costs, deduce the formula. Chang Haoqi nodded. Let's call it Project Dawn of Life. His gaze swept across the room, his voice resolute. Simultaneously recruit volunteers with late-stage cancer for the first phase of clinical trials. Hurry! There's no time. The order was issued swiftly, and almost simultaneously, a brief but earth-shattering message was suddenly released through official channels. Blue Star United Government, thank you Fire Seed Team. The Cancer Research Institute affiliated with Yin Kingdom Hospital is conducting reverse research on the life essence obtained from the disaster world. We are now recruiting late-stage cancer patients to participate in the Dawn of Life project. Those interested, please call. Countless people struggling in the abyss of despair were instantly ignited. The phone lines were flooded with calls. My mother has late-stage stomach cancer. Is there hope? Really? The cancer rate on Blue Star is 20%. Didn't watch the live stream? Sister Tan just randomly picked it up. Sister Tan is so lucky. Thank you, Sister Tan. Thank you, Sister Tan. Bianrui walked out of the laboratory and saw Xiao Wu waiting at the door, somewhat surprised. Anything else? Xiao Wu smiled and brought out a fruit platter filled with sliced and pitted peaches. The commander said you worked hard, so he brought this especially for you. He paused. This is the fruit you won back from the world of the ghostly calamity. Try it. Bian Ruijin looked down at the neatly arranged peach slices and thought of his mother. If she were still alive. He shook his head, shaking off his thoughts, and picked up a slice to taste. Sweet, with an unknown fruity aroma. So this is what a peach tastes like. He took the fruit platter with mixed feelings, ready to share it with his teammates. Qinyu was grading Yu Lily's noticeably improved math test, a slight smile playing on her lips. She picked up her phone, and a notification popped up. Blue Star United Government, thanks to the Fire Seed Team, recruiting. Dawn of Life project. Chen Yu froze, Shi's little face instantly flashing into her mind. Her pupils dilated, she grabbed her backpack and rushed out the door. Stepping off the bus, she crossed the hospital lobby corridor and rushed to the ward door. Looking at the scene inside, Chen Yu stopped abruptly. Wang Yongning was sitting by the bedside, holding a small porcelain bowl. She, have some porridge. The hospital specially made it for you. I heard they put precious fruits in it. She obediently took a sip, her eyes brightening. Delicious. Daddy, you drink some too. Looking at his daughter, Wang Yongning's hand holding the spoon trembled, despair flashing across his face. Daddy isn't hungry. This is to nourish your body. He fed her a few more sips, and seeing that his daughter couldn't drink anymore, he carefully put the bowl down. He turned around, then picked up a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Just then, he met Qinyu's gaze at the doorway. Caught eavesdropping, Qinyu was a little embarrassed, and after a few seconds, she came to her senses. Shi's dad. I have news for you. Wang Yongning looked at his drowsy daughter, hesitant. Cici yawned and said obediently, Daddy, talk to Sister Xiaoyu, Cici is sleepy. Before she could finish, the little girl had fallen into a deep sleep. Tears welled up in Wang Yongning's eyes instantly. Cici's waking hours were getting shorter and shorter. Wang Yongning walked out of the ward, closed the door, and looked at Qinyu. Before Wang Yongning could speak, Qinyu spoke first. Cici is saved, she said in a low, urgent voice, holding her phone screen in front of him. Look! Project Dawn of Life. Medicine brought back from the disaster world. Specifically for treating cancer. They're recruiting volunteers. Wang Yongning's gaze was fixed on the screen. Those few lines felt like a red-hot branding iron burning into his eyes. He jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes initially filled with disbelief and confusion, then, like a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood, they burst forth with an astonishing light. Really? His voice was hoarse, his fingers trembling as he reached for his phone, then abruptly pulled back, as if afraid to shatter this dream. Cici, she. He turned to look at his daughter, who lay unconscious on the bed, the words stuck in his throat, leaving only a choked sob. Wang Yongning clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qinyu hurriedly said, You must sign up quickly. Once the news spreads, the hotline will be overwhelmed. You have to be fast. Wang Yongning trembled as he took out his phone, staring at the number as if it were the only light in the darkness. His hand shook violently, and after a long while, he managed to dial the number. Hello, Yanghua Hospital Affiliated Cancer Research Institute. A tired but still polite female voice rang out. Wang Yongning, suppressing his excitement, explained his purpose in a trembling voice. The operator on the other end seemed to have answered countless similar calls in a short period, mechanically recording the information before hanging up. Hearing the busy tone, Wang Yongning was dazed, his face filled with anxiety. Oh no! He punched the wall in regret. If only I had seen the news sooner. She. The doctor had said that Cici's condition had deteriorated rapidly, and she might have less than 2 months left. If he missed this opportunity, Cici might. Thinking of this, immense pain overwhelmed Wang Yongning. Qinyu, standing beside him, was also stunned, her initial enthusiasm instantly cooling. She had been so focused on bringing hope that she had completely forgotten about the limited spots. Seeing Wang Yongning's pained expression, she felt a pang of sorrow herself, opening her mouth, but unsure how to comfort him. Just then, Dr. Zhao, Cici's attending physician, walked briskly over with a smile. Seeing Wang Yongning's pained expression, his heart sank. Shi's father? What's wrong? Could it be Shi? Wang Yongning hastily wiped his face and shook his head. I heard about the Dawn of Life program and wanted to apply for Shi, but... The words caught in his throat, leaving only a sob. Dr. Zhao was taken aback, then suddenly realized, Oh, I thought something terrible had happened. His expression turned serious. Don't worry. This morning, the hospital submitted Shi's name, and we just received the notification that it's been approved. Shi is on the list. Wang Yongning froze abruptly, a surge of immense joy coursing through his body like an electric current. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word, and he instinctively reached out to bow and kneel before Dr. Zhao. Oh! No. Dr. Zhao quickly stepped aside to support him, his face filled with helplessness. Thanking me isn't right. The hospital only allocated 30 slots in total. According to the regular procedure, Cici wouldn't be able to get one. He paused, a deep respect in his eyes, and sighed softly. It was several elderly patients who voluntarily gave up their opportunities. They said. Dr. Zhao's voice lowered. The children are still young, and their lives are long. They lived enough at their age. They should let their children see the light first. Wang Yongning stood frozen, as if nailed to the spot. The tide of ecstasy hadn't yet receded when an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He gazed at his sleeping daughter, then suddenly looked at Dr. Zhao, tears streaming down his face. Since his daughter fell ill, his resentment towards life, his anger and confusion about the future had vanished. A suppressed sob escaped his throat, his body trembling violently. He could only muster all his strength to bow deeply to the void, or rather, to the elderly people he had never met, who had passed on the hope of life to his daughter. Beside him, Xinyu had already covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Looking at Wang Yongning's trembling back, then at Cisa's peaceful sleeping face on the hospital bed, and thinking of those elderly people who silently gave up their spots, leaving the hope of life to the next generation, she was deeply moved. Dr. Zhao was also silent. He had witnessed too much life and death, and knew the complexities of human nature. But at this moment, this silent relay of life displayed the most simple yet greatest brilliance of humanity, sacrifice and fulfillment. This group of elderly people, who had worked hard their entire lives, still wanted to pave the way for the younger generation in their final moments. Since the arrival of the ghostly disaster game, such stories have been countless. It is precisely this mutual support and assistance that has allowed humanity to survive countless natural disasters, and the malice of countless higher-dimensional beings. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yongning, having seen off Dr. Zhao, who was going to make rounds, turned to Qinyu, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for making the trip." Qinyu scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. "Actually, I didn't really help much." Wang Yongning shook his head. This man, once bent over by life and always looking worried, now had a strange peace in his eyes, as if he had rekindled his hope and confidence in the future. He looked at Qinyu, his words sincere. "I had a bad temper before, and sometimes I wasn't very polite to you. I know you care about Cici, and it was me. Sometimes I couldn't control my emotions." Qinyu quickly waved her hand, indicating that she completely understood. Wang Yongning wiped away tears of joy from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, then, as if remembering something, asked, "By the way, I heard that the miracle drug for the Dawn of Life project was won by the Fire Seed team?" Qinyu immediately became serious and vividly recounted to Wang Yongning the Fire Seed team's thrilling experiences during the last disaster mission, as well as Tan Shixiao's astonishing abilities. Wang Yongning listened in stunned silence, his heart filled with gratitude for the Fire Seed team and Tan Xiaoxiao, and even more so with guilt for his previous disbelief in them. After finishing the story, before leaving, Qinyu even left behind a printed photo of Tan Xiaoxiao. Wang Yongning gazed at the girl's delicate face in the photo, reflecting on her performance and mysterious abilities in the world of the strange disasters. He thought for a moment, then gently placed the photo on the headboard of Shishi's hospital bed. This wasn't superstition, but simply a most basic wish and a profound sense of gratitude. Qinyu watched this scene, gently closed the ward door, and walked out. The atmosphere in the corridor was completely different from what she had witnessed a few days ago. She saw several patients being helped along by their families, their faces no longer showing the ashen despair, but rather a long-lost joy. A family member spoke in a low voice on the phone, their tone excited. "On the list. There's hope." The nurses, walking briskly down the corridor, also wore a subtle hint of relief. All the scenes silently conveyed the same word, hope. Qinyu stood at the edge of the corridor, unable to help but smile as well. She took a deep breath. The heavy weight that had been pressing on his heart for days vanished without a trace, and a long-lost power called hope quietly flowed into his soul. Unlike the blue star, immersed in hope, on the water star, 10.3 billion light-years away. This beautiful planet, with 90% of its surface covered by lakes and oceans, was being ravaged by a terrible natural disaster. The inhabitants of the water star were naturally fond of water, and could breathe freely underwater, so they built magnificent cities that coexisted harmoniously with the water. The most dazzling jewel among them was Vika City, located deep within the lake of the goddess Vikana, an underwater miracle city constructed of luminous corals and crystals. However, at this moment, the city's glory had been reduced to despairing ruins. The water source squad's defeat brought them annihilation. The clear freshwater instantly transformed into a terrifyingly corrosive acid, mercilessly devouring everything in its path, both buildings and creatures. Exquisite structures groaned in the acid, twisting and collapsing in the yellowish-green fumes. The water source aliens, unable to escape, along with countless aquatic creatures, were instantly corroded to nothing, leaving not even bones behind. On the lakeshore, survivors who had managed to reach the land collapsed in the mud, their bodies covered in charred wounds. The cries, the wails, the curses of impotent rage against the water source squad, mingled with the acrid smell of acid, created a scene of hell. Meanwhile, high above water source, on the top floor of a magnificent building suspended in the heavens, the atmosphere was equally oppressive. The water source squad's captain, Lu Gu was enduring a torrent of rebukes from the council elders. Arrogant and conceited. Utterly foolish. Ruthless and cruel, you brought ruin to our home planet. You destroyed Lake Vikana, and the lives of tens of thousands of people. The harsh and vicious words, like poisoned arrows, shot at him from all directions. He could clearly feel the undisguised killing intent in the eyes of those high and mighty elders. If he weren't still of use, he would probably have been executed on the spot. Lu Gu lowered his head, his bangs obscuring his sinister eyes. Only his clenched fists, white at the knuckles and trembling slightly, revealed his inner emotions and resentment. It doesn't matter. No matter how much these old bastards hate me, they can't touch me now. As long as I bring back enough valuable rewards on the next mission to shut them up. They immediately put on a fawning face. Just then, the heavy council doors slid open silently. A guard in standard armor, with stiff, measured steps, respectfully approached the central seat, presenting an electronic document with both hands. Elder Jean Boming, this is the preliminary relief plan submitted by the emergency committee. Please review it. The elderly man, addressed as Jean Boming, was highly respected and the undisputed supreme ruler of Water Source Star. He arrogantly accepted the document, dressed in an elaborate and ornate robe adorned with jewels and insignia. Looking at the document, his face showed undisguised impatience. Without even finishing a page, he let out a contemptuous snort and casually tossed it to the ground. The guard who delivered the document trembled in fear, immediately kneeling on one knee, head bowed low in submission and terror. John Boming slowly and methodically adjusted the cuffs of his luxurious robe, his voice icy and devoid of any emotion. Now that the nobles and elites of the upper city have been safely evacuated, what's the point of rescuing those trash from the lower city? It's a waste of resources. He paused, then said mercifully, to prevent those ants from causing too much trouble, apply for a budget and give them some basic nutrient solution. John Boming's cloudy gaze swept over the isolated figure in the center of the hall, finally fixing on Lu Gu. Lu Gu, the sins you committed this time have caused our home planet to forever lose a precious pearl. The next mission is your last chance to atone for your sins, and bring back something enough to make up for the loss, otherwise. He drawled, the threat unmistakable, the council will subject you and your family to the most severe trial. Having said this, the portly old man, surrounded by his entourage, swaggered out of the deathly silent council hall. Lu Gu sat silently in the cold metal chair. After a long while, he slowly rose, bent down, and expressionlessly picked up the document from the floor, then casually placed it on the table. Lu Gu walked to the viewing window. His excellent eyesight allowed him to clearly see the hellish scene that Lake Vikana was now displaying below. He was born into a minor noble family, and from a young age, he had been immersed in a rigid hierarchy and the law of the jungle. The lives and deaths of those ants were irrelevant to him. What mattered to him was the humiliation brought by this defeat. Lu Gu narrowed his eyes, composed himself, and then opened his personal terminal, skillfully logging into the Interstellar Communication Forum. This forum was initially established to promote friendly exchanges between interstellar civilizations. But after the arrival of higher dimensional beings, and the disaster game becoming a Damocles sword hanging over countless lower civilizations, its nature subtly changed. This became a crucial platform for participating planets to exchange intelligence, boast about their achievements, and even attack each other. Of course, not all lower-level planets drawn into the game were eligible to participate. Primitive planets, like Blue Star, technologically backward and unable to even establish basic interstellar communication, were naturally excluded from this circle. Those active on the forum were the elite among the lower-level planets, possessing considerable technological strength or special abilities. Lu Gu knew very well that with such a devastating disaster befalling Water Source Star, the news couldn't be concealed, and the forum must already be buzzing with discussion. Sure enough, the moment she successfully logged in, the homepage was instantly flooded with posts. The eye-catching headlines almost all contained the keyword Water Source Star. Water Source Star's Lake of Life, Vikana, confirmed destroyed? I wanted to go on vacation. Breaking news. Water Source Star lost to an inferior star? Confirmation required. Lu Gu kills teammate to protect himself. Water Source Star captain's ruthless nature exposed. Water Source Star's rating may be downgraded. The loss of Lake Vikana's ecological impact is incalculable. Lu Gu expressionlessly scanned these headlines and opened his personal account. Sure enough, it was flooded with message notifications, countless mentions, private messages, and friend requests, all greeting him in various ways, eagerly seeking confirmation of various rumors, true or false. Watching the messages constantly jumping and climbing, accumulating to hundreds of thousands, Lu Ji's mood instantly soured to the extreme. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, and without hesitation, he activated the highest privacy settings, blocking all private messages from non-friends. Instantly, the world became quiet. Only then did he have the mind to browse the forum aimlessly. After filtering out the posts gloating or maliciously speculating about Waterstar, his finger hovered over a sparsely replied, low-profile discussion thread. Rational discussion. What kind of being is the blue star that defeated Waterstar? Want to see the sea? OP, everyone's mocking Waterstar's sinking, but nobody's curious about what the inferior planet that beat it is like? I looked it up. This blue star is quite interesting. It was on the verge of collapse, then suddenly won 2 S-rank missions, and secured a league qualification. 2 consecutive S-ranks. How many planets on the forum dare to guarantee they could do that? Waterstar's loss to it is no wonder. Lu Gu stared at the post, sneering. In his eyes, those people from Blue Star were just trash. What truly tripped him up was that mysterious girl. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Lu Gu, Blue Star is a bunch of trash. If it weren't for that convenience store owner's favoritism, I could have wiped them all out by myself. The moment the message was sent, Lu Gu snapped back to reality. He was now a top influencer on the forum, his every move being watched. He immediately tried to delete the reply, but it was too late. The reply had already been screenshotted and instantly spread across all the trending posts. The entire forum exploded. Everyone was asking what Lu Gu meant. Who exactly was this mysterious convenience store owner he was referring to? Chapter 29. Lu Ji's reply instantly ignited the interstellar forum. Although the original post was deleted, screenshots were already circulating wildly, attached to every hot post related to Waterstar. Waterstar's defeat. Mysterious convenience store owner favors Blue Star. Lu Gu reveals Blue Star won the match with off-field assistance? Is the mysterious convenience store owner real? Or is it just Lu Ji's face-saving rhetoric? Battlefield Star Analyst. Losing means blaming off-field factors? A shopkeeper NPC influencing S-rank missions? Lame excuse. Lava Star user 62571. Trash. Killing fellow citizens, and trying to divert attention. Anonymous. Inferior Star suddenly gets a cheat code? I don't believe it. Amidst a chorus of laughter, a garbled ID, forum member 742-183-9112, suddenly flooded the comments section of a trending post. A bunch of idiots. The convenience store is in the neon street of the disaster world. Blue Star won because of her. Lady Lu Gu wasn't lying. You can verify it if you don't believe me. A curious person clicked on the account's profile and found it filled with content praising Lu Gu. Initially, everyone thought it was a Lu Gu admirer, but after further investigation, they discovered the account's IP address was on Waterstar Star, and its activity pattern highly overlapped with Lu Ji's. Therefore, it was highly likely to be Lu Ji's alternate account. Seeing this, the Interstellar Forum members couldn't help but mock. Anonymous comment, alternate account already? Furious? Although the live stream recordings of the disaster game are top secret information for each planet and strictly prohibited from being disseminated, due to the high level of interest in the event, someone boldly obtained a live stream clip of the mission between Waterstar Star and Blue Star and secretly uploaded it to the forum. Although the post was quickly deleted after being reported, many people had already saved and downloaded it. Curious interstellar netizens analyzed the video frame by frame and were shocked to discover Lu Gu, that bastard, wasn't lying. The video did indeed show an inexplicable, mysterious convenience store and a powerful convenience store owner. Instantly, the forum's focus shifted completely from why did Waterstar Star suffer such a crushing defeat? To 3 other questions. Why did this mysterious convenience store owner help Blue Star? What is her true identity and the source of her power? What is her relationship with higher dimensional beings? Blue Star, a lower-class planet in the eyes of many, which hadn't even achieved interstellar communication, along with the mysterious boss Tan, became the center of discussion on interstellar forums overnight. Waterstar Star, Upper City District, Lu Ji's residence. In the study, the sound of a vase shattering echoed. Lu Gu stood amidst the mess, staring at the shards, his anger undiminished. The blatant mockery on the forum had severely damaged his pride. Blue Star. And that damned shopkeeper. They must pay the price. He gritted his teeth. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated, and a communication request popped up. Lu Gu took a deep breath and answered. A semi-transparent screen unfolded, revealing a burly face that almost filled the entire screen, its expression one of undisguised mockery. Oh, I heard you fallen. And fallen to a lowly planet? Lu Ji's face turned ashen. Bad news travels fast. That Li Yin, he really came to kick you while you're down. On the screen, Li Yin was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, a mocking expression on his face. Just you wait and see, you piece of trash. He grinned, revealing a cruel smile. You lost face. I help you get it back on the next mission. I show you what real strength is. Lu Ji's pupils contracted. She instantly understood the subtext. Lava Star was Blue Star's next opponent. Lu Gu stared at the figure laughing wildly on the screen, inwardly scoffing. This kind of idiot, who couldn't even figure out the opponent's true strength, was just waiting to fall even harder than him. Tan Xiaoxiao was carefully wiping the old freezer's exterior. Looking at the gleaming surface, she couldn't help but sigh. How did it break? This would further strain the store's already tight cash flow by buying a new freezer. She rubbed her throbbing temples, deciding to find a repairman first. What if he could fix it? Every little bit helps. She took out her phone, opened the pre-installed disaster app with its slightly eerie interface, and entered keywords into the search bar. After searching for a while, information about a repair shop popped up. Abyss Repairman's Son, phone, 27573819, Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. She glanced at the time. It was Saturday afternoon at 2:10 p.m., right within working hours. Without much thought, she immediately pressed the dial button. After a short beep, the call connected almost instantly. Hello, this is Abyss Repairman's Son. May I ask who you are? A young man's voice came through, noticeably panting, as if he had just finished running. What bothered Tan Xiaoxiao even more was the continuous muffled thump sounds coming from the background, like something heavy being struck. Listening to the sounds on the other end of the line, Tan Xiaoxiao thought to herself, the work of a repairman sounds incredibly arduous. She quickly explained her purpose. Oh hello, it's like this, I have a freezer here that's having some problems, and I'd like to ask if you could take a look and fix it. When would be convenient for you to come over? Before she could finish speaking, a loud bang suddenly came from the other end of the phone. The sound was very loud, like a giant hammer slamming into the hard ground, making Tan Xiaoxiao instinctively hold the phone away. She was a little confused. Do they really need a heavy hammer to repair home appliances these days? Isn't it all about precision work? Okay, what's your address? I write it down. Xiao Sun's voice rang out at the right moment, his tone returning to its previous lightness, as if the loud bang had never happened, interrupting Tan Xiaoxiao's doubts. Tan Xiaoxiao quickly snapped out of her daze. Oh, the address is number 23 Neon Commercial Street. The place is a bit out of the way, so if you're coming, please try to arrive early. Xiao Sun on the other end of the phone hummed in agreement, but his tone held a hint of something Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't quite decipher. Well, that's not up to me. Tan Xiaoxiao nodded knowingly into the receiver. I know, these days it's all about first come, first served. When I said come early, I didn't mean to cut in line or rush you. Please don't misunderstand. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before a voice said, I understand. Then came a long beep, and the call abruptly ended. Tan Xiaoxiao pouted and muttered to herself, looking at the darkened phone screen, this guy, his service attitude is really terrible. She stood up, looked at the freezer sitting quietly in the corner, and sighed again. It really needs to be fixed soon, otherwise the shop won't even be able to sell cold drinks. She sat down at the cashier, listlessly gazing out the window. Just then, she saw Sister Wang from the building materials store next door slam her roller shutter shut again, her figure disappearing quickly around the corner. Tan Xiaoxiao had originally wanted to ask her what her intentions were in specifically directing her to the dampness wholesale market last time, but it seemed she'd have to wait for another opportunity. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze somewhat vacant. This Sister Wang is quite mysterious, she only works sporadically, and it's a mystery how she manages to keep her business afloat. Just then, the wind chimes hanging at the shop entrance emitted a clear, melodious tinkling sound. A girl carrying a bulging backpack pushed open the door and walked in. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She had short, shoulder-length hair, pale skin, and wore a neat school uniform skirt with a pretty light blue bow tie. There was a dark brown stain on her white ankle socks, probably from accidentally rubbing them while walking. Perhaps due to puberty, the girl wore dark lipstick, which looked nice but seemed somewhat inappropriate for her age, creating a sense of incongruity. Sister Tan, I'm here to patronize your business again. The girl's voice was clear and cheerful. Tan Xiaoxiao looked up, her face immediately lighting up with a smile. Jiao? Oh, it's been so long. Ma Hanjiu swayed her heavy school bag, her face slightly furrowed, her expression clearly troubled. School started, and I'm a boarding student. I only get 2 days off a month, so it's hard to go out. Her brows furrowed slightly, revealing a charmingly naive innocence typical of her age. Tan Xiaoxiao then remembered that Ma Hanju was exceptionally bright and had recently been admitted to the city's top prestigious high school, St. Gallen, as a special student, receiving a full tuition waiver and a generous scholarship. Looking at this sensible and ambitious girl before her, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a surge of warmth and readily agreed. All right, today I treat you to snacks as a celebration for your admission. Take whatever you want from the store. Ma Hanju scratched her head sheepishly. No way, Sister Tan. If my mom knew I was eating and drinking for free here, she ripped my heart out. Tan Xiaoxiao chuckled at Ma Hanju's exaggerated description. It's okay, I won't tell her. Only you and I know. Unable to refuse, Ma Hanju ultimately only picked out a bag of potato chips and 2 lollipops, showing remarkable understanding. Seeing this, Tan Xiaoxiao immediately ignored her attempts to stop her, and stuffed several packets of dried fruit and boxes of jelly into the bag without a word. Oh, it's a pity my freezer is broken, Tan Xiaoxiao said regretfully, patting the freezer door. Otherwise, I could have gotten you some more chilled drinks. Ma Hanju waved her hands repeatedly. No need, Sister Tan. I don't actually like drinks that are too cold. I prefer drinks that are warm, close to body temperature, she explained earnestly. So health-conscious at such a young age? Tan Xiaoxiao found it a little amusing. She picked up the snacks she had chosen from the table and began putting them into the bag. But when her fingers touched one of the bags of lollipops, she stopped. The feel of this? Tan Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, subconsciously squeezing the plastic bag. The texture felt unusual to her fingertips. The lollipops inside had a strange, jumping sensation, as if they were moving. Jiao Jiao, she said hesitantly, holding the bag up to her eyes for a closer look. This bag of candy, it feels a bit off. Has it gone bad from being left out for too long? Should I get you a different bag? Ma Hanju was startled, then quickly shook her head. It hasn't gone bad. Sister Tan, this is popping candy. It's like this. Before she finished speaking, she had already snatched the bag of candy from Tan Shishi's hand, ripped open the packaging with a rip, deftly pulled out a lollipop, and popped it into her mouth, chewing vigorously. A look of extreme satisfaction and enjoyment instantly appeared on her face. I've been craving this at school for so long. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned, watching Jiao Jiao chew. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but it seemed that after swallowing the lollipop, the girl's pale cheeks had indeed regained a rosy hue, making her look much more energetic. Ma Hanju, carrying a bulging bag of snacks, walked briskly out the door. Even after the girl's figure disappeared around the corner, Tan Shishi's lingering doubts persisted. That lollipop, was it really okay? Business had been slow all afternoon. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tan Xiaoxiao sighed. It seemed Xiao Sun wasn't coming. She shook her head and was about to close the shop when a dilapidated van pulled up in front of the shop. A man in greasy overalls stood in the shadows, carrying an old-fashioned toolbox. Of all times, he had to come right when she was about to close the shop. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at the man in the shadows by the door, her anger at being stood up rising instantly. Little son? Why are you so late? Didn't I tell you to come earlier this afternoon? I'm about to close. Little son, seemingly startled by the voice, stepped into the shop. Little son looked young, thin, his face smeared with grease, his overalls so worn they barely revealed his original color, making him appear somewhat disheveled. He was carrying a heavy, rusty old-fashioned metal toolbox. He mumbled, his gaze sweeping over Tan Xiaoxiao, who stood at the cashier complaining with her hands on her hips, his expression utterly cold. My car broke down on the way. The explanation was bland, devoid of any apology. Seeing his slovenly and irresponsible demeanor, Tan Xiaoxiao's anger flared even more. She took 2 deep breaths, suppressing her anger, and pointed to the freezer in the corner. Look, that freezer suddenly stopped cooling. Could you please take a look and see what the problem is? Xiao Sun didn't say a word, walked straight to the freezer, then squatted down and opened his toolbox, which was cluttered with wrenches, screwdrivers, and other repair tools. He turned his back to Tan Xiaoxiao, pretending to carefully inspect the freezer compressor. In reality, a subtle, chilling mental attack had already silently assailed Tan Xiaoxiao. Tan Xiaoxiao felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if a cold wind had blown on it. She shrank back, looking back at the tightly closed shop door. Strange, where did that wind come from? After muttering to herself, her attention returned to the freezer, and she leaned closer to ask, "Sir, have you figured out what's wrong?" Xiao Sun's fingers on the freezer paused, and he turned around abruptly, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. How could it be? Useless? How could he, an A-level supernatural being, be unable to handle even an E-level convenience store owner? Xiao Sun felt a surge of resentment, a nameless anger rising within him. It seemed he had to resort to more direct methods. He stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "Perhaps the wiring is old." Xiao Sun walked to Tan Shishiu's side, pointing to the freezer with his right hand, gesturing for Tan Xiaoxiao to come closer for a closer look. "Needs to check." At the same time, his left hand suddenly transformed into several rough tentacles covered in thick, black oil. A pungent, corrosive slime dripped from them, and they viciously wrapped around Tan Xiaoxiao's calves. Looking at the oblivious Tan Xiaoxiao, a cruel pleasure flashed in Xiao Sun's murky eyes. Ah! Tan Xiaoxiao didn't see clearly at all, only feeling a large, dark, pungent-smelling thing suddenly appear under the freezer, accompanied by crackling sounds, seemingly from electricity. How can this damn refrigerator be leaking electricity? Tan Xiaoxiao reflexively jumped up, grabbed the stainless steel tray from the cashier counter, and slammed it down with all her might on the leaking black wire. A loud bang resounded. Xiao Sun was instantly sent flying, wrench and all. Then, with a thud, he crashed heavily several meters away next to the cashier counter, knocking over the store's trash can in the process. Luckily, the trash can wasn't full, but it lay askew, its dark opening pointing directly at Xiao Sun. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled, looking at Xiao Sun lying on the ground, unable to get up, feeling both frightened and angry. "My God! Master! How could you do this job? It's so dangerous. No power interruption during maintenance. The safety procedures are so non-compliant. A major accident almost happened." She grumbled angrily, putting down her tray and walking around the cashier to help him up. "Where did you fall? Are you all right?" Xiao Sun lay on the ground, his head buzzing, feeling numbness on one side of his body and a dull pain in his chest. This woman's strength, it was simply unbelievable. He managed to lift his head, meeting Tan Shishiao's concerned gaze. Frustration and humiliation fueled his fury. Xiao Sun's eyes flashed with malice, his hand, stained with black grease, clenched tightly, preparing to retaliate. However, just as he was gathering his malice, searching for an opportunity to strike, his gaze inadvertently swept over the overturned trash can. The instant his eyes touched the seemingly ordinary, worn-out plastic trash can's rim, Xiao Sun's mind went blank. Buzz? A primal fear, stemming from an instinct for survival, instantly assaulted him. Xiao Sun felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away by the trash can at any moment, about to be silently annihilated. The fierce malice on his face vanished instantly, leaving only deep fear. Xiao Sun trembled and desperately tried to back away, his only thought being to get away from that eerie trash can, and even more so, to get away from Tan Xiaoxiao, who looked bewildered and still tried to help him. Who is she? Why could a trash can in her shop cause him such intense mental pollution? S rank? No. SSS? Or higher? Tan Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand, watching the repairman suddenly tremble violently as if having a seizure, his face deathly pale, staring in utter terror at her trash can. Then he looked at her in terror. She was completely baffled. "Master? Master? Are you all right?" Tan Xiaoxiao was puzzled by his reaction. Had he damaged his brain? Did you hit your head? Should I call an ambulance? She had accidentally slapped Xiao Sun to the ground. If anything had happened to him, wouldn't she have to pay a hefty sum? Thinking of this, Tan Xiaoxiao's heart sank. She shouldn't have tried to save money. She should have just bought a new one. "Don't come any closer!" Xiao Sun screamed, his voice filled with fear. He scrambled backward, shrinking into a corner, as if only then did he feel a sense of security. This repairman, he really didn't seem reliable. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Sun's overreaction, then glanced worriedly at the freezer, hesitatingly asking, then, "Sir, can my freezer still be repaired?" Xiao Sun leaned against the wall, his chest heaving. "It can't be repaired." His eyes darted away, avoiding Tan Xiaoxiao's gaze, and even more so, avoiding the eerie trash can. "It's too complicated. It has to be sent back to Abyss headquarters." "I can't fix it, I really can't." Tan Xiaoxiao was stunned, muttering to herself in surprise. "Send it back to fix? How much will that cost?" Xiao Sun's legs were shaking. "No, it's free. I have employee benefits, I can lend it to you. Free. Free." He practically shouted, afraid that if he hesitated even a second longer, Tan Xiaoxiao would force him to stay and be stuck in the shop fixing this broken freezer for life. Tan Shishuo's eyes widened in surprise. Free? Her previous dissatisfaction with Xiao Sun's lateness, sloppiness, and the near accident she caused instantly vanished. Tan Xiaoxiao even found his work clothes, which reeked of machine oil and sweat, more pleasing to the eye. Then, Tan Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands a little embarrassedly. That's too much trouble for you. I placed the order now. Xiao Sun hurriedly pulled his phone out of his work clothes pocket and tapped rapidly on the screen. Tomorrow headquarters will send a deliveryman to pick it up. Soon. Very soon. Having finished, he didn't even have time to say goodbye, practically scrambling towards the shop door. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered by his series of smooth actions. By the time she reacted, he was already almost out of the shop. Hey! Master Sun! Master Sun! Wait! Tan Xiaoxiao quickly chased after him to the door, shouting at the fleeing figure. You forgot your toolbox. But Master Sun didn't stop. Instead, he ran even faster, practically fleeing as he plunged into the dilapidated van, floored the gas, and disappeared into the night, leaving Tan Xiaoxiao standing at the shop entrance, staring blankly at the empty street. Oh well, I just put it away for now. Master Sun will definitely come back for it in a few days when he remembers. Blue Star, Yin Country's #1 underground base, core command area. Chang Haoqi sat behind his large desk, a rare hint of ease in his expression. I heard that recently some patients' families jointly presented you with a banner? Quite a show of force. Bian Ruijin, upon hearing this, showed a hint of helplessness. That banner clearly reads Miraculous Healers, Kind-Hearted Boss Tan, Rebirth Parents Convenience Store. It's obviously for Boss Tan. As if remembering something, Bian Ruijin's lips curled up. They even asked me to convey their gratitude. Next competition, Chang Haoqi paused, then suggested. You should personally take the banner and hand it to that Boss Tan. Mentioning the next competition, the ease on Chang Haoqi's face instantly vanished, his expression becoming serious. There are still 2 weeks left. How are the preparations going? Bian Ruijin immediately tensed up, standing ramrod straight and giving a perfect military salute, his voice resolute. Reporting, Commander. Ready at all times. Mission accomplished. Just as he finished speaking, an unusual air current suddenly appeared in the room. The two fell silent almost simultaneously. Bian Ruijin's hand swiftly rested on his sidearm at his waist. Chang Haoqi paused slightly, his feet already subtly shifting backward, searching for cover. Their eyes met in midair, both seeing the surprise and gravity in each other's eyes. Click! A very faint sound broke the deathly silence. It came from the desk behind them. The two whirled around, only to see a small, palm-sized piece of paper now on the previously empty desk. Bian Ruijin cautiously approached, his gaze fixed on the paper. It contained only one simple line of text. Escape race. Blue Star versus Lava Star escape race? Looking at this unfamiliar and dangerous phrase, Bian Ruijin's heart sank. Chapter 30. Chang Haoqi strode over, glancing at the note in Ruijin's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Lava Star? He frowned, turning to pull a document from the filing cabinet. In recent years, Blue Star has also attempted to establish contact with other planets. A hint of melancholy flashed in Chang Haoqi's eyes, as if he were thinking of something. This document was sent by Planet Cross, before its destruction. After the emergence of the ghostly disaster game, the desperate people of Blue Star began actively contacting other lower-level planets in various ways. However, most of the signals went unanswered. Planet Cross was the only planet to respond. Planet Cross's technology far surpassed that of Blue Star, and its inhabitants were peaceful, gentle, and helpful. After establishing contact with Blue Star, they shared a great deal of valuable information. When Blue Star was caught up in the ghostly disaster game and suffered repeated defeats, Planet Cross also provided much assistance. However, this friendly planet was suddenly destroyed 5 years ago. The destruction of Cross was utterly abrupt. Logically, its remaining resources should have been enough to sustain the Cross inhabitants for decades more. But for some unknown reason, after a game's failure, a terrifying eruption of lava erupted within the planet, consuming the Cross inhabitants before they could even evacuate. Based on the information we have and expert deductions, Chang Hao sighed, handing the document to Bian Ruijin with a grave expression. The destruction of Cross is likely inextricably linked to the lava planet. Bian Ruijin paused slightly in his hand as he took the document, then opened it and began to read carefully. Due to the limitations of Earth's technological level and its remote geographical location, the information gathered was extremely limited. This was enough to glimpse the ferocious nature of the lava aliens. Tall in stature, with a violent and easily angered temperament, and extremely strong defenses, they could survive in temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius, seemingly without any weaknesses. Just looking at this information, it wasn't hard to imagine the immense pressure the Fire Seed team would face in the upcoming competition. After a long while, Bien Ruijin finally finished reading the thin document in his hand. The image of the lava alien sketched in just a few words on the page was like a ferocious beast poised to pounce from the abyss, weighing heavily on his heart. No weaknesses? Bien Ruijin repeated softly, his voice filled with doubt. He looked up at Chang Haoqi. Old Chang, is that all in the document? No more detailed records? Chang Haoqi slowly shook his head, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. I don't believe there's a perfect species in the world. Every living thing has weaknesses, we just don't know them yet. Bien Ruijin nodded in agreement. But there weren't many events left for Blue Star. They had neither the time nor the means to search for information about Lava Star. They could only anxiously await the next bizarre disaster game. The next morning, Tan Xiaoxiao opened her shop on time. Business was still slow, but barely enough to make ends meet made her sigh habitually. Thinking about having to collect the freezers today, she was restless all day, her eyes frequently drifting towards the door. Yesterday, Mr. Sun didn't come until closing time. She didn't want to wait until late again. Fortunately, just after 10 o'clock in the morning, a small truck with the Crimson Express logo steadily pulled up in front of the shop. A tall deliveryman stepped out of his car. He wore a dark red baseball cap and a black face mask that covered most of his face. Tan Xiaoxiao felt the figure look familiar. Neon. Commercial Street. Number 23. His voice was extremely hoarse, like a stuck gear, squeezed out intermittently from deep in his throat. Receive. A freezer. That voice. Tan Shishu's eyes lit up, she recognized him. Ah. It's you? The delivery guy who delivered my instant noodles last time. What a coincidence, we meet again. Song Tuan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly beneath his mask, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as he looked at Tan Xiaoxiao. He hadn't expected this clueless shop owner to still be alive and kicking. TSK, the people in this neighborhood are truly useless. Seeing him standing silently, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries, Tan Xiaoxiao didn't mind, assuming the young man was just a loner. She remembered the last time she delivered a package. When the deliverman took off his mask to drink water, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the hideous, twisted scars on his face. She figured the man's disfigurement must have made him so taciturn, even somewhat withdrawn. Thinking this, Tan Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy. She warmly led the deliverman into the store, to the old freezer that desperately needed repair. Excuse me, are you responsible for this area? Can I use you for all my deliveries from now on? She asked, curiously scrutinizing him. By the way, what's your name? A flicker of barely perceptible annoyance crossed Song Tuan's eyes. He didn't answer, but instead bent down to move the freezer. Perhaps annoyed by Tan Shishu's incessant chatter, his fingers unconsciously tightened, and with a soft crack, he pressed a shallow dent into the side of the freezer. However, Tan Xiaoxiao was pointing at the freezer's power cord and didn't see the horrifying scene. Excuse me, sir? Could I leave my phone number? I can contact you directly next time I need to send a package. Seeing Tan Xiaoxiao's persistent questioning, trying to break the silence, Song Tuan's nameless anger burned even brighter. He suppressed the urge to crush the noisy woman in front of him, along with the freezer, and hoisted the heavy freezer onto his shoulder, striding towards the door. As he passed Tan Xiaoxiao, a fleeting, cold malice flashed in his eyes above his mask. Tan Xiaoxiao was completely oblivious. She quickly walked to her car, holding a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. I'm so sorry, the freezer in the store is broken, so we don't have any ice drinks for you. Song Tuan carried the freezer towards the truck. This woman was really talking too much. He frowned, a malicious thought rising in his mind. He then lost his footing and stumbled, the freezer on his shoulder suddenly sliding down. The heavy freezer, carrying malice, slammed into Tan Xiaoxiao behind him, its target Tan Xiaoxiao's head. If it hit her, her head would definitely be split open, either dead or crippled, but Tan Xiaoxiao didn't dodge. Instead, she cried out in surprise and stretched out her right hand, effortlessly catching the bottom of the freezer, as easily as if she were lifting a child's toy. Phew, that was close. Tan Xiaoxiao looked both frightened and concerned. Be careful when you're carrying heavy things. The contents are fine, but what if you hurt someone? Song Tuan froze, his scarred face beneath his mask filled with astonishment and absurdity. This woman not only hadn't been affected by his presence, but she could even easily lift a commercial freezer weighing over 100 kilograms with one hand? It seems she really has some skills to have survived this long. A huge sense of powerlessness mixed with stifled frustration welled up inside her. Song Tuat abruptly straightened up, roughly shoved the refrigerator into the car with a bang, and then slammed the door shut. Tan Xiaoxiao was startled by the noise and instinctively took a step back. This guy has a terrible temper, helping him, and he thinks I'm meddling? Song Tuan turned around with a hint of anger, rummaged through his dirty pocket, and tossed a scarlet piece of paper at her. Tan Xiaoxiao frantically caught the paper, only to realize it was a Scarlet Express delivery slip, with a website address and a string of numbers on it, seemingly a tracking number. Hey, buddy, this slip. Tan Xiaoxiao clutched the crumpled slip, about to look up and ask for details, but the man had already sped away. Sigh, strange temper, and doesn't talk much. Tan Xiaoxiao glanced down at the receipt. Never mind, at least she's efficient. She stopped thinking about it, turned back into the shop, and carefully placed the receipt in the cabinet under the cashier. She couldn't lose it. She needed to retrieve the refrigerator after it was repaired. Bien Ruijin walked out of the office building, a faint weariness on his face. The underground base couldn't see the sun, it relied entirely on central lighting, making it impossible to judge the time by the sky as before. Bien Ruijin glanced at his watch and realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Several days of sleep deprivation, coupled with intense work, had left him exhausted. But the thought of the upcoming escape race and the ferocious lava star instantly dispelled any drowsiness. Looking at People's Square outside the government building, he paused, then sat down on a bench in the corner, his mind troubled. He stood with his hands in his pockets, staring blankly at the streetlights. The square gradually filled with people, elderly people exercising and dancing, young people hurrying home from get-off work, and children playing together, creating a beautiful and harmonious scene. Perhaps a series of victories had ignited people's hopes. Now, all the underground bases were thriving. Looking at this scene, and thinking about the upcoming competition, Bien Ruijin's right hand, still in his pocket, clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a slender young woman hesitated before sitting down beside him. Captain Bien, what are you doing here? Qin Yu's voice held a deliberately suppressed surprise. We meet again. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly remembered that Captain Bien was incredibly busy and probably hadn't even remembered her, so she quickly added, I'm Qin Yu. I accidentally bumped into you while handing out flyers last time. Bien Ruijin shook his head, looking at the slightly nervous girl. I remember you. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and carefully sat down next to him. Are you unhappy? As soon as the words left her mouth, she worried she might have offended him, and quickly tried to smooth things over. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy, I just care about you. I know you've done a lot for Blue Star, and all these years it's been because of you that. Bien Ruijin was somewhat helpless. Do I look that scary? I'm not going to eat you. He paused, his gaze falling on the flyer in the girl's hand. Handing out flyers again? Qin Yu scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Actually, this is a flyer for Sister Tan's fan club. You really like Tan Xiaoxiao? I pass on your message next time. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. She quickly opened her backpack and stuffed a string of colorful beaded bracelets into Bien Ruijin's hand. This is a support bracelet made by our fan club. Please give it to Sister Tan. Qin Yu's voice was filled with fervent pleading. Tell her that so many people are thinking of her and are grateful to her. Bien Ruijin stared at the bracelet, which refracted rainbow colors under the lights, and smiled helplessly. With both a banner and a bracelet, he felt like a deliverman. He carefully put the bracelet into his pocket, his tone solemn. I deliver it. Qin Yu finally felt completely relieved. She stood up, glanced at the time on the huge electronic billboard not far away, and her face changed drastically. Oh dear, it's already 8 o'clock. I have to hurry home, or Grandma will worry. She waved to Bien Ruijin, stuffed the flyers into her backpack, and hurriedly ran towards the bus stop. Bien Ruijin sat on the bench, watching the girl's lively, hopeful figure recede into the distance, and his gloomy mood seemed to dissipate somewhat. No matter what, he had to fight with all his might. He absolutely couldn't let the people, whose hope had finally been rekindled, fall back into that state of numb despair. Qin Yu ran all the way to the bus stop. Grandma's curfew was 8:30. If she got home late, she'd be frantic. Just as she stepped onto the bus, it started moving. Qin Yu found a seat, a wave of relief washing over her. She finally made it. A dozen minutes later, the bus stopped in the familiar residential area. Passing through rows of old apartment buildings, she grabbed her backpack and sprinted towards her doorstep. First floor, second floor, almost to the third floor. However, the moment she stepped onto the third floor, her steps abruptly halted. The door to Uncle Chi's apartment, 302, was wide open. The interior was a mess, furniture overturned, and clutter scattered everywhere, as if a storm had just passed. Was it a burglary? Or? Chin Yu's heart tightened. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but cautiously approach the doorway and peek inside. Her cautious gaze met a pair of sharp eyes. A young man in his early 20s, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood in the ruined living room, his face filled with melancholy and frustration. Chin Yu was startled for a moment, then her face lit up with immense joy, and she practically cheered as she rushed forward. Brother Chi. Chi Jun, clearly not expecting her, showed a flicker of surprise on his face. He instinctively reached out and caught the girl who was charging at him like a cannonball, sighing helplessly. You're all grown up now. Why are you still as impulsive as when you were a kid? Chi Jun was 6 years older than Chin Yu, and had been her idol since childhood, always following her around like a little shadow. 2 years ago, after Chi Jun turned 18 and resolutely joined the army, Chin Yu hadn't seen him since. Chin Yu steadied herself and happily spun around in a small circle. 2 years. I'm so happy I couldn't resist. She looked at the young man before her, secretly thinking, Brother Chi is still so handsome. Chi Jun looked at the excited girl, but his eyes dimmed slightly. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Xiao Yu, I have to go on a mission soon. You? He paused, his voice strained. Could you help me persuade your Uncle Chi? Chin Yu finally shifted her gaze from Chi Jun's face, carefully examining the mess on the floor. She asked softly, Brother Chi, this? Did Uncle Chi do this? Yes, Chi Jun wearily rubbed his temples. He didn't want me to go. He got so angry that he smashed up the house. Chin Yu pursed her lips. She understood Uncle Chi. Ever since her older brother Chi Jun's sacrifice, Uncle Chi had doted on her younger brother Chi Jun more than his own eyes. When Chi Jun joined the army, Uncle Chi had only lost his temper once. But so much time had passed, his anger had long since subsided. To suddenly erupt in such a rage, and cause such a scene. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Chin Yu suddenly looked up, her voice tense. Brother Chi, is your mission particularly dangerous? Chi Jun was taken aback, then chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. Little rascal, you're getting smarter and smarter. I'm 14 already. Chin Yu huffed in dissatisfaction, but worry immediately overwhelmed that little bit of emotion. I'm not going to speak up for you. Who told you to go to a dangerous place? I'm worried about you too. Chi Jun sighed, his expression turning serious. Xiao Yu, you know about the ink soil plain, right? The ink soil plain. That's Lily's hometown. Chin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I know. Didn't they say the pollution level had decreased, and they're cleaning it up? Seeing Brother Chi's serious gaze, Chin Yu's heart sank. Is something wrong? A few days ago, the exploration team discovered a new source of severe pollution over there. Chi Jun's voice was heavy. They need volunteers to deal with it. So you signed up? Isn't that right? Chin Yu's voice rose instantly, her heart feeling as if gripped by an icy hand. This kind of thing can't be pushed onto ordinary people, can it? Chi Jun's tone carried the matter-of-fact of a soldier, yet also a hint of helplessness. In an instant, scalding tears welled up in Chin Yu's eyes without warning. She finally understood why Uncle Chi, who had already accepted his son's enlistment, had broken down again. 10 years ago, Chi Jun's older brother, Chi Yi, had sacrificed his life during a mission to clean up a heavily polluted source. Looking at the weeping girl, Chi Jun spoke earnestly. Xiao Yu, you're 14 years old now. You should know that many things require sacrifice to accomplish. Chin Yu choked back a sob. Then this prize shouldn't be yours. Cleaning up heavily polluted sources was extremely dangerous. Even wearing radiation suits couldn't completely shield one from radiation. Everyone who participated in the cleanup of heavily polluted sources, even if they miraculously returned, would contract various strange illnesses from the radiation and ultimately die young. Chi Jun sighed. Xiao Yu calmed down. Looking at Chin Yu's eyes, which instantly filled with tears, Chi Jun felt a lump in his throat. He squeezed his eyes shut briefly, and when he opened them again, his eyes held the unwavering resolve characteristic of a soldier. Xiao Yu, now that I, Chi Jun, have donned this uniform, there's no reason for me to back down. His voice was low and heavy, carrying an undeniable solemnity. The things buried beneath the ink soil plain, if they aren't thoroughly cleared, the entire downstream area could be doomed. He paused, His gaze fixed intently on Chen Yu's face, and earnestly instructed her softly. My dad? He won't listen to me right now. He gently patted Chen Yu's thin shoulder. Help me. Comfort him, okay? Tell him his son isn't going to his death. He's going to protect everyone's future. Tears finally streamed down Chen Yu's face, but when she saw the determination and worry in Qi Jun's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She sniffed hard, her voice muffled, okay. Qi Jun's tense jawline relaxed for a moment. He glanced up at the closed bedroom door, his expression complex. I have to go. I have to go back to the team for training. I'm leaving next month. Could you take care of him for me? My dad is actually a very fragile person. With that, he didn't hesitate any longer, turning and stepping over the debris on the ground, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor, leaving only a straight and resolute back. Chen Yu looked in the direction Qi Jun had disappeared, then glanced back at the closed door. She knew the soundproofing in this apartment complex wasn't very good. Uncle Qi in the bedroom had definitely heard what she just said. But she still mustered her courage and said, Uncle Qi? Her voice was soft and thin, trembling noticeably. I'm Xiao Yu. Brother Qi. He's gone. Before she could finish, the bedroom door was slammed open, and Qi's father appeared in the doorway. He looked much older and more haggard than Chen Yu remembered. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Yu, you should go. Qi's father's tall frame swayed, his back hunched, and he weakly waved for her to leave from the shadows of the bedroom. Chen Yu stood in the doorway, watching Uncle Qi's silent back, and finally just silently left the room, gently closing the heavy door behind her. In the bedroom, Qi Yongfeng sat on the floor, staring blankly at the mirror on the bedside table. His graying hair and wrinkled face testified that he was no longer young. 10 years ago, he watched helplessly as his eldest son died in his arms. Now he had to watch his younger son go to his death. How could he not feel resentment? How could he not despair? The radio on the floor crackled, the excited yet hopeful voice of the host coming through intermittently. The cleanup work in the core area of the Morang Plain has made a breakthrough. Experts predict that it will be possible to resettle back within a few years. And all of this is inseparable from the selfless dedication of countless volunteers. This is the hope of all mankind. A sardonic smile twisted Qi Yongfeng's lips. Others' hope in dawn? For him, it was despair and death. Hope my ass. Where is my hope? The image of his eldest son, barely alive, being carried back 10 years ago flashed before his eyes again. And now, his youngest son is about to face the same fate. The host's voice continued, even laced with flattery. Thanks to Tan Xiaoxiao. It's thanks to Boss Tan that we finally escaped our defeats, our lives are gradually improving, and the future is full of hope. Qi Yongfeng had absolutely no interest in the praise of Tan Xiaoxiao. He even harbored some resentment towards Tan Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for her reducing the soil pollution level of the Morang Plain below the warning line, Qi Jun wouldn't have been able to participate in such a high-risk cleanup operation, facing a certain death. He slammed the radio off. What did it matter how many people Tan Xiaoxiao had helped? He didn't care about rice, fruit, or anti-cancer drugs. He was a selfish man. He only knew that because of her, his only remaining son was about to embark on a path to death. Even knowing that Qi Jun had chosen this path himself, Qi Yongfeng still couldn't hide his resentment. Everyone's praising Tan Xiaoxiao, but who remembers her son? If Tan Xiaoxiao is so capable, why send her son to his death?